Karen. Karen, I don't know who's coming tonight. I'll tell you guys a funny story. So over the weekend, after I was here Friday, well, into the morning, Saturday morning, I was checking the live videos on my iPad, and I'm watching, and I'm listening to the snuggler's voice, and I was telling Marsha this last night, and I was like, I could have sworn it was Robin, and I'm like, I thought Robin had been in with them, and I'm listening, and I'm like, that doesn't sound like Robin's voice, and the whole time it was me. I was listening to myself, and I didn't even recognize my own voice. Hi, Marsha. See you in a few minutes. Oh, Cindy's in tonight. Okay. I'm sure it's hard for you guys because you're just going by voice if you can't see us. Hi, Robin. Good morning. Yeah, Robin, I was just telling everybody the other day I thought it was you were the snuggler, and it was me the whole time. I'm like, this doesn't sound like Robin, and it was myself. I don't even recognize my own voice. It's hard when you can't see the snuggler. Abby, you got a good appetite, Mama. I'll put a little water in that before you go. You're hungry. I'm not getting any snuggles. So cute when they're all lined up. I know, apparently if I can't see who the snuggler is, I don't even know if it's if it's me or not. Oh, yeah, Marsha has been awesome. Huh, you sound like
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day.
You have a very calming
hump day. It's hump day.
voice when you
It's
talk
hump
to them.
day.
When you were Marsha, when Abby was giving birth and you were talking to her, your voice was so calming and soothing.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Woo-woo!
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico? I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day!
Get happy.
Yeah!
Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
That's funny, Lodo. It's funny, when I first started at Kit Kat, I said to Jen, not that long after I had met Gma, I'm like, your mom was a teacher, wasn't she? I just could tell.
I should make it a sound command.
Something about her. She just by the way she talked
everything but the
cats.
Geico part, huh?
I was like, I knew you.
For every hump day, I just started off with.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Woo-woo!
Ronnie, how
I would just leave it at that.
happy are folks who
I'll just leave it at that. No, but then I could cut it.
You save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico.
And I could have it just like, and I could have this at the end of it.
I'd say happier than a camel on
I wouldn't say, it wouldn't say had say. It would just say happier
Wednesday.
Hump day.
Happier
Get
than
happy.
a camel.
Get Geico. Happy. Get happy.
Hump day.
Wednesday.
Hump
Wednesday. Wednesday. Camel on Wednesday.
hump day.
Camel on Wednesday. Happier than a camel on Wednesday. Happier than a camel. Happier than a camel on Wednesday. Happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day.
Get happy. Get
Then it would just say hump day here, and I could cut it off at that. It would be my Wednesday trash day announcement. Oh, it's raining. I'm not going to do recycling today. I'm going to wait a week on that one. Let that one stack up. I think I am going to get the trash out. Right now, we only got a 10% chance of rain. Simon has severe diarrhea from the food I'm feeding him, so I'm trying to like mix it with some old food to reduce the amount of diarrhea he's got because he's straight shitting liquid. That's bad. But he's eating, so he's getting food. He's getting nutrition in him. He's just got the runs, so it could be worse. God dang it, kitty! Fuck. Oh. Hopefully it's not. It's probably just the food, though. I'm gonna go to the store and get him some of his old food. Mix in more of that with the new food, and hopefully that'll firm up. If not, it could be hyperthyroid related. But yeah. Go to the store in a bit. Her a little more food, get him a little more food. Outdoor cats are going to be eating Simon's leftovers as well as some new foods today that Simon want to eat this morning. An Iams turkey and a wellness lamb topper that's got super stankness to it. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing up here? You're gonna have to go down, sweet pea. Can't stay here forever. Hey, don't be thinking about that. Hold on, I see what she's gotten pretty good at jumping on my shoulder with having pretty much no clothing on my shoulder. You know what I mean? I just keep nourishing, like, I keep telling her, you know, good girl, you know, bet it, you're good, you do a good job. Big hug, big hug. Now you gotta go in. It's saying kitty balance, it really is. Her not to claw me while she's up there. She is pretty amazing. Or so much hyper compared to Simon. My kitty go. Kitties!
One more. And you're gonna live a life. Right? Yeah.
Well, as I said yesterday, we're actually an hour early for these cats. Now, daylight savings time.
Really cute babies.
We're We're not actually supposed to be out there on their clock until, I don't know, like 30 minutes from now.
She loves her head scratches.
By the
This is
sundial.
the first mom I've ever had. Just wants to sit on your lap constantly.
I have 26 rescue patches, 8 years now. What does that mean? I saw that. Sorry, I didn't. Patches. Rescued 26 cats in 8 years?
I know,
Okay.
when I go then you'll go in and take care of them, right?
I heard a rescue
Just need
patch.
some love.
What are you doing?
Do you get bored
She's
in the day?
rubbing on the tray that's in front of the litter
Next week I'll
box.
have
She's like
snuggles
laying
3
on it.
times a day.
Like the
Probably
smell
for
of
an
your
hour.
litter?
And Jen and
Yuck.
Jim will be back. You can show your babies off to them. I'm sure they're excited to see you. I bet they're so excited to see new babies. Yeah. Good girl. I'm gonna show everybody how sweet you're being.
Man, if I can get down to only going through an 8th a week, that's pretty low, dude.
You guys
Like
can
my
see Abby
weed consumptions went
being
down
a snuggly
dramatically
mama,
for taking that week off.
right? Get a little view of Abby being cute. Yeah. Those babies are just sleeping. Yeah.
I was going
say
through like
hi,
a quarter a
everybody.
week, if not more.
Can you see your face?
But most of the money that I'm saving for
Yeah, everybody
not
wants to see
drinking
you.
and not smoking as much going towards
Yeah, see how snuggly she is?
cat food. Cat food and cat
I'm gonna go
litter.
back to the babies. They're just sleeping. You can only stare at sleeping babies so much. They're not moving.
Getting outdoor
Leave
cats
them around a
really
little bit. Yeah, Abby, get some head rubs.
dug into
There
my
we go. Purring away.
extra money fund.
Yeah. I'm gonna go in a couple of minutes. Abby, I'm over my half an hour.
Broad spectrum
You're loving your head rubs.
house here, I think.
Yeah, you need to be rewarded.
Oh, Patch for the first rescue, I see. I found him on the sidewalk for around 14 and a half years now.
Let's get a picture of that, Abby. Good girl. Look up, Abby. You look up?
He's been with me for that long, so
Mama.
18 years old, maybe around there.
Good girl.
He was a kid when I found him.
She's like, stop taking my picture. I just gave birth a couple days
And
ago.
she was about 4 or
I'm
5
not
weeks when I
camera
found her.
ready. You look great, Abby.
And she's about a year old now.
What time is it?
Roughly a year old around now. It's around her birthday.
All right.
Right
I
around
gotta
her
get going,
birthday.
Abby. I'm not supposed to be in here more than a half an hour.
Figure out what to do with her food, how much longer I want to keep her on kitten food. A lot of people say to take them off after a year, but maybe she's a grower. Maybe she's a year and a half. Oh, I have an appointment for her though, and
All right, Mama. I'm gonna get
that'll
going.
tell me what's up. If I'm overfeeding or
I'm
not.
gonna get going. I will see you.
I'd
after
much rather
weekend.
overfeed her
I'll see you
than
next
underfeed her
Monday.
though, because
Alright? You have a
she
great
can lose the
week.
weight later, but
Yeah.
she's in her
Be good,
growth
Mama.
spurt now, so
All
it'll
right.
just be a little bit
Cindy's gonna come
chubby.
in and snuggle with you tonight. I know
Little
she can.
chubby, huh?
All right,
Okay.
Glad. Go get your beeps. Get a bite to eat first. I'll see
She's
you
like the
later.
perfect.
I would stay
I
here
think
all
she's
day
the
with you if I
perfect weight
could.
for her size, though. Yeah, all mine have came from Long Beach, both of them. rarely, if ever, did I rarely even see a random cat in Colorado. It's so cold there in the wintertime. I didn't live in it. I also didn't live
I would stay
in
longer.
Midtown Denver like I do in Long Beach.
Tend to her babies. I feel like if we stayed in here, like she would just, she would
And
just hang on us all day.
I wouldn't have lived
Forget about
there. I
kids.
wouldn't have liked it. It's different in Long Beach living in like Midtown, downtown area. Denver is just a shithole downtown.
All right, see you, kiddos.
You got the beach.
Can't wait till they get names.
Downtown's where the beach is, so downtown Colorado is just
Marsha's gonna go
Denver is
visit
just
Charlie and,
buildings and
maybe Millie.
homeless
and
people.
get a Philly cheesesteak. You got to do that when you're in the
We got a lot
South Jersey area.
of homeless people out here too, but at least we got the
deserves
beach. Like they don't even have the mountains in downtown Denver. You can see the mountains, but you're not like.
Thanks, empathy. Thanks, guys.
You know
I'll
what I
see
mean?
you
You don't
soon.
get to take advantage
Have a great
of
week.
what you're in Colorado for
Bye, Abby.
in downtown Denver.
Have a good one, Mama.
Downtown Long Beach, you get to take advantage of what a lot of people, what most of the world comes to California for, the beach. So our downtown, that makes it way different. It's actually a tour, like more of a tourist destination
Bye, Abby.
than a downtown in a landlocked city.
Sweetheart.
Even if it's the hood, it's still more of a tourist destination because we have the natural wonder of the beach. I'd rather live downtown or midtown, Long Beach, than Denver. For that reason. I could be at the beach right now. I could ride my bike and be there in 10 minutes. I could drive there probably 5 minutes. I don't know, I might be able to ride my bike there faster. Drive. Here we go. I might have to cough to get it out. See if I can get you. I can't get it. I got it. I actually got it on the last one. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. It's still sore though. I got it. It was just like that for so long. If it stays in the wrong position, unpopped for like a day or whatever, or 12 hours or whatever, fucking sore as shit right here after I pop it. It feels like it still needs to be popped, even though it does. Yeah, babe. So, at least you don't have to pop your fucking chest bone. How about that? Oh, thanks for taking care of them cats. Hopefully your house doesn't smell like straight PS. Alright. Pia, pia, pia. Fermented tea we're drinking on. Ah. There we go. Now it's just popping up. It's up there. God, I'm still beating my ass. Not having X up this whole time. Like, of course, Elon Musk would let us keep our videos longer than any of the other platforms. He probably cares the most about AI, so he wants that data there. They do streams. I'm not going to save all the Twitch streams because I restreamed a lot of them on X. I realize they're here, so I'm just going through and getting certain ones that I only streamed on Twitch. Like there was a stream where I went to the beach, I think just on X, and like that was one I just saved, and I'm trying to figure out the ones that were primarily there, or else. That's why I'm starting to stream on X, because I went back and looked through my stuff on here, and literally every stream I've ever streamed on X is saved, no matter how long it is. If I stream it, like they can be 30-something hours long, X saved them. I had no idea they were doing it like that. They are the actual bet. Out of all the platforms I stream to at the moment, they're the best as far as VOD retention. They're the least likely to delete one of my streams for some bullshit, like YouTube does, or delete my entire account over some bullshit, like YouTube could do, and they do to people. They're the least likely to all of a sudden be like, hey, we're going to delete all your shit now, sorry, we're not making enough money. I mean, Elon Musk is the richest man on the fucking planet. He cares more about the data than he does about the money, because he knows the data is worth more. The fucking fuck you, Twitch. Yeah, you need an X account. Why you don't have an X account? Yeah. Support Elon Musk. I even pay to be certified. I pay a certain amount, like per month. I have the blue check mark by my name. Supposedly, I don't. There's many commercials. I don't know. I'm supposed to get recommended a little bit more with my content or whatever. Whatever, dude. I support Elon Musk. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. And to do that, I give him my measly little $5 or $10 a month. And he gives me something for it in return. I also give YouTube money every month for premium. But that's primarily so we don't ever have to watch commercials together, collectively. I save all of us from having to watch commercials by paying for that. So that's also very worth it. Like, sometimes the fucking ad blocker shits don't work right. Oh, man. Yeah, baby Sister T's not taken on there. You can get it before it's taken. It's probably taken though. Like, if I didn't have John Doe 1980 on there, it would be taken by now, actually. Because I got that shit like 14 years ago or something. It would actually be taken. And if it weren't for me locking down John Doe 1980, I don't know, things would be different. Be way different, because that's the main thing that comes up. Like, if you were to search my PlayStation name, the John Doe 1980, you search that, I come up, and it's primarily because of X. Because I locked it down on there so long ago, and I know it was such a fucking, who the hell wants to pick that name? But I don't know, it worked out. I know it's not very original, but you search for that, and there I am. Most people, if you search for their screen name or their, maybe even their Twitter, it might not even show up. I'm not sure how that would work. I don't know if all Twitters just come up instantly first. The reason why it works out is because it's also my PlayStation name. There's also a lot of other names that I locked that name down in so many different places. You can see me talking about a old WRX forum. I'm talking about working on my car and shit. See me talking. If you look up John Doe 1980 on the internet and you see somebody talking, that's probably me. No matter what forum it's in. Not guaranteed, but it's interesting. Even on Reddit. I'm Reddit, John Doe 1980. Whatever. I'm a nobody from 1980. Nobody. Melinda Cardwell is in the cat channel over here. Mark Cardwell comes over here. I wonder if they know each other. That's very interesting. They said, looking forward to Peepers, especially Calico Girl. I wonder if she'll have mama's eyes. What's really going on? Alright, I'm gonna go out there. I gotta pick Simon's food up. I'm gonna think about taking the trash out. Wet. I'll have to deep dive. They're not spying on me now. Alright, I'll be right back. Maybe I'll deep dive myself in a second to see what all I can find. Kind of interesting. Like, if I search Sister T, I bet you'll find nothing about you. That's like, that's for most people. That's for most people on the planet. You search their screen name, you're not going to find shit at all. I mean, you might find one account. You might find one account. Me, it's like the whole fucking page, and I'm like, it's a little interesting. I'm not worried about it. That's cool. I didn't really expect that to happen, but I kind of made it happen. I kind of wanted it to happen, and now that it happened, it's like, oh shit, that happened. No going back from that one. starting to spritz out. So, yeah, it's wet out there. They're getting rained on to eat. Pepe ran off, I guess, because Dom. I was having to pick stuff up out there. There was a bunch of trash in front of my. I guess someone was parked when the street sweeper came, so there's a ton of trash in front of my place on the curb. I was trying to pick up some of that and throw it away, and then I saw that the yellow tubing that goes around the wire, it sometimes will be like keeping a power pole taut. They'll have like these wires going to the ground, and around them there'll be this yellow plastic. Well, there was that just laying in the alley. I guess somebody broke one of the wires when they ran into the pole or something. I don't know, that plastic piece. I bent up and put it in the trash. I was taking so long. And I was taking pictures of all the weird shit that's growing in my front yard that's not grass, in comparison to my neighbor's yard, which is only grass. And I think it's because of all the dogs that come over here and shit on my yard. Partially due to that. And partially due to her dog being the main one. So they all want to do it here because it does it here. It thinks it's shitting grounds. So then, yeah, poor Pepe. Poor Pepe. And him to eat a little bit more, but or they've only eaten the Imes turkey. Simon wouldn't touch that one. Simon does like this one. It's the duck wellness. It's used as a topper. It has so much flavor. But next to that is Simon's food from last night. It's a mixture of Purina Pro, sensitive stomach and skin, duck, and mixed with Dulo duck and chicken, ultra smooth. It's like, dude, it's like a pudding, but it's giving him diarrhea. It's actually misting out there right now. Kind of nasty. Tom must be pretty hungry. Gonna get worse too. Yeah, he's a fan of the duck, Simon. I've tried so many different flavors, and duck is hits the one that he'll eat in multiple brands. I must have brushed up against something because she's not going to stop smelling me. Go on. Stop it. Stop smelling me. I don't want to step on her on accident. She gets under my feet. I'll forget she's there. Fucked her tail up because I forgot she was there that one morning. I had even talked about it just beforehand. Like, yeah, really shouldn't be there. And I started dancing or doing some dumb shit. I don't know. Her tail hasn't bent the same since then. It doesn't have a kink, but it doesn't. She used to bend it to where that thing would touch her head, and I always thought that was so awesome. And now it doesn't do it anymore. Ever since that day, and so it's a constant reminder. I fucked up. Hey! Bite my beard. One of the cats. Biting the hands that are holding you up. Are you crazy? That hurts. That hurts. Hey! Why are you trying to hurt me? Huh? Hey. Down. Ow! Don't bite it and sniff it, you fuckhead. Stop doing that. Why are you biting me like that? Stop it. Don't fucking do it again, man. Dude, she's biting me hard, actually. Those aren't love bites. No, she like bites it and sniffs it. She's like, it's just a dominance thing, dude, because she bit the shit out of me right there. I'm surprised that this isn't bleeding because it made like a really defined red dot on it. Trying to puncture. Love bites. And she does the same shit to Simon's ears, right on the edge of them. She'll be nicely licking, and all of a sudden she's like, "Arr, arr, arr, arr." I found like puncture wounds on his ears from her. She does that shit. I don't know what the fuck her deal is, man. Thinks it's okay, and I think that's why she got pushed out of the litter, dude. I think she's probably doing that to Mama's nipples. Okay, so they didn't want Simon's food from last night, but if it's hungry enough, it'll eat that. Apparently they're not. I mean, I bet Peppy will eat. I don't want to really put out too much because it come down raining any second now. Raining right now. All I'm doing is blowing in her face. That gets her attention. I don't think she punctured, thankfully. Got enough shit going on, dude. That grape package, the seedless grapes that I had, it was cutting me, dude. I got cut like twice. I didn't know where these cuts were coming from. The bottom of the packaging has holes cut out in it to let the water drain through it for the whatever condensation or whatever reason. You know, I need to breathe. But it had like a almost microscopic burr, plastic burr, dude. That was razor sharp. And every time I would grab them out of the fridge, I grabbed it from the bottom, and that's where it was. And it was in a perfect spot to slice my fingers open. It sliced that one, and it sliced me. No, it was this finger. The tip of my left finger, both index fingers got sliced from it. Listen right. Healing, but they both bled, and I'm like, "What the fuck? Why am I bleeding? What was happening right now?" I couldn't figure it out, and then it was on the second time that I figured it out. The first time I didn't know. I was like, "What the? I cut myself, dude. What's going on?" Myself and not knowing and shit. I'm getting dementia or something. And then the second time, I felt it cut me as I was putting it back. I'm like, "What the fuck? Fucking grapes are. What's wrong with them grapes?" I looked at it, and it's just this little microscopic, like a half a millimeter of a burr that was just razor sharp plastic. Trippy. And what's even like wilder is something as small as that could kill somebody. A cut like that could kill somebody. They don't know it's there. I mean, I know it's probably not a big deal, but I don't think I knew mine was there, and I was handling raw beef, and the blood of it got on in the sore, and I was thinking like bloodborne pathogen. If you go back a couple hundred years, that was an actual big issue like that, bloodborne pathogen. Contract something from something else's blood. getting on you because our animals weren't as highly regulated. So the way that you would have to cook illnesses out of a lot of meat back in the day. Nowadays, it's so highly regulated that meat is usually not tainted. If it's tainted, there's a recall even. But back in the day, all meat was probably tainted, dude. If you didn't cook it, you were risking a lot. All meat pretty much got cooked pretty well done back a long time ago, because I think of the song "Peas for It's Hot, Peas for It's Cold, Peas Forage in a Pot 9 days old." They would have had to have cooked that shit 9 times. So that meat in that fucking stew was no longer, like before refrigeration, they had to cook things to completion, and then they would cook it like even more times than that, because they had to cook the bacteria out of it just to be able to eat it the next day if it was a leftover. Nowadays, we can do medium rare and shit like that because the food industry is so highly regulated. We know that those cows don't have mad cow disease because they're checked for it. Could you cook mad cow disease out? Oh, mad cow disease cannot be cooked out. So that's when it's the prion. Oh, it's a prion. We were just learning about this. Mad cow disease is caused by abnormal proteins called prions that can damage the brain. These prions are extremely resistant to heat, chemicals, and conventional sterilization methods. For cooking meat to high temperatures cannot destroy the prions. The prions! But is it getting all the meat? Normal disinfection procedures do not stop the disease so well. Cooked or contaminated meat can infect humans. The rendering process, cooking of dead, often disease-ridden animals used to make supplements for animal feed, also cannot kill the infection and only serves to spread it. Bro, it's so scary. Man, bro, I bet meat was getting people sick all the time back in the day, dude. So if you, sure, you can eat the meat, you can get the muscles quicker, way quicker than eating the vegetables only. You're risking a lot. Let's go back at 2,000 years ago. You're risking so much as far as parasites. You're risking having worms, dude, like all up in you. Especially with this one that's in pork. This one, there's a parasite in pork. It will infect your muscles. You'll have worms all over your body. I've seen x-rays of it on Reddit recently. You'll get that shit from eating a vegetable. It's interesting too, because in the Bible it says thou shalt not kill. It doesn't say thou shalt not kill animals. It doesn't say thou shalt not kill humans. It doesn't say thou shalt not kill. It didn't say anything specifically. But, I mean, you don't really think of killing vegetables. But you do think when you kill an animal, you're killing something. Maybe God was saying, don't eat living things. Because if you do, you're going to get fucked up. I'm going to make sure of it. Because everything was parasitic back in the day. Everything had parasites. If you were a human that didn't have parasites, you probably were a newborn baby. Because what were they doing? Diatomaceous earth to get rid of them? And did everybody just have that? That's not the only, that some of them wouldn't matter. Man, we had fleas too back in the day. Like, we all had fleas and lice. And we were some nasty motherfuckers, dude. Humans. Real. Up until probably... Until we started traveling and seeing each other, because then we cared about what we look like. You know what I'm saying? Whenever we started like getting on a boat, and going to other countries, we had to put that Dapper Dan in and be like, yeah, Yeah, we from over here. That's how we do it, playa. Yeah. Before that, we didn't give a shit. We were all caveman and all hairy and like, this is my chick. Yeah, I'm mine now. A quest for fire. And I'm like, so looking. Once we started going to like other faraway lands, we really started caring about hygiene, didn't we? We didn't want to be the beasts. What about the Vikings? Like, they pretty beastie still. I mean, probably not though, in comparison to what they were like back at home. They were probably more civilized, the ones that were going out to the New World. First explorers of America. Those are white people. Those were white people, you know what I'm saying? Some of the first explorers that really, like, fucking went out. At the distance. Alright, what's the furthest Africa had explored by the time the Vikings came to America? Let's find out. By the time the Vikings explored North America around 1000 AD, Europeans had made voyages along the northern coast of Africa and had also explored the Mediterranean, but they had not significantly explored the interior of Africa due to its challenging arid conditions and lack of waterways. So Africa definitely had not made it to anywhere. What? Was Africa not exploring anything themselves? I don't get it. It doesn't seem like it. They would go over to like Israel and shit. They go visit Gaza probably. I don't think the Egyptians are really traveling that far. Let's see. Yes, while primarily known for riverine transport, the ancient Egyptians certainly engaged in ocean voyages, particularly in the Red Sea and possibly beyond. They used ships for trade, exploration, and potentially even circumnavigation of the African continent. See, they didn't really leave Africa, though, dude. Really. They stayed in the Mediterranean. They maybe went to Greece. They probably thought that they were going to drop off the edge of the fucking earth if they kept going, but that's what begs the question: why is the Great Pyramid like located where it is? For one, it's like a certain position on Earth, as well as its size is directly proportional to the Earth's size. It's insane how they would get that so close. Incidentally, they had to fucking been in contact with the aliens. Ancient aliens, buddy. Had to have. Look it up. It's the, how was it worded? George is, Earth is vastly larger than the Great Pyramid. Wait. Hold up. Some proponents claim the Great Pyramid of Giza's dimensions encode information about Earth's scale, with the pyramid's base to height ratio approximately pi divided by 2, and specific measurements relating to Earth's circumference. Here's a more detailed explanation. The Great Pyramid's design, particularly its base to height ratio and certain cubic measurements, are said to incorporate mathematical constants related to the Earth's size and cosmic scales. The ratio of the pyramid's base circumference to height is claimed to be close to 2 pi, similar to how the circumference of a circle relates to its radius, circumference, and height. Some proponents argue that the Great Pyramid's height, multiplied by a specific factor like 69,066 or 43,200, yields a value close to Earth's circumference, and Pyramid's total vertical measurement of 1,107 cubics times 69,066 equals 99.997% of Earth's equilateral circumference. That's interesting that they could do that, I guess. The slant height to a half base length ratio of the Great Pyramid is also said to be close to the golden ratio of 1.618:4. Example to go by dividing slant height by half, the base gives 186.369 over 115.182, which is 161804, exactly the golden ratio. Interesting. Historical context. These ideas were first proposed by John Taylor in his book The Great Pyramid, Why Was It Built and Who Built It, in 1859, and later expanded upon by Charles Piazzi Smith in his book Inheritance in the Great Pyramid in 1864. They were talking about this in the fucking late 1800s, or mid to late 1800s, dude. Like, that's how much smarter we were as people. Now what the fuck are we talking about? Hey man, you see what Kanye did? He had a swastika shirt. Yeah man, it's like a website. Huh. What else? You know, back then we had people that were like, you know what, these numbers, man, they're kind of matching up with some shit here. Were they talking to aliens? Man. 1800s. While these claims are fascinating, they remain a topic of speculation and are not universally accepted within mainstream scientific or historical resist.
And size of the Earth and encoded that knowledge into their structure. The dimensions of the Great Pyramid plus its cornerstones and socle is 482.7575 feet tall and on average 760 feet on each side. Standing at the northeast corner of the Great Pyramid, we see the east and north base of the structure, which combined equals how much the planet rotates at its equator in 1 second. Using the second as defined by the Great Pyramid, we can determine that there are 86,400 seconds in the 24-hour day cycle. Now, if we were to take the Great Pyramid's dimensions, plus its socle and cornerstones, and expand the structure by 86,400 times, the east base plus the north base of the monument now equals the equatorial circumference of the equator of the planet, and the height of that giant pyramid now equals the polar diameter at a 99.9% level of accuracy. And this simple geometry produces the dimensions of the oblate spheroid Earth to a level of accuracy that rivals our modern-day satellite measurements.
Understand now? Was that clearer than AI explanation? It's pretty crazy. It's like, what the fuck?
The architects of the Great Pyramid of Giza knew the shape and size of the Earth and encoded that knowledge into their structure. The dimensions of the Great Pyramid plus its cornerstones and socle is 482.7575 feet tall and on average 760 feet on each side. Standing at the northeast corner of the Great Pyramid, we see the east and north base of the structure, which combined equals how much the planet rotates at its equator in 1 second. Using the second as defined by the Great Pyramid, we can determine that there are 86,400 seconds in the 24-hour day cycle. Now, if we were to take the Great Pyramid's dimensions, plus its socle and cornerstones, and expand the structure by 86,400 times, the east base plus the north base of the monument now equals the equatorial circumference of the equator of the planet, and the height of that giant pyramid now equals the polar diameter at a 99.9% level of accuracy. And this simple geometry produces the dimensions of the oblate spheroid Earth to a level of accuracy that rivals our modern-day satellite measurements.
How did they know all that if they weren't in contact with aliens? How would they have possibly gotten that on accident? All that. He knew what to multiply it by because they gave what a second was in the size that, like, it was all encoded. It wasn't. The AI made it sound like a bunch of like made up bullshit, like it wouldn't always work or something. Yeah, but to know the size of we can't even do it now with satellites, he just said. But they knew, they just knew. They were just able to measure how big the Earth was somehow without even traveling around it. Or no history of them traveling around it anywhere. They didn't document that. And even if they did, how would they have fucking been able to document, like, how would they know that? Because even if you go in a straight line on the ocean, you're not actually going in a straight line, you're drifting. Your waves are fucking, you're all over the place. You have to tack just to stay in the wind. No fucking way, man. Know that from their experience of being here. They had to have been told. That's my belief. They had to have been educated by some other species, probably. Simon seems to be sore. I'm gonna start giving him the fish oil again. I mean, come on, bro. I need a break, though, man. I need a break from the... No, no. He doesn't want to have to jump up there. Oh. Try that out? Here. Oh. That's by... not that hungry then. He didn't lick anything. Hey! Hurt Simon. He's sneezing and shit. When he was acting like he was stunned, and then she fucking went and started attacking him. Come here, bud. Come here. In his ass, dude, out of nowhere. Right after he jumped down, too, she likes to attack him right when he jumps down. Knows he's vulnerable. She tries to take his back out. He's a fucking little asshole, dude. Actually, she can be sweet, sure, but a lot of times she takes out her anger on Simon being locked up in here or something. Because go out and she can't. Thinks that he gets to eat more than him or something. Or he gets to eat more than her, I mean. There's food out there. So to go out there and hang out. I get it. She's locked up in here for like 12 hours a day, all night long. She's locked up in here by herself. And best I could do for her. I'm trying to give Simon the fish oil again, though, because I don't like seeing him get his ass kicked like that. Fucking messed up whatever she. I didn't see what happened. Caught him in the nose or something. Buddy. Now he deserves to get some lap time. Oh yeah? Damn it, yeah. It's probably the fish oil's wearing off now. Probably start getting back on it. Because he didn't seem to want to jump up there a minute ago either. He didn't want to stay up there. And that could be also affecting his appetite. And I don't feel like going to the store and getting food, pet food. Probably go soon though while it's not raining. Matter, but I need to trim my tree. Add to. That's it. But it's raining. That's kind of gross. Rather, it's not raining. Shit. I'm waiting kind of late to trim it though. Order online and have it ready for me there too though. That'd probably be best to do. Like I get like $10 off of $50. Make sure I spend the 50. I'm gonna spend it anyway. Extra 20% off. Yeah. Alright. Let's get that food shopping. All out of like that's why I don't have any fancy pieces left at all. All that's out there right now is Simon's last night, that little dollop. And if I see a cat come to it, I'll take some more food out there. Y'all gotta let me know though. Not always look. Kinda wet out there though. Why does it gotta rain on trash day? Why does it gotta rain on trash day? Gotta rain. Ah, what the fuck? Alright. There's fucking. Off of me, Simon. Shit. I wish you. I was too fast. I was too slow. All the way down the alley by the time I got out there. You didn't even look back. A quarter of a mile down the alley already. Oh, that food might go to waste. Right there. More cats got some time to eat, possibly. Right out though. Got Imes turkey on the left and wellness duck. Right. Simon's leftover food from last night on the left, and it's pretty waterlogged already. You can also type on X and D Live if you is censoring your speech. X and Live are also for your chat. Dude, these things taste so good, I could eat like the whole container of them. I bet it would keep flying shit. 1 billion probiotics. 1 billion, man. Little things in there. What if you put quotations around stuff? So you can't even quote somebody as saying, "I love George Washington." Damn. But you can say he said he loves George Washington. Not I love George Washington. That's always doing the craziest shit. Yeah, I hear you back there. Installed 17
We're gonna
turbos.
install a turbocharger. 17 of them. This is actually gonna suck, but mostly for my fabrication team. I have jury duty.
Doesn't take that
jury
long.
duty this week. I gotta say. That was fun. Look at his office. He's still good right here.
If you stand up, you're in the dirty.
Look, it's all. It is quite clear to me that we have a significant power shortage. If you're not familiar with mechanical terms, a turbocharger, basically what it does through nuclear reactions, it supplements your oil with a fuel feed, inverts the crankshaft, upgrades the pulley springs. But if I'm simplifying it just pushes more air in.
That's a big turbo too.
It is actually. Why do you write Cowboy Killa on it?
Because there's a truck in the truck game named Cowboy.
Are you serious?
And that's the Cowboy Killa right there. Yeah, I'm serious.
Okay, we have some new wheels and tires from Custom Offsets to install on the truck today. Custom Offsets is the world's largest leading supplier of wheels and tires. I'm proud to announce. What the f? Can you clean this mess up? I need a longer drill. I think it would help if you could work from here.
Tell me how to do my job.
I'm guessing it makes 600 now. I'm guessing it will be making around 20 to 30,000 after we're done. All right, you got it?
Yeah, we're done.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, cool.
Before we put all 17 turbos on, we need to see how much power the truck is currently making. Okay, 397 horsepower is not bad, but what about a billion?
I think we're all done.
I now present to all the 17 turbocharged Dodge Cummins. I had some notes that I took for this video. Make jokes about a whistling diesel. Talk about political views. Obviously, this is going to affect the drivability of the truck. We have brought in a diesel performance expert.
You can't see shit out the window.
What are we predicting happens? I'm guessing one of two things. It makes like 1,000 more horsepower or 20,000 more horsepower.
Or it doesn't run.
We have endometriosis lines.
Those are braided. It's like easier way to say that.
Okay. In 5,
Oh my god.
4,
Watch it not even run.
3. I should keep my foot to the floor when it starts. 2, 1.
Just start it already.
The ignition is on. Now I will turn it the rest of the way in 5, 4,
Can't even get out.
3, 2,
Dude.
1.5,
Wait, wait.
0.1. I'm rotating the key to the second accessory position. I'm gonna begin applying pressure to the key. 0.9.
They ain't spinning.
It runs.
None of them are spinning.
They're not supposed to yet.
I hear them sucking in air.
Yeah.
It's under load.
Oh, we got one. It's trying.
They're spinning. He said they're spinning, yeah. You can hear it. Look, it's making boost.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the smoke.
We made like 15 PSI immediately.
They all spin. Oh, yeah.
Hello? No, someone's been shot in the head and I'm...
The truck is what needs washed. Dude, you're just making a
Hey, where are we coming on the bathroom remodel?
I told you we couldn't afford that yet.
Well, the bathroom part isn't bathrooming anymore.
So let's not have you use the power washer ever again.
I was just trying to clean this.
Don't.
This looks great, actually. Wow, look at the difference. That's gonna look really good. So there's one major problem. Somehow we have to get these wheels off.
It's pretty easy. Just jack it up and take them off.
I have an idea. What I want to do today is tire changing ASMR, so we can get some good audio of this. I buy all my truck wheels and tires from Custom Offsets because they have an option for everything, including this. Here we go. Whoa! Oh my god! That was sick! Anyways. Wow. Oh no. I accidentally parked my Cybertruck right here. I hope a very fast tire doesn't hit it. Oh my god.
What the?
God.
Bent the shit out of it.
This is a wrong durability test. I'm not going to show you guys what it did. You'll have to see that in the Cybertruck durability test. Tax return season is here, so use your tax return for a set of wheels. That's what I did when I got my first set of wheels from them. They offer in-house financing, so you don't have to pay for them. You can buy them with $0, just saying. I have these brand new Archon forged wheels to go on our truck. These are forged, so they're carved out of a solid block of aluminum.
Yeah.
The center caps are forged. That one's not going on, so we're going to make it go on.
Please don't do anything.
The jack is still under the back. Yeah, it's definitely... Oh no! We cut a brake line! You idiot!
That's really great. Of course, that's our luck.
You actually drive down the street.
I'm here with Jeremy at Only Motorsports, and they have the world's most insane shop ever. When you're calibrating it, I would just be careful because the second you put it in drive, it's probably going to rip the concrete out and explode. At an idle, it builds 100,000 pounds of boost. So
100,000.
So we need to drive in reverse?
I would honestly dyno with it off.
Get in third gear, get it up to speed in the third gear, about 2,500 RPMs, and then just hold it at 2,500 until I can change the gear ratio to match.
Let's blow some up.
Wait, what was that? What did he? Wait.
Wouldn't this make the most sense for the nitrous?
Yeah, that's what we were gonna do.
That's gonna be. Do you guys have another bottle? We do both. Can we do? Can we all? Can we?
Let's see how many are full.
This is it right here.
Whoa! Brian, 4 bottles of nitrous into an 18 turbo truck.
Okay, so the truck made like 17 quadrillion horsepower.
Yeah. More nitrous. So we
gained power.
There's a very large truck show going on outside. We have the 18 turbo truck ready to go. We're gonna get everybody's reactions. Everyone's walking over. Everyone.
They want you to do a burnout, Cody.
Right here.
More throttle, more throttle.
It's built. Takes a bit. They're both going.
Oh!
They're both going. Oh my god! Yes! Oh my god! It's working! Oh! Yeah, buddy! Hell yeah! Let's go! It's working so good! Up to the floor!
All right. We're on fire. Cody, we're on fire. All right, that's it. Stop. Cody, it got a little hot.
It took like 10 seconds to light up, but when it did, that has to be like the best footage ever.
No way, is that Whistling Diesel? No fucking way!
What on earth?
Best filmer in the world out here.
Damn right, yeah. Yeah, how about that?
Oh my god! I've never walked by it.
Where are they?
Oh!
We're gonna do one more.
Let's go. This thing's gonna blow! Oh no!
I would not feel safe next to that fucking thing.
Oh, it's hot, dude.
How hot is it? Yes.
For me.
Oh my god, bro. Look at the oil. Those little ones had to have been like over speed, bro.
Yeah.
I can feel the heat just like dumping off of this. Yeah. We broke it in. I think once we did that, all the turbos just wanted to spin so easy.
Yeah.
This was spinning on its own and it didn't do that when we first started it. Like,
Yeah, no,
none of them would
it's
spin.
just
and
idling.
then they were kind of just...
Yeah.
Shout out to our fabricator team. Holy crap. I told him, I was like, I would have designed it way differently. I had a lot of tips and tricks for him. I said, man, you should have routed it differently. But he figured it out. It works. The fact that it has normal levels of power with all this is wild. That should not work at all. Thank you all for watching. I hope
It just
you hate
has
this stupid
normal
video.
levels
I hope you
of power.
unsubscribe, and I hate you.
That's the outro. You can't put that in the outro.
I have gone a whole video without breaking something.
No.
Why is that possible? I looked at it. All right, welcome to Cody's repair shop.
I really would. Why didn't they tell us how many they actually got?
What do we want?
It was a live protest. They didn't tell us how many actually turned out. I'm curious. I'm a turbo guy. I was curious. Did it get worse? Oh, Fluffy. Even you gotta eat when it's raining. That's the first time that I've just plopped that one out without breaking it apart. Right out the pouch. I'm into it though. Hungry kitty. Glad one showed up before it starts raining. Hard. Even if it is Fluffy.
Let's go! Make sure they hear us out here! What do you want? Justice! What do you want? What do we want? Justice! This is what democracy looks like! Look what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Democracy looks like. Tell us what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell us what democracy sounds like. This is what democracy sounds like. Tell us what democracy sounds like. This is what democracy sounds like. Tell us what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. What do you want? Justice. What do you want it? Now. What do you want? Healthcare. When do you want it? Now. What do you want? Healthcare. When do you want it? Now. Let's go. Make sure they hear us. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it,
Seafood flavors. I don't know. I usually don't get the seafood flavors because it causes hypothyroidism. Just go with beef. I ran out of paint beef at the moment, so that's why they're eating slime and stuff. Got a lot of extra stuff I got that Simon won't even eat. Yes, got a bunch of extra fish flavor because I'll feed it to him. Like if I had. Why don't you know why they do it or something? But Healthcare. It's all about healthcare. A lot of them. Ready? Protesting. I need to go to the pet store, but I guess I'll wait till Simon gets his pizza. They're going to be singing that for a while and walking.
So many who know and love Mahmoud have come together.
Oh, we're protesting the guy who got arrested, Palestinian.
Greenland's pro-business opposition party won Tuesday's closely watched parliamentary election. Democratic beat out the incumbent left-wing coalition in a vote overshadowed by U.S. President Donald Trump's pledge to take control of the island, a semi-autonomous territory of Denmark. Democratic finished just over 5 points ahead of the opposition Naleraq party, with nearly 30% of the vote. The former favors a slow approach to independence from Denmark, while the latter has pushed for a rapid break. Democratic's leader Jens Frederik Nielsen told reporters that, quote, "We don't want independence tomorrow. We want a good foundation." Now the party will try to form a governing coalition, says Democratic lawmaker Anna Wangenheim.
I'm overwhelmed and I'm very happy. Very happy. Our main focus will be the politics we've been elected for. Then we will have to talk to the other parties where they stand.
Greenland's population of just 57,000 has been caught up in a geopolitical race for dominance in the Arctic. Melting ice caps are making Arctic resources more accessible and opening new shipping routes. Both Russia and China have intensified military activity in the region. Since taking office in January, Trump has vowed to make the vast mineral-rich island part of the United States, saying it is vital to U.S. security interests.
One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Many Greenlanders were alarmed when Trump initially declined to rule out military force to take control of the territory, although he later softened his stance, saying he would respect the will of the local people and was ready to invest billions of dollars if they joined the U.S. That idea has been rejected by most Greenlanders. And on Monday, in the final debate before the election, leaders of the 5 parties currently in parliament unanimously said they did not trust the U.S. president. Meanwhile, Denmark's prime minister has said Greenland is not for sale, but made it clear that it is up to the local people to decide their future.
I have to go to multiple different food stores.
All right, come on, Girl Scouts. This one can't be real. This story may have you rethinking, though, your late night binging right now. A New York woman is suing Girl Scouts for $5 million. She says some of your favorite snacks like Samoas, Thin Mints, Adventurefuls are too dangerous to eat, and not just for your waistline. News Nation Now weekend anchor Anna Koyman joins us with the latest here. Anna, this lawsuit says the cookies aren't just filled with, the minty good stuff, but heavy metals, toxins. Do you know how many sleeves of Samoas I've had in my life? What? Come on. What are the Girl Scouts saying?
I was a Girl Scout. Girl Scouts honor. I know. Well, Girl Scouts of America, Marky, says that their famous cookies are indeed safe to eat, but they are being slapped with a class action lawsuit that claims the cookies are chock full of heavy metals, pesticides, and other toxins. The group is citing a study commissioned by moms across America. Now, my producer did speak to one of the doctors who wrote the report, which is mentioned in this lawsuit. And Dr. Michelle Perot says, although, yes, it was a small sample size, 100% of the cookies tested had high levels of glyphosate. That's a weed killer, and also toxic metals. Now, this woman is not part of the suit and said the goal of the study was to look at possible contaminants in foods marketed to kids.
Our goal is not lawsuits. We're interested in collaborative efforts with improved government regulatory action and doing the testing.
Well, some of the science community don't give much credence to this study, saying it was that small sample size and also not conducted widespread across the country. Critics are also arguing that it was not peer-reviewed or published in a scientific journal. Now, the Girl Scouts have not commented on this lawsuit in particular, but did address the study on their blog, saying safety is their top priority and they comply with FDA and EPA regulations. Their blog states that glyphosate is widely used in agriculture and found nearly everywhere in our food chain, and trace amounts can be found in produce, even cereals, baked goods, and drinks. Similarly, Marky, heavy metals can be found naturally in the environment, they say, and they don't add metals to their famous Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a big talker right now. Is the medical community speaking out at all about this, Anna? I mean, what's the guidance here? Do we take a pause on eating Girl Scouts or continue until we know the finality of this lawsuit?
Look, I know you love Samoas. I love the Samoa ice cream, too. You know, you had the MIA twin doctors on the show. They said they're going to be still eating these cookies. But we talked to a nutritionist yesterday who says this weed killer, glyphosate, is a real concern, pointing to cancer risks. But it's also almost impossible for us to avoid.
It's ending up in rainfall. They're finding it in our soil across America. They're finding it in our drinking water. So it's ending up on a lot of our foods. But unfortunately, with a lot of the ultra processed foods, it's showing up in higher numbers.
So if you tested other ultra-processed foods, Marky, you may find glyphosate and heavy metals there as well, is the point. But we're going to keep you updated on this lawsuit and how it plays out. And tomorrow on News Nation, I'm going to be diving into another food safety concern that our new HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is shedding light on. A whole lot going on in this space right now.
Yeah, a lot going on. And this story, I mean, tragic if true. So we'll keep an eye on it. Anna Koyman, thank you so much.
Not the Why is this guy going off?
Take your hands off of the people's Social Security. It's not yours. And Elon Musk wasn't elected to do a damn thing. I yield back.
Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This conversation today would be much different if we were $36 trillion in surplus, but we're not. We're $36 trillion in debt. And to think that we can't have a conversation about looking at our debt and deficit and economic policy different is political malpractice. It's government malpractice. Not to have a conversation about DOGE, not to have a conversation about cutting spending, not by having a conversation about the fiscal health of our country. And it's interesting, I also serve on our House Intelligence Committee. And last year we had General Petraeus and General McChrystal, served under Republicans and Democrats, have unbelievable reputations for serving in our military. And they came and talked to us about the threats facing America from our adversaries. So they talked about China, and they talked about Russia, they talked about Iran, but they said the biggest threat is our debt and our deficit. And as most of us should know, we're paying more now on our interest than we do the entire Department of Defense. Think about that for a sec. It's insane. But yet we can't have a conversation with a new president that ran on fixing the fiscal health of this country, created the DOGE committee, Department on Government Efficiency. Again, it's political malpractice that we're not thinking about this. I want to reference an article from it was an editorial in the Wall Street Journal, dated February 25th of this year, titled "America's Future Depends on DOGE." And I want to read one section of that. The message from today's civic elites is that the president's job is to pretend to be in charge while doing nothing meaningful. Shut up. Don't disturb the administrative state. Let it keep doing its thing without oversight or disruption. And you'll get your library or best-selling presidential memoir. Mr. Trump refuses this deal. In his second term, he's determined to slay the bureaucratic beast. He knows all too well from his first term and the Biden years. DOGE's efforts are epic, breaking more than a century of acquiescence to spending and government. The Trump team is courageously confronting the problem head on. We have an obligation and a responsibility to bring down our debt and get this country back on track economically. And the DOGE Commission and what President Trump and his team are doing is putting us on that path. I yield back.
Ms. Plaskett.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, my colleagues today we've all been talking about accountability. And I think that this resolution speaks to accountability, because many of us believe that the Trump administration is taking a wrecking ball to Social Security Administration, and they don't want to meet with us about that. Far from making the agency more efficient, the Trump administration is undermining its ability to serve the public. And the primary question is, why? Why is this happening? Why is privatization the goal? Why are they trying to destroy Social Security? Many of us believe it's the first step of a long-standing effort by Republicans to dismantle trust in Social Security, slash benefits, and then allow people who are disgruntled and have lost faith in it to allow Wall Street to take it over. The Trump administration wants to close Social Security offices, slash agencies' workforce. The Social Security Administration is already at a 50-year staffing low due to years of underfunding. And with baby boomers increasing the number of beneficiaries, that's a recipe for disaster. How will gutting the workforce help Social Security Administration serve the American people? The point is, it does not. That's the goal. It does not. The chaos and the confusion, the constant stream of misinformation and missteps have a purpose. Let's talk about that. The misinformation, a Ponzi scheme. Listen, I'm a New Yorker. I understand a Ponzi scheme. A con man promises a payout that he can't deliver, collects the money, and disappears. That's not what's happening in the Social Security Administration, because people have put their money in it and they are receiving a benefit. That's not a Ponzi scheme. Repeatedly stating that dead people and 150-year-olds are receiving checks, every newspaper, every group has said that that's untrue, including the Washington Post, which has already kissed the ring of the president. They're the ones also who have said that that's not true. How are we doing this? And why are we doing this? We want to bring back accountability. My colleague has stated that DOJ only has read-only access. We've seen weeks ago that that's not true. Oh, they just accidentally were able to make changes to it, they told us later on, and now they've gone back to read-only access. As a lawyer, the notion that they can be prosecuted for improper disclosure, that's if you find that they've had improper disclosure, first of all. And second of all, if they keep the information for themselves for data mining, for future elections, we would never be able to find that out to be able to prosecute it because it's not disclosed to anyone but themselves. Why are they keeping this information and what is the purpose of it? Make no mistake, the Trump administration's actions are to devastate the Social Security Administration's ability to serve the public and deliver Social Security payments so that they can then have access to $2.7 trillion for Wall Street to be able to play with. They need more money because you know what? We're not addicted to spending, as my colleague said. Many people are addicted to greed. That's what this is about. And the greed happens to be not from themselves, but for the American people. That's the Ponzi scheme, is them taking your damn money and using it for their own self, to enrich themselves more than they already have. That's the addiction. And you know what? This place is broken because Congress has abdicated its responsibility to be the ones to find that race fraud and abuse and to do something different about it. We're letting somebody who's unelected, who's an auditor, now he's an auditor. Is he everything? Is he God? To be able to do what he wants to do with the American people. It's got to stop. I yield back.
Any further members wish to strike the last word? Mr. Swazine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out some basic facts that people need to understand. Jody, this is important. In the 1970s, we had about 203 million people in America. Today, we have 350 million people in America. In the 1970s, we had about 3 million federal employees. In the 1980s, we had 3.3 million federal employees. In the 1990s, we had 3.4 million federal employees. In 2020, we had 3 million, same as it was in 1970. And so we have about the same number of employees in the federal government today as we had back in the 1970s, even though the population has increased from about 203 million to 350 million people. And we've hired a lot more outside contractors than ever before. We've spent a lot more on outside contracts, like with Elon Musk, for example. But we have the same number of employees that we had back in 1970 as we do today. Now, I don't have back to 1970, but in the Social Security Department, you talked about how your phone call took a long time today. Well, who's in charge right now? Because on the day the Biden administration left, they had gotten it down to a record low response time of 12 minutes to respond to a call, which even 12 minutes to me seems like too much, but that was a record low for what it was. Today, it's going through the roof. And if you look at the number of employees in the Social Security Department, in 1999, there were 59,000 employees. In 2010, there were 66,000 employees. So 59,000 in 1999, 66,000 in 2010. At the end of the Biden administration, there were 56,000 employees, less than it was in 1999, 3,000 less than it was in 1999. And now we're talking about taking it down by another 10,000. Well, no wonder everybody's going to complain that things are broken and it's not working well, because we're trying to take it down. Now, when I was the county executive of Nassau County, we was rated the worst run county in America before I got there, I want to point out. but we went from 8,500 employees down to about 7,000 employees. We did not do it by laying off the lowest wage new employees, the probationary employees. We did it by normal attrition and by offering retirement incentives to the highest wage, most senior employees. And when those people left, we try to make up for the reduced workforce by improving the technology and by doing consolidation and procedures and processes to make things more efficient. What we're doing now through DOGE is so haphazard and so reckless. And the idea of trying to instill this fear in people and lay off the low wage people, the provisionary employees, in places that we're trying to hire people up to try and get to the backlogs, like in the IRS, where we make more money than we spend when we hire employees, doesn't make any sense to me. It's just bad management, and it's just scaring the hell out of everybody in the process. And there's going to be a price to pay politically for people, because most of the federal employees live in Republican districts and in Democratic districts, but we'll see that as time goes on. All the stuff we're going to see. You say we're not going to cut Social Security, we're not going to cut Medicaid, we're not going to cut Medicare. Well, we're going to find out in the next 6 months or so what people are really up to. Then we'll really know what it is. And it's not about instilling fear or not instilling fear. We're going to find out what it is as time goes on. Right now, we're concerned that what DOGE is doing is reckless and irresponsible. Do we need to get rid of waste, fraud, abuse? Yes. Do we need to make things more efficient? Yes. Do we need better technology? Yes. Do we need better procedures and processes? Yes. But the way that they're doing it right now, and I've given the examples before, laying off the people in the nuclear stockpile, laying off the people that oversee avian flu, laying off the people that oversee measles, doesn't make any sense to me. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to yield my remaining minute to Chairman Neal.
My friend from Illinois, he said we don't have conversations, and we have a conversation. We just disagree with you on arithmetic. The arithmetic's pretty simple. Bush Jr., $2.3 trillion worth of tax cuts. 2017, borrowing $2.3 trillion for a tax cut. Now, to hold forth on the basis of what is alleged to be this out-of-control debt. Oh, and by the way, we're going to raise the debt ceiling by $4 trillion in coming weeks so that we can pay for another tax cut. I mean, the logic escapes all of us here. How we can hold forth and suggest on one hand, we're all very concerned about the debt. Oh, but we'll borrow $2.3 trillion to add more to the debt. And now, $4 trillion we will add to the debt. But we can't have that conversation because it gets in the way of our determination to continue to do borrowing and then complain about the size of the debt. I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Additional members wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments?
I'd like to strike the last word, and I'd
Okay.
like.
Okay, we'll do that. We moved on, but we'll do that, Ms. Miller, because you don't talk nearly as much as a lot of people on this committee. So, go, Ms. Miller.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr.
He may change his
Chairman,
mind.
but I am yielding my time to Mr. Arrington.
My name.
Will the gentleman yield? Somebody who always
You know, I would only speak because my name was invoked. My name was invoked, and my honor was questioned, my integrity, my character. Tom Suozzi would never question my integrity or character. He's too good of a friend, and I wouldn't question his. I have questioned the motive here as more political than principled, and I don't like to do that. But that's my judgment right now. I think it's too wrapped up in scoring political points, and we're whipping people up into a frenzy instead of working productively to solve some problems here. But I'm not, Tom, I'd have to look at those numbers. I have not looked at the numbers. But to suggest that the federal government had the same amount of employees in the 60s and 70s as we do in the 21st century, when we didn't even have the microwave oven, let alone the internet, is not that impressive of a stat, to be frank. I think we can probably run this government more efficiently post-technology revolution. We still need people, but we need them to show up. Like, I would have an easier time receiving some of this, really, with the sincere motive of needing more information, wanting more insight, if the same passion and concern were directed to the many government employees who were not showing up for years. And this was post-pandemic, and we just accepted it as the new normal. And when we talk about, like some of my colleagues, the Democrat colleagues, about my constituents are worth it, this is their benefit, their earned benefit, I agree. But why weren't we fighting to make sure that people were seats, butts were in seats, calls were being answered, cases were being resolved? The very fact, in every congressional office experiences, we had casework through the roof for our retirees who couldn't get their phone calls returned and couldn't get their cases resolved.
Will the gentleman yield?
But where was the indignation? Where was the fight for these constituents at that time?
Will the gentleman yield?
It's a sad thing in this country that we need retirees, our beloved seniors, to have to work through their member of Congress just to get a daggum phone call returned. So I would accept some of this is in a more sincere fashion if it was consistently applied when we had Democrat control and we had other big inefficiency problems. I trust the president. I trust people who have a track record of successfully and efficiently and effectively running organizations. I think this is long overdue. I think it should go across the government. I think we should get information and we should get insight and we should get the opportunity to change some of the things that are needed and codified by an act of Congress. Like, for example, in Medicaid, and I'll yield with the example of Medicaid, President Biden went back, revoked a policy that reviewed the Medicaid rolls twice a year so that we could ensure that only those legally eligible for Medicaid were receiving the benefit. That's a taxpayer safeguard. That's a safeguard for sustaining the program. And it was revoked from twice a year, and it was only done once a year. Well, that's $160 billion worth of waste and fraud because of a simple program integrity measure that was revoked. That's common sense. I don't think there's an American out there that would say, why in the world would we do that? So I appreciate some of the concern, but I think it is more political than principle, and I appreciate my colleagues, and I appreciate his friendship.
Chairman.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I yield back my time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any additional members wish to strike the last word? Are there any amendments? Seeing no amendments, I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee report HRES 195 adversely to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to report HRES 195 adversely to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Yes. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, no.
Swaziland.
Mr. Kelly?
How is Mr. Gomez? I hear him recorded.
Mr. Gomez is not recorded. Mr. Gomez, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Sewell? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 24, the noes are 18.
There being 24 yeses and 18 noes, the motion is agreed to, and HRES 195 is ordered reported adversely to the House. Without objection, members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. We are adjourned.
His time off and then he served again. I've heard about that. That happens on occasion. And he's done very well. And we knew each other from a long time ago. But it's a great honor to have you in the Oval Office and have you at the White House. We have tremendous business relationships with Ireland, and that'll only get stronger. The relationship we have personally and every other way is very, very strong and very, very good. So I just want to welcome you to Washington, D.C. and to our country, and thank you very much.
May I thank you, President. It's a great honor for me to be here to celebrate St. Patrick's with you.
Right.
And I thank you for your hospitality and the warmth of your reception. And I commend you in terms of the work that you're doing, particularly in terms of the pursuit of peace, which we discussed earlier. And I think that's going well. And you really have, in the first sort of 100 days of this government, you've done some extraordinary things very quickly.
Thank you.
Everybody's watching in that respect. So
Thank you.
Delighted to be here. It's an honor to be here.
Well, it's a great honor to have you, and special people, very special people. I know a lot of Irish, and growing up in New York, I know a couple of your people that used to live in that beautiful Ireland, and now they're here, but they love your country very much. You know, they have a great feeling toward your country.
They have, and a lot come back for holidays and
they come back.
Stuff like that, and checking out with their family.
Yeah.
ancestry and things like that. You know.
Great, fantastic people.
Some go to Doonbeg as well. Yeah.
And they go. We love Doonbeg. I love them. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. Maybe I won't, but
we would like
I
to
think
come
I
back and
will.
see it,
We'll
yeah,
get
yeah,
there.
yeah.
We're going to get there. It's a beautiful place, wonderful place. Any questions?
Mr. President, on tariffs, how far
Yeah, please.
worried? President Trump, how worried are you about the counter tariffs from the EU, which were announced yesterday? And also, how worried should Ireland be, given the fact that it has a massive trade surplus with the US, over $50 billion? Neil Martin might be quite nervous about what you're going to tell him today.
Well, I don't think he looks nervous to me. And if he was nervous, he wouldn't show it. No, we do have a massive deficit with Ireland, because Ireland was very smart. They took our pharmaceutical companies away from presidents that didn't know what they were doing. And, you know, it's too bad that happened. It's a tremendous job. I give, look, the Irish are smart. You're smart people. And you took our pharmaceutical companies and other companies, but, you know, through taxation and proper taxation, they made it very, very good for companies to move over there. And we had presidents and people that were involved in this that had no idea what they were doing, and they lost big segments of our economy. The European Union treats us very badly. They have for years. I saw that. I had it out with them in my first term. It did well, but we had to solve other problems, and we did. But European Union's been very tough. And it's our turn, too. You know, we get a turn at that also. But they have not been fair. They sue our companies and win massive amounts of money. They sued Apple, won $17 billion. And they use that for other reasons, I guess, or to run the European Union. So I'm not knocking it. They're doing what they should be doing, perhaps, for the European Union. But it does create ill will. And as you know, we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. Nobody can complain about that. Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter what it is. If they charge us 25 or 20% or 10% or 2% or 200%, then that's what we're charging them. And so I don't know why people get upset about that, because there's nothing more fair than that. And we had a problem with Ontario, and they dropped that when I let them know what we were going to be doing. They dropped it immediately, so I'm glad, because electricity, you shouldn't be playing with electricity. It affects people's lives. Actually their life. I mean, it can affect, depending on weather, it can affect their life, so we can't do that. And it doesn't make sense that our country allows electricity to be made in another country and sold into us. Who did that deal for the United States? Okay, I looked at that long ago, and I said that's not something that's very smart. So we've had a lot of bad trade policies, and yet we're doing very well right now. But we're doing well because I won the election. If I didn't win the election, you would have had a very bad period. I think a lot of the stock market going down was because of a really bad 4 years that we had. When you look at inflation and all of the other problems that were, I mean, wars and inflation and so many other problems. But we're going to have very good years. We had, I don't know if you saw a little thing like the cost of eggs, little to you, but big to people out there, down almost 30% in the last few days. We got it down. We did a lot of things. We have a great Secretary of Agriculture, and we did a lot of things that got the cost of eggs down very substantially. And so many other things. A very big thing that I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65 a barrel. And that's faster than I would have anticipated. We put on the gas, we stepped in the gas in order to get oil. And what's happening. So we're getting that down. And when energy comes down, prices are going to be coming down with it. So in a very short period of time, we've done a very good job. And I think that the tariffs that we're talking about, and again, reciprocal. I think that the tariffs, there are some cases where they're a little beyond reciprocal, because, you know, we've been abused for a long time as a country. We have been abused really for a long time, and we will be abused no longer. Okay.
Are you going to retaliate to the EU retaliation?
Education, sir, would you describe for us, is this meeting your vision by cutting about half the workforce? And what responsibility do you feel to the civil servants who have now lost their jobs? Many of them worked at the Department of Education during their first term.
Sure, I do. I feel very badly, and but many of them don't work at all. Many of them never showed up to work. Many of them never showed up to work, Kelly, and unfortunately, and that's not good. And when we cut, we go, and that's what I had a number of meetings with a lot of people over the last couple of months. When we cut, we want to cut, but we want to cut the people that aren't working or not doing a good job. We're keeping the best people, and Linda McMahon is a real professional, actually a very sophisticated business person, and she cut a large number, but she kept the best people. And we'll see how it all works out. But our country was run very badly. I mean, whether it was that or contracts that were signed that was so bad, so obviously bad, and I go through them in speeches. I could go through them all day long. I could read for billions and hundreds of billions of dollars, and all of that fat and waste and fraud and abuse is being taken out. But it's incredible what's happened. Now, Department of Education's maybe more so than any other place has a lot of people that can be cut. They're, number one, not showing up to work. Number two, they're not doing a good job. And if you take a look at our education process, and if you look at the charts, because they have numerous charts where they do the top 40, we're at number 37, 38, 39, and 40. And recently they hit, during Biden's last few days, they hit last. So they were number 40, and yet we're number 1 in cost per pupil. So it's pretty bad. But we have a dream, and you know what the dream is? We're going to move the Department of Education. We're going to move education into the states, so that the states, instead of bureaucrats working in Washington, so that the states can run education. And you have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Finland, you have various countries that do very well. You also have China that does very well in education, which is a pretty big tribute to China, I must say. 1.4 billion, and they're in the top 10, and it's pretty amazing. So we can't blame size anymore. Normally you'd blame size. It's too big, how can you do it? But China does it. So we think when you move it back to Iowa and Indiana and all the states that run so well, there's so many, I could name 30, maybe almost 40. Those will be as good as Denmark, those will be as good as Norway, and they'll be as good as any of these. I believe they'll be as good as any. Now, then you're going to have 10 that won't be so great. You're going to have 5 that will not be good at all, but we'll work with them and we'll get them to be good. But what we want to do is always school choice, but we're going to do school choice, and we're doing it. But we want education to be moved back where the states run education, where the parents of the children will be running education, where governors that are doing a very good job will be running education, not run. I drive through the city and I see like so many buildings, Department of Education, Department of big buildings, and by the way, they're empty. Nobody shows up to work. So I think Linda did a very good job.
Mr. President, do you have a meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled or a conversation? What would be your
I won't comment on that, but we had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire if it kicks in. We have to see. It's up to Russia now. But we've had a good relationship with both parties, actually, and we'll see. We'll be knowing people are going to Russia right now as we speak, and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia. And if we do, I think that would be 80% of the way to getting this horrible bloodbath finished. It's a bloodbath is taking place over there. On average, 2,000 to 3,000 young people a week are being killed in that stupid war that would have never happened if I were president. So we have people going over there, Mr. VP. Do you have anything to say about it? Because you're very much involved. What's going to happen?
Well, we've got some conversations that are happening on the phone and in person with some of our representatives over the next couple of days. As the president said, we think that we're in a very good place where the Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire, and we're now going to see whether we can get the Russians to agree to a ceasefire too, and we'll certainly have news on that when we find out that news.
Are you confident that President Putin will keep the ceasefire, considering that he's broken them in the past?
We haven't spoken to him yet with substance, because we just found out and we just were able to get Ukraine to agree. So we're going to know very soon. I've gotten some positive messages, but a positive message means nothing. This is a very serious situation. This is a situation that could lead to World War III. And Biden should have never let it happen. incompetence allowed this to happen. This shouldn't have happened. October 7th in the Middle East should have never happened with Israel. The horrible leaving, the way they left Afghanistan should have never happened. Inflation should have never happened. You know, we have great inflation numbers, by the way, just got released. Inflation is way down, and it's based on what we've done, and we've done it in a very short period of time. You know, we had virtually no inflation. For 4 years, we had almost no inflation, and when these characters took over, we went from no inflation to the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. So it's very interesting. Go ahead.
Are you going to retaliate against
and by the way, I have to speak of inflation. I love these socks. What's with these socks?
It's in honor of the T-shirts.
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm very impressed with the VP's socks.
What would say to you that the United States is recognised as having such an important role in the peace process, and yet half the parties from the Northern Ireland government have decided not to come to St. Patrick's Day celebrations?
They haven't, what?
They haven't come over, they're boycotting the St. Patrick's Day celebration.
What are they boycotting?
They are talking about your position on Gaza as one of the reasons why they...
Oh, I haven't heard that. I really haven't heard that. Look.
Can I just say, I've got to pay tribute to the President on the peace initiatives. The one thing we've learned in Ireland about the peace process that you've just spoken about, and I recall back in the early 90s, when the first tentative steps to get peace in Ireland, people criticised people like John Hume or people like Albert Reynolds, the then Taoiseach. But they kept going. And when we got that ceasefire in 1993, okay, it took a number of years to get the comprehensive peace settlement. But again, the guns more or less largely went silent. The war in Ukraine is a devastating war on young people. And I think that very simple, straightforward narrative is to be commended. We all have children. I mean, we would be shocked at the prospect of young people losing their lives in that number, be they Ukrainian, be they Russian, whatever. Anything we can do to stop the violence, I think, is an extremely positive thing. And there will be all sorts of people having qualifications on it and all the rest of it. It's our job then to work on it and to try and build it, Europe, US, and everything.
I will say, and thank you for that, but I will say, last week 2,500 young people died while we sit here and talk.
Yeah.
And while they talk about peace, but they've been talking about peace. This should have never happened. This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. That's what makes me more angry than anything else, because you've had far more people die than they report, than these people report, for whatever reason. But you had far more people. The numbers are far more devastating. You'll find that out someday. And it doesn't affect you very much. They're not Irish, and they're not from my country. They're from Russia mostly, almost all from Russia and from Ukraine. And people could say, why are you doing this? Why are you involved in that? Because 2,000 people a week are dying. And they have families, and they have mothers, and they have fathers, and they have sisters, and they have brothers and friends. And they're dying. And I've seen the pictures, the satellite pictures that we see all the time. And it looks like Gettysburg in its prime, because that was, they say, one of the most horrific battles ever. You have kids lying all over these fields that are dead, because the weapons today are unbelievable, between drones and various types of guns. I'm not even talking about beyond that with the big babies. You understand what I mean? I hate to even mention the name, the nuclear name. I hate to mention it. But you have weapons today that are so powerful. And I see kids every week. I see pictures of kids laying all over the field dead. They're dead. Beautiful kids. They're dead. And they're not from here and they're not from where you are, but he's working very hard. We're all working hard to get this thing finished. It's crazy over nothing, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's just a terrible situation. And I think we have a chance to get it done. So we've gotten half of it as a ceasefire, and if we can get Russia to stop, then we have a full ceasefire, and I think it'll never go back to war. I think something will happen.
Can I ask you about Ireland's relationship with Israel? There's been a lot of talk recently. The government are looking to bring in what's called the Occupied Territories Bill, which would ban goods from occupied territories. I know you met with Prime Minister Netanyahu recently.
Did Ireland come up in that conversation? Did he raise any concerns about the Irish government?
One thing I'll tell you, you're not from Israel, that's for sure, huh? She is definitely not from Israel. It's an interesting question coming from you. We talk about everything. Israel has been under siege, as you can see, and they had to fight back. October 7th was a terrible thing. People don't like to mention it, but it was a terrible, terrible day in the life of the world. And it's amazing the way people don't mention that, but it was, I've never seen anything like it. Those are other clips I get to see. You know, as president, you get to see clips that you'd rather not see, but I see clips, and that was a terrible day for the world. And we're working hard with Israel. We're working hard to see if we can solve the problem. I will say I just saw 10 hostages, and they were treated really badly. They were really treated badly. I was shocked. I asked them, was there any kindness shown? They were in there. One was in there for 500 days. One was 323 days. I said, was there any, 10 of them, I said, was there any kindness displayed? Like, did they ever, like, say, don't worry, you'll be okay? Or give you a little wink, or give you, like, an extra slice of bread or something? And everybody said, all of these people said, zero. It was hatred. It was pure hatred. So, I mean, that's a very deep-seated problem.
Could you give the Taoiseach some advice? Could you give the Taoiseach some advice? Ireland is in the midst of a housing crisis now, and I know you have a lot of experience as a businessman. How can the state build tens of thousands of houses at speed?
You know why they have a housing crisis? Because they're doing so well. They can't produce houses fast enough. That's a good problem, not a bad problem.
That's a very good answer, President.
No, it's true.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU, Mr. President? Mr. President, will you...
Everybody should have that problem. That's okay.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU?
I know this gentleman. He'll get it solved.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU? Will you respond to their retaliation?
Oh, of course I'm going to respond.
You will retaliate.
The problem is our country didn't respond. Look, the EU was set up in order to take advantage of the United States.
Including Ireland? Is Ireland taking advantage of the US?
Of course they are. I can't, you know, I have great respect for Ireland and what they did. And they should have done just what they did. But the United States shouldn't have let it happen. We had stupid leaders. We had leaders that didn't have a clue. Or let's say they weren't business people, but they didn't have a clue what was happening. And all of a sudden, Ireland has, you know, our pharmaceutical companies and other, this beautiful island of 5 million people has got the entire U.S. pharmaceutical industry in its grasp. And, you know, you mentioned housing and you mentioned other things. I mean, I have property in Ireland, as you know, and I love it. It does great. But I'd like to see the United States not have been so stupid for so many years, not just with Ireland, with everybody. You know, I looked at trade deals. I was telling the group yesterday, I looked at trade deals in term one. It's one of the reasons I decided I had to do this, because somebody had to straighten it out, and I didn't see anybody that was going to. I looked at trade deals that were so bad, I'd actually say, how is it possible that this could have happened? Who would have been so stupid to let these deals happen? For instance, when the pharmaceutical companies started to go to Ireland, I would have said, that's okay if you want to go to Ireland. I think it's great. But if you want to sell anything into the United States, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on you. So you're never going to be able to sell anything into the United States. You know what they would have done? They would have stayed here.
So do you want to lower corporate taxes to match?
He's so lucky that I wasn't.
Are you planning to lower corporate taxes to match Ireland?
Well, we are planning to lower taxes, yeah, if the Democrats behave, but the Democrats have no clue. You saw that the other night during the speech. 2 young women were slaughtered by illegal aliens. 1 young man has very serious cancer and many other problems. We look at the people up there, they all had difficulty, very serious difficulty. But when we're talking about 2 young girls, beautiful young girls, Lake and Riley, you know, you know the whole story. That evening was a disaster for the Democrats, in my opinion. And I would mention, and I'd see 2 mothers that were inconsolable as they stood, crying. Their daughters have been absolutely just destroyed, killed, viciously killed. And the young man who loves the police departments, he had cancer and has cancer, very bad cancer. There wasn't a from people sitting there, Democrats, there wasn't a hand clap. Nobody stood. They were just stone-faced. These people are sick. There's something wrong with them. There was no standing for anybody. The only thing they liked is when they heard about the death taking place with Ukraine. They were happy about that. They were happy about that. Pocahontas was very happy. She's the one that was slapped. That's why I looked at her. I said, oh, it's Pocahontas. These people are sick. They don't know what's happening in the real world. The Democrats have to get their act together. And if they don't vote, then what you're going to do is you're going to have taxes that are going to go through the roof. You're going to have a very bad time. You're going to have some very bad things happen. And people are going to blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. You know, he's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
On tariffs, there's been a lot of on and off, some inconsistency.
There's no inconsistency, only with NBC, which is one of the worst networks on television, by the way. Let me just tell you the inconsistency. I have the right to adjust. And I was called by the automakers as an example, General Motors, Ford, etc. The big three, the big four, and they asked me to do them a favor. Could I delay it for a period of 4 weeks so that they're not driven into a little bit of a disaster for them? They actually love what I'm doing, but they had a problem. And I'm not like a block that just, I won't delay. It's called flexibility. It's not called inconsistency. It's called flexibility. And I think you want me to be flexible too.
Is flexibility going to be your ongoing view toward?
Sure, I'll always have flexibility, but there will be very little flexibility once we start. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for the United States of America. The United States of America is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it by other countries and by, frankly, incompetent U.S. leadership, grossly incompetent. I gave you an example of Ireland. I would have never let that happen. Impossible for that to have happened. But we're going to take back our wealth, and we're going to take back a lot of the companies that left are coming back. If you haven't read, we have the biggest computer chip company ever. Has virtually all of the market.
Like she wants me to touch her with my food
and they called
hands.
for two reasons. Number one, we had a great election of somebody that they want running the country. And we won in a big mandate. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won by 2,750 districts to 500. Think of that, 2,750 districts to 500. That's why the map, when you looked at it, was entirely red, meaning Republican. Not meaning communist. Meaning so anyway, look, this country needed somebody to defend it. It's this big, beautiful place that was being ripped off by illegal immigrants coming in from prisons, coming in from mental institutions, gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers, pouring into our country with the open borders. I am so angry at the last 4 years at what they've done to our country, what they've done to this country between inflation, but maybe the most that bothers me is that they would allow millions of people to come into our country that are stone cold murderers, killers, drug dealers, the worst gang members, the worst people allowed into our country. And we're now getting them out. We're going to get them out. We're getting them out. I want to thank Tom Homan, by the way. He's doing a great job. And I want to thank Kristi Noem, who's doing a fantastic job. This is a job that's so unnecessary. This should have never happened. This should have never happened. So we're bringing back our country in many ways, not only financially, and financially we'll be stronger than ever before. I think the markets are going to soar when they see what's happening. I'll tell you what, I'm called every day by numerous big companies. I spoke at the Business Roundtable yesterday. They had the largest attendance they've ever had. And these are only the CEOs and chairmen, but mostly the people that run, the boss, the people that run the top 150 companies. 150 people showed up. Every single company showed up. First time it ever happened. It's been around a long time. The biggest business leaders. We had a great discussion. Went really well. And I want to tell you, there's tremendous optimism out there about our country in terms of regulations being cut, in terms of taxes being cut. And it would be great if the Democrats would do what's right. It would be great if the Democrats would do what's right for our country for a change, because they really are. They've lost their way. They've lost their way. They think that people pouring into our country from prisons, jails, murders. We have 11,088 murderers that were allowed into. People that murdered people, half of which murdered more than one person in our country. We're getting them the hell out. But who would allow this to happen? Who would allow men to play in women's sports? And they're still fighting it. It's got to be a 95% issue. But they're on television this morning. I see this person, a Democrat, say, we should have the right. No. Men should not be. They're hurting women. They're hurting women very badly. They're hurting women. And they should not. And they're also demeaning women. But who would want these things? And everything's transgender. Everybody transgender. That's all you hear about. Now, that's why we won the election in record numbers. But very importantly, now it is what it is. The Democrats should get with us and come up with good tax policy so that Ireland and other countries can't take our businesses away from us. And he understands exactly. You guys did the right thing. I'm not upset with you. I respect what you've done. You've done a great job. But our people did a very bad job.
How advanced are your plans to try and bring some of those companies back to America? Will you be briefing?
Well, I'd love to have him back. I'd love to have him back, but he'll be fighting me on it.
What I would say, President, if I could 1 second, just make a point. It's a two-way street too, and we are investing a lot more in America now. And people may not realize, but Ryanair, one of our biggest airlines, for example, AirCap, they buy more. The two of them together buy more Boeing airplanes than anybody else outside of America. That's a little known fact. It doesn't turn up in the statistics, but Ryanair and AirCap, big aircraft leasing company, Irish company, have done great work with Boeing and huge investments over the last couple of years, you know. So, and there's a lot of Irish companies here now, about 700 odd Irish companies based in America. Glanbia, Smurford, Rock, I was saying to you this morning, Vice President, a lot of them creating thousands of jobs in America. And it's only fair. I mean, that's correct.
That's right.
That's the way it should happen. And I think it's a very good relationship we have. It's a historic one. It's happened over time. We've added value to American companies. We've increased their value. They've got access to the European market, and they did all of that. I understand where you're coming from fully. But I think it's a relationship that we can develop and that will endure into the future and will change, it will adapt, and you're evolving and you're doing things.
And they've done a very good job. Now, I just will say this, but with all that we've said, we can talk about right now. There's a massive deficit. I don't mean by a little bit. I mean, there's a massive deficit that we have with Ireland and with other countries too. And we want to sort of even that out as nicely as we can, and we'll work together. We're going to work together great, but the deficit is massive. Will you hear this one?
You said earlier that it was now up to Russia in terms of the ceasefire.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can do in terms of pressuring Russia or in terms of sanctions? Or what can you do?
We can, but I hope it's not going to be necessary. Sure, we can pressure. We can do that with Russia. Remember this, Russia took Georgia from Bush, right? They took Crimea from a man named Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, right? They tried to take the whole thing from Biden. They're going for the whole ball of wax. Who was the only one that never took anything from? Trump. And in fact, I'm the one that stopped Nord Stream 2, the pipeline, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world. I stopped it. It was dead. And then Biden got in and he approved it. Nobody mentions that. What I did to Russia was very tough. I was the toughest ever. But nope, they never took anything from me. They took them from Obama and Bush, and they took it from Sleepy Joe Biden. With Biden, they wanted to take the whole country, but I think I've stopped that, but we'll see. But yeah, there are things you could do that wouldn't be pleasant in a financial sense. I can do things financially that would be very bad for Russia. I don't want to do that because I want to get peace. I want to see peace, and we'll see. But in a financial sense, yeah, we could do things very bad for Russia. It would be devastating for Russia, but I don't want to do that because I want to see peace. And we're getting close to maybe getting something done. We've got Ukraine done. And as you know, I've always said that Ukraine might have been the more difficult party. You were here a week ago when some interesting things happened. I had somebody that didn't seem to want peace. Now he's agreed to peace. So we'll see what happens. Brian?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
First, we'll congratulate you on your lower inflation core rates.
Thank you.
Gas prices going down, airline prices going down. This is for the Irish gentleman here, if I can see him real quickly. Welcome, United States. You look great.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
It's now you feel good. He knows.
What's coming next?
Ran on MAGA, Make America Great Again. If you could run on MEGA, Make Ireland Great Again, what would your #1 issue be for people in Ireland right now to make your country stronger? And I've got a 2-part question to that as well.
Yeah, the #1 issue in Ireland is housing, to be honest, and I think it was correctly pointed out. We've got to build more houses. We've got to build them faster to give the young people of Ireland an opportunity to afford to buy a house or to afford to rent a house. We have a lot of other good things happening. That's my #1 priority.
Wonderful.
Are you trying to
and my
ensure,
second
Mr.
part
President?
question to this, Ireland is known for very happy, fun-loving people, great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland? I think she's going to lower your happiness level.
That's true. Thank you. I like that question. Do you know you have Rosie O'Donnell? Do you know who she is? Do you know who she is?
Yeah.
Dude,
you better not.
why does that fucking cunt reporter keep fucking acting like her shit is so important to ask? Do you hear the same one over and over? Before they even have a chance to like answer, she's fucking blurting out her next question to the bitch over and over. I hope she never gets to ask her question.
You're better off not knowing.
Are you expecting to inform the President your views on Gaza, considering that you have
Yeah, but that's her.
opposed positions on the state
That's her.
of Palestine, your country's
She-
country in Europe that recognizes the state of Palestine? Are you expecting
Palestine.
To the President, are you expecting to inform him?
I don't have to inform the President. He's very well clued into to the whole situation. We shared the President.
So it was a stupid
again,
question already.
unrelenting focus on peace. And he's envoying, the President himself, as soon as he came into office, went to get a ceasefire. We've been calling for a ceasefire for a long time. We want...
She's trying to fucking leverage Ireland into convincing Trump into somehow getting a ceasefire in Ireland faster because he can do that. Damn it. I fucked up. I don't know what just happened. God damn YouTube. Fuck you.
To be honest, and I think it was correctly pointed out, we've got to build more houses. We've got to build them after October the 7th in solidarity with Israel, and that gets forgotten. And I went a week or two afterwards. I saw the kibbutz. It was a shocking thing to see, even though it was a week or two after the horror. It was a village. You could see life going on prior to the attack. It was something that will not leave me. And I've been interested in the Middle East for a long, long time. It's complex, and it's all of that. But we do desperately need hostages out, all of them. It's been far too long. Let me finish, please. And then we need a ceasefire. We need to consolidate that. We need.
The bitch was gonna interrupt again. She was gonna interrupt again. Get her out of here. Hopefully she's one of the local Irish reporters or something, so she's like, that's why she's acting a fucking fool probably, because she's not gonna have to worry about coming back ever.
A surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza, because again there's too many children and too many people starving, and so on. Just too many, and it's that humanitarian impulse is what motivates the Irish in respect of its views. And I've always been of the view, it's been our view that two-state solution would be ideal. It's become much more challenging and difficult as times moved on.
Skinny penis.
But that has always been our position. But it's genuinely to have people, because we've gone through this. We discussed this prior to you coming in. We've been through some of this. People hating each other, terrible acts of violence carried out on each other. We came through it. It's our earnest hope that Arab and Jewish people can live side by side. And I've met with people, parents of children who were killed on both sides, called Parent Circle in Israel, and they work to try and bring people together. It's difficult work.
What about the President's plans to expel Palestinians out of Gaza? Are you discussing that with him and giving him your...
Nobody's expelling any Palestinians. I don't know. Who are you with?
I'm with Voice of America, sir.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, voice of
Voice
of America, isn't that the government?
Just saying that he would like to take back U.S. companies, pharma companies based in Ireland.
What did she ask? Isn't that the federal government news agency?
Who are you with?
What about the president's plans to expel Palestinians out of Gaza? Are you discussing that with him and giving him your...
Nobody's expelling any Palestinians. I don't know. Who are you with?
I'm with Voice of America, sir.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, voice of
Taoiseach, how he feels about the president just saying that he would like to take back U.S. companies, pharma companies based in Ireland.
Well, I think the pharmaceutical companies in
Oh,
Ireland.
but if they don't fucking like Voice of America, why does they need to just do away with Voice? Federal. Civil society organization, international broadcasting state media network funded by the federal government of the United States of America. It's the largest and oldest of the U.S. international broadcasters. Why does he just turn off Voice of America if they're shit?
Are doing very well as the president has outlined, again, I think it's about that two-way partnership. I understand fully where the president is coming from. I think there's actually room. Now we can discuss all this. I think there's room for those companies to grow in America, and many of them, by the way, have already announced fairly significant manufacturing investments now.
It's true, just recently.
Like people like Eli Lilly, for example, who have been a long-standing presence
Rob,
in Ireland
we don't do
since
that
the
anymore.
70s. I spoke to
Bill wouldn't give $1 a day
great guy, and,
or $7 a
he's
month.
announced, I think, about a $50 billion investment in America.
New plans.
But there's big investment. They've had big investment in Ireland. Ireland has served them well too. The workforce is very strong. It's an educated workforce.
Now Bill's
They
MIA.
delivered well during COVID-19. A number of CEOs said to me, a lot of the
cheapskate.
plants in Ireland were the only plants that never closed for a single day during COVID. Not a single day. Productivity is good and so on like that. But look, there'll be swings around.
Mr. President, thank you so much. You spoke
This
to
is bad, not yours.
looking for quite a while.
Yes.
I want to know your assessment. When you take this deal to him now, how do you assess the chances of doing this?
I have no assessment, and I don't go by chances. I think it makes sense for Russia. A lot of downside for Russia, too. And we have a very complex situation solved on one side, pretty much solved. We've also discussed land and other things that go with it. We're not just doing it and saying ceasefire. We don't know what's happening. We know the areas of land we're talking about, whether it's pulled back or not pulled back. We've discussed a lot of the details of what has to go because we don't want to be wasting time. We don't want to be wasting time while people are dying. I mean, as we're sitting here, you probably had 2 people die on that very open field. It's dead flat. It's great farmland, and it's dead flat. There's no protection. The only thing that stops a bullet is a human body. And these are bodies that are young people, and they're stopping a lot of bullets because a lot of bullets are flying across those level fields. Dead flat, no protection whatsoever. It is a disaster. And so I hope he's going to have a ceasefire.
You are using the American leverage to get a lot of political issues.
Well, I don't want to get into that, but if I have to, I'm the only one that's dealt with them successfully. Everyone else, I went through it. Bush didn't deal with them successfully, dealt with them terribly, got ripped off. And Obama was a disaster. They have with Obama, he gave them sheets, and I gave them anti-tank missiles. You know that, right? It's called Javelin. You know the Javelin? I'm the one that gave them the Javelins. People don't say that. And then they say, oh, Trump has a great relationship with Russia. I'm the one that gave him the Javelins. Obama gave him sheets. That's an expression. He gave sheets, I gave Javelins. So,
Mr. President, how worried should the undocumented Irish be about your administration that you don't round them up and send them away again?
Oh, I think the Irish love Trump. We won the Irish with a tremendous amount of vote. I want to thank you very much. We won in the 80s with Irish. I got the Irish vote. I think I have it locked up pretty good unless I did something very stupid, like drained your company, your wonderful place of all of its companies. If I drained Ireland of all of the companies, maybe I'd lose the Irish vote. I don't know. But right now, no. I love it. I've been there many times, as you know,
Yes.
and we don't want to do anything to hurt Ireland. We want to, but we do want fairness, and he understands that.
On the markets, you
No, that's enough, Kelly. Thank you.
President, was there anything with the Taoiseach meeting today that would dissuade you from going ahead with
I can't hear.
Mr. President, it's Irish American Appreciation Month, you've named there. Who's your favourite Irish person?
Oh, there's so many. Are you kidding me? Well, I do happen to like your fighter. He's got the best tattoos I've ever seen. I don't know if I'm a big, but that.
Conor McGregor.
Connor.
Boy, you have. Well, Connor's great, right? You know, talking about Connor, but you have a lot of great Irish fighters, actually. Great fighters. I don't know what that is, but Ireland's always had a lot of good fighters. You know why? Because they're tough people. They're smart people and they're passionate people, and they really have been over the years. So many. I think your father was a great fighter, right?
He was, you did.
Wow, and yet look at you. You're so smooth and so.
He was a very good defensive boxer. He could weave.
He was a really good.
He was a good boxer, yeah. Yeah, he
yeah,
boxed for
I heard
Ireland,
that.
boxed for Ireland, and
Yeah.
boxed
That
some
means
pretty
you
good guys.
genetically, I'm not going to mess around.
Do you follow any Irish golfers?
Okay, let's a couple of more from somebody that didn't ask a question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, should Apple go back to the U.S. from Ireland?
Who?
Apple?
Oh, Apple's been treated very badly. Look, Apple had tremendously bad luck. I thought they had a very good lawsuit, but they lost.
We fought with them.
$16 billion. $16 billion, and they're after a lot of our American companies. See, that's what's unfair. It's a European Union. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the European Union. The European Union's gone after our companies, and Apple's a great company, and they have to give $16, $17 billion on a lawsuit that I didn't think was a good lawsuit. No, that's not good. No, the European, we have a problem with the European Union. They don't take our farm products. They don't take our cars. We take millions of cars, BMWs and Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagens and everything. We take millions of cars. I said to Angela Merkel at the time, I said, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in the middle of Munich? Why, none. I said, you're right, we have none. That's the way it is, we have none.
Goldberg lives in Ireland too?
No, I'm not happy with the
Both of them
European
live
Union, I
there?
want to tell you. And,
Will you put tariffs on
and we're going to
cars?
win that.
No,
We're
they
going to
just
win
have-
that
they
financial
just have
battle.
houses.
It's a
Tariffs
financial
on
battle.
European cars, Mr. President? Tariffs on European cars, is that something you're going to consider?
Oh, absolutely, I will do that. Yeah.
Mr. President, will you go to Ireland to the right?
Think of it, they have millions of cars coming in, millions and millions of cars. One of probably the largest. Japan's very big too, but and they don't accept our cars. We make great cars. They don't have our cars, but we have their cars. They don't have our farm products. We have the greatest farmers in the world.
Aren't that
They
good
don't accept
anymore,
our farm products, so we
actually,
accept theirs.
unfortunately.
So, you know, things are going to change unless they
Make trucks.
do what they have to do, and they know what they have to do.
Cars are shit.
This is not going to be a tough battle. In my opinion, not going to be tough. Just like when Ontario charged us, everybody said, oh, they just charged. I said, this will be won in 1 hour. And they announced what we were going to do, and they withdrew their little threat. And what they don't say in Canada is that 270%, have you ever heard that? We have tariffs on dairy products from Canada of 270%, going up to 400%. You never hear that. Canada's absolutely one of the worst. And we, when I say worst in terms of charging tariffs. Their dairy products, they charge our farmers 240, 250, 270, and 400%, okay? Think of that for dairy product. And we charge them like peanuts. You know why? Because we've been improperly run for so many years. I had that
felt
all
sorry
settled
for 'em, that's
in
why.
my first term. But then, of course, Biden, you know, he let
Sorry
everything
for all
go to
these
hell.
countries.
One of the things we did is we took from China hundreds of billions of dollars, and I have great respect for President Xi. But he understood that. He understood it was a one-way street, and you can't have a one-way street. Okay? One more question.
Can you say which countries you might target in your next travel ban?
Say it.
Can you say which countries you might target in your next travel ban?
Wouldn't that be a stupid thing for me to say? He said, which countries am I going to target for the next travel ban?
As part of the
Can you believe somebody would ask that question?
as part of the
Well, we're going to talk. We're going to
They
be
just
talking
flood our
really to the
country
European Union.
right now
You know,
while they have the
I will
chance.
tell you this one little. We'll end it with this. So I have a property, a big property in Ireland that you know well. It's one of the most highly rated hotels in all of Europe. It's beautiful. Doonbeg. It's a beautiful 600 acres on the ocean, and everybody knows it. And we have a beautiful hotel. And I was going to do a project there, a big expansion of the place. This was when I was a civilian, before the presidency, before I even thought about the presidency. But I was going to do a really beautiful expansion because it does very well. And I got the approvals from Ireland so quickly. They were so professional. They wanted it. You know, it's economic development, it's jobs, it's construction jobs, a big expansion, beautiful expansion. But I was told something that bothered me. They said, sir, you also have to get approved by the European Union. I said, why do I have to go to the European Union to expand a hotel that's in Ireland? They said, well, that's the way it is. I say, well, shouldn't that go fast? They said, no, it'll take at least 7 years. You gave me the approval in about 4 weeks. It was a beautiful professional. If you took 4 years, you wouldn't have done a better job. You know, everything was done environmentally, everything. There's no reason to take very long. I had everything from Ireland in 4 weeks. And then I hired somebody. He said the process will be from 5 to 7 years. And I said, oh, really? And then I found out that they weren't playing games. Now think about how bad that is for your country. So that was my first experience with the European Union. And I dropped the project. I just said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go 7 years to expand something. But I have to, I'll hand it to Ireland. You were so professional, so good. But I don't know why. European Union had to approve it. And with them, it was deal, and that's the European Union. So it was a very bad experience I had.
Just say, President, you have the distinction of being, I think, the only president that has physically invested in Ireland.
That's
through
good.
your Doonbeg.
And it's been a good investment.
And it's I mean, for anybody, you should go there. It's just stunning.
I love this.
No, I mean, even if you don't play golf, I mean, it is a stunning landscape.
Yeah.
Your people have restored it very well, and our people are going to continue to work with you on that piece to do it all sort of effectively and so on.
They've had a great relationship.
But it is, and the local people, my local councillor Rita McInerney texted me last week to say, tell President Trump to thank his family for the way they've worked with the local community and for the work that they've done.
I love Rory. I think Rory's great. He's a great golfer. He just won 2 weeks ago. He's a great guy. I played golf with him 3 weeks ago. And he's really a fantastic player. He's in good form, too. When he played with me, he played very well, I can tell you. No, Rory certainly is one of the favorites. He's always going to be one of them. He's a very talented guy. He's
His hands look too short when they're sitting in the couches.
I will. I'll get there sometime. I hope soon. In fact, if we meet, we'll meet at Doonbeg. Okay? But I hope to be able to get there.
Mr. President, does America have a future in NATO?
What's that?
Does America have a future in NATO?
Well, NATO has to treat us fairly. If they pay their bills and if they do what they're supposed to do. When I first got involved with NATO, as you know, they weren't paying their bills. There were 28 countries, and most of them weren't paying. And I got them to pay. And they paid billions and billions of dollars. I made a certain statement that I'm not going to be involved with NATO unless you're going to pay your bills. And I was asked a question, if we don't pay, are you going to help us? I said, no, if you don't pay, you're saying you're delinquent, a real estate term. You're delinquent. You're not paying your rent. You're not paying your bills. If you're not paying your bills, I'm not going to help. And everybody we took in, your Secretary General will tell you, he was very generous to me. He said, I've never seen anything like it. Money came in by the billions and billions and billions of dollars, and NATO became much stronger. Now, NATO's expended a lot of that money in fighting this horrible war. It's too bad they had to do that. But they had the money from me. I was the one that got people to pay. The countries, most of the countries were not paying, or they were paying a very small amount. So we'll
Weather
see. But
event.
NATO can be a force for the
Storm.
good, absolutely.
Would you like to see Ireland join NATO, Mr. President?
That's up to Ireland.
Well, do you think Ireland and the EU are too close? Do you think that perhaps, like you said...
We are very close.
No, Ireland and the EU, do you think there's too close a relationship there? Do you think there needs to be a
Bags.
separation, like you said, if you can't get planning permission when you can get it in Ireland, but you can't get it in the EU? Do you think
Well, look, I can just tell you about my personal experience, that Ireland treated me very well and the EU was terrible, and they stopped really a magnificent addition. It wasn't a big deal from the standpoint of the world. It wasn't like the things we're talking about now, but it would have been a very beautiful addition. And they stopped it, which is bad for Ireland, and I don't know why. I don't know why it would take 5 to 7 years to get something approved, but that's what it was. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you.
We're headed out. Thank you. All right, headed out right behind you, right behind you. Right through this door. Thanks, guys. This way here, President.
Thank you, thank you. I should have.
Thank you.
Bro's talking again already? Man, he just stopped talking. He's already talking again.
We'll get the program. Well, we hope you all enjoyed your meals.
They're already
We'll get
drinking
the program
wine.
going again. We have some of the busiest people in the world in the
Fucking
room, so we're going to be a good
lushes.
steward of your time. I mentioned earlier that Irish Americans have left an
Nighttime in
indelible
Ireland
mark
right now.
on American history. And I had a few facts I
All of
wanted
them
to share with
drinking
you this
already.
afternoon to
Bro, it's only 11, like barely past noon on a Wednesday. Why are they getting drunk?
have you consider these. Irish men and women have taken up arms among American
You
soldiers.
fucking idiots.
They've made unmatched contributions to music and literature and
Bad
arts,
for you.
and they punch well above their weight in American government. Many Irish nationals played an essential role during the American Revolution. John Barry, for example, was an Irishman who received the first commission issued by the Continental Congress and is considered the father of our American Navy. He later became the first Navy captain to seize a British ship. We had 3 Irishmen who signed our Declaration of Independence: George Taylor, Matthew Thornton, and James Smith. One of the most recognized houses in the world was designed by James Hoban, an Irishman from County Kilkenny, when he designed our
You
White
may
House.
not.
And 23 of the 45 men who have served as United States President have Irish heritage, many of them proudly. And same for hundreds of congressmen and senators who have walked these hallowed halls. Today we celebrate their contributions and the truly special relationship among the United States and Ireland and the Irish people. So join me in a toast. Here I am again without a glass. I'm supposed to be toasting. I'm going to grab one. Thank you. A glass of water, no less.
Now you're gonna lick me. Now you're gonna lick my
It
finger.
works as well. And the toast is in. Hold on, man, I am really messing this up. But we're all friends here. And I don't know where it went. All right, I'm just going to toast. It was a beautiful toast, trust me, it was great. To the United States, to Ireland, to this beautiful relationship, and to all who aspire to be Irish around the world. Cheers. Solange, that's right. That's what I'm supposed to say. I have the pleasure of introducing our own head of state here. This luncheon offers an opportunity for both Americans and the Irish to reflect on our past and on our future. In 1981, Senator Ted Kennedy and Senator Daniel Moynihan and Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill started this great tradition, the Congressional Friends of Ireland. They aim to celebrate their shared Irish heritage, deepen ties between our two nations, and promote peace and reconciliation in Northern Ireland. In 1983, the Friends of Ireland Luncheon was born when President Ronald Reagan, of course of proud Irish heritage, and the Taoiseach visited Capitol Hill to celebrate Irish heritage and St. Patrick's Day. This lunch was the embodiment of that, of charity and friendship across political differences, and it has led to real-world international diplomatic successes. Many historians credit the advocacy of the Friends of Ireland caucus as essential in the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. And we welcome continued efforts to promote and preserve this agreement and promises of a bright future for the Friends of Ireland. Last year, I hosted this luncheon alongside President Biden. Our political differences were on stark display. It was obvious. That's an understatement. But he was our incumbent Democratic president, and I was the Republican House Speaker. And still, we shared laughs at the table at this event. It was one of the rare moments of the year where we could do that. That's what this celebration is all about. We laid down our swords, and in the spirit of Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan, we broke bread together and celebrated what binds us all together rather than what divides us. This year is a little different, of course. The political dynamics on Capitol Hill are extraordinarily different. President Trump is back in the White House. Republicans control both chambers of Congress. Here in our form of government, we call that unified government. A year ago, people thought I was crazy for predicting that we would be here today, but we are. And we're facing a new dawn for America and our bilateral relationships. And I know that we can look forward to working together to promote and preserve our friendships. It's an important, informative time around the world to do that. So in keeping with the proud U.S.-Ireland tradition and the spirit of the Friends of Ireland Luncheon, it's my great privilege to present the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor. I've been here just about every time. We had one that was terminated because of a thing called COVID. I don't know if anybody's heard of that, but that was never pleasant. And we would have been together twice, but we had COVID interrupted twice, and I appreciate seeing you again, however. And you've done a fantastic job. We very much appreciate you being here. And I also want to thank my new friends from Northern Ireland for being here, who I just met. Thank you very much. Great honor. And I must say they spoke very well of you. So that's good. That's good. And great to be with you. And thank you to Speaker Johnson, and thank you to all of the members of Congress who are here, quite a few, most of which are Irish, most of whom are Irish. And we welcome Taoiseach, and I love the name because Michal, but it's Michael. I said, how many people call you Michael? It's exactly Michael. I said, he said, about 50%. I said, do you get upset when they do? He said, no, but I'm going to call you Michal because that's the way it is. Martin, who has really been terrific. I've been with him quite a bit. I've spoken to him quite a bit, and we're going to have no problems. And his wife, Mary, we welcome you to America. Fantastic people. And it's really a wonderful annual tradition being here. We're also grateful to be joined by Irish Ambassador to the United States, Geraldine Byrne Nason. Where's Geraldine? Hi, Geraldine. Thank you very much. And the entire Irish delegation. And I know we're a little bit, everybody's a little bit late today, but that's okay because we're celebrating the Irish, and I think it's okay we're a little bit late. I also want to congratulate a friend of mine, Ed Walsh. He's a great golfer. He's a championship golfer, actually. Not quite as good as Rory, but that's okay. But he's right up there. He's won many club championships, and he's one of the best golfers you'll ever see. And congratulations, boy, you're going to have fun over there. He's going to be the ambassador to Ireland. So congratulations, Ed. Well, maybe it is thanks to me, but you're going to have a good time. You're going to represent us well. He can do most of his business on the golf course, too. That's a nice way. He's got the best job of anybody. And I really appreciate so many of my friends being here. So many great friends are here. This afternoon, we're gathered to celebrate the deep and abiding ties of history, family, and friendship that bind together Ireland and the United States of America. The Irish-American patriots have been part of our national history in our country's earliest days. Amazing history they have with our country. Irish-Americans fought heroically in our war for independence, served with honor in the crucible of the Civil War, and won fame and valor among Theodore Roosevelt's famous Rough Riders. They were Rough Riders By some estimates, more than 2,000 Irish-American warriors have earned the Congressional Medal of Honor. This is an amazing statistic because who would ever think that's even possible? It's more than 50% of the medals of honor were won by the Irish. I'm going to have to check that. That sounds like, that's an awfully good statistic. We're going to have to check what's going on over there.
Interesting.
Huh? But that's an amazing statistic, actually, 50%. This includes the great Audie Murphy, the most decorated enlisted soldier in American history, whose service in the Second World War earned a Medal of Honor, 2 Silver Stars, a Bronze Star, 3 Purple Hearts, and the Legion of Merit. Quite a person. Became a movie actor. The movie actor stuff wasn't quite as good as the soldier that he did, but he was great.
Actor, though.
Became a very famous person, actually. America has truly been blessed by the courage and unstoppable spirit of the Irish. Over the generations, Americans of Irish ancestry have helped build our railroads and raise our cities and man our factories, enrich our culture with art and music and literature. We see that all over. And protect our communities by joining the proud tradition of Irish-American police officers and firefighters. And few have done more for the Stars and Stripes than the sons and daughters of the Emerald Isle. And I can tell you, I know your father was a great boxer, and they have a lot of good fighters. I know so many Irish fighters, they like to fight, and they're damn good at it too. But your father, his father was a great fighter, actually, so that means genetically I'm not going to mess around with you. You understand? I'm a believer in that. But as you know, on Monday, millions of Americans will celebrate St. Patrick's Day. We love St. Patrick's Day, maybe especially in New York. Hundreds of thousands of citizens decked in Irish green will parade through the streets of Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, and of course New York, a sight that I've witnessed many, many times. In Manhattan, the people will stream up Fifth Avenue and march past the magnificent, I see it so much and I love it, especially when you're looking down upon St. Patrick's Cathedral, because it's to me one of the most beautiful cathedrals in the world. And it's a monument not only to God, but also to the patron saint of Ireland, patron saint. It's really an extraordinary testament to the connection between our two countries that after more than 1,500 years, the shining legacy of St. Patrick still rouses city blocks half the world away. Think of that, and fills our people with incredible love and pride. We have a lot of pride in that cathedral. That cathedral is something, to me, so beautiful. I think maybe my favorite, they have larger, you know. It's very large, but they have larger, but I think it's truly one of the most beautiful. The Irish spirit is truly alive and thriving in America, and as we see today, the friendship between our nations is strong and it's really unbreakable, and that includes all of you, you know. It's all of you. We love you all. So Taoiseach, I want to just thank you once again for being here. It's an honor, and hopefully we're going to be doing this at least 3 more times, okay? We're going to be doing this 3 more times, at least. And when I say at least, they go absolutely crazy. So thank you very much for being here. Mary, thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next guest is not a stranger to this event. However, this is actually the first time we have the privilege of welcoming the Taoiseach Micheál Martin. I said that right. We were talking about that. So I'm Michael too, but that's how we say it very plainly and boringly in the U.S. And it's the same name over there. It's Micheál. I like it a lot better. But we're welcoming him to the Friends of Ireland luncheon in person as the new Taoiseach. And this is interesting because in 2021, it was mentioned earlier, this luncheon was virtual due to the ongoing COVID pandemic. And in 2022, the Taoiseach was in town and slated to attend, but he had a positive COVID diagnosis himself and forced him to deliver remarks virtually once again. So now, finally, we welcome him in person to this great event, and we're so excited to have you in the Capitol, my friend. I'll welcome you to the podium now, the Taoiseach. Mihal Martin.
And weirdo Mihal, by the way. That's not what they called him in the Bible, is it?
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Kelly and Neil, Senators, Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for welcoming me and Mary to Washington, D.C. to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. And it is a good feeling to be COVID-free and to be
Mexico's
here
not Mexico.
But may I in particular say I'm pleased also to be joined with the Deputy First Minister from Northern Ireland, Emma Little-Pengelly. Very pleased to have you here, Emma, as well. This is a cherished opportunity to break bread with our most steadfast friends. And as has been said, it's now more than 40 years since Speaker Tip O'Neill invited President Ronald Reagan to the Capitol for the first St. Patrick's Day lunch. And thus began a very proud tradition, which I am honoured to continue today in your esteemed company. President Trump, thank you for joining us today.
I like Ireland,
our
dude.
National
I like
Day.
Irish people.
You were a great friend of Ireland.
I had some really
By the way, all those statistics that you quoted
friends.
are absolutely verifiably true.
PlayStation friends.
I also know, President, that there's one small corner in the west of Ireland, a beautiful and remote part called Doonbeg in County Clare,
Those guys,
which holds a very special place.
They're all fun to
in
play
your
with.
heart. And we hope to welcome you
Hard to
back
understand,
to
but-
our small island, and indeed to these particular greens very soon. Speaker Johnson, once again, you have graciously
I'm
gathered
still friends with a couple
our dear
of them
friends
on Instagram.
in this August House to mark St. Patrick's Day. You too are a true friend of our nation. We thank you for your hospitality in what is a very
That's
busy
something
week,
I haven't thought about
for
I
you.
haven't tried
For
to,
centuries now, America has been a place of
find out
welcome
people's social
and
medias
opportunity
from
for Irish
PlayStation
people.
a long time.
Our nation's green has been threaded through the rich tapestry of the United States by
wonder
almost
why.
32 million Irish Americans. Their forebears left a very different
doing that.
Ireland
Hey, man,
to the one we know today. Many were fleeing
Homo,
the
I'm a
grinding
streamer.
poverty and terrible hunger which blighted Ireland in centuries past. They left in desperation,
Think about that.
but also in determination to forge a brighter future for their children. They channeled that commitment into building stronger communities and ultimately a stronger nation, this great nation. Many of their descendants are with us today, true friends of Ireland who continue to work tirelessly for a future of peace and prosperity on our island. Indeed, we need look no further than the co-chairs of the Friends of Ireland caucus. Our dear friends, Congressman Neil and Congressman Kelly's bold leadership and vision unites Irish American members from both sides of the aisle through the Congressional Friends of Ireland caucus. Throughout our troubles, the Friends of Ireland, Republican and Democrat alike, held fast to a vision of Ireland not marred by violence or terror. You worked unrelentingly to realise that fragile hope. You stood shoulder to shoulder with us, no matter how fierce the challenge, and there were many such challenges. And it is that same determination that together we must devote today to today's conflicts in the Ukraine and in the Middle East. And our shared history teaches us that peace, however elusive it may sometimes seem, is achievable. Its promise remains within our grasp. Mr. President, we are forever grateful for the United States' contribution to transforming our island, and we wish you well in the efforts that you are making to bring peace to the Ukraine and to the Middle East and further afield. We thank you for your leadership and indeed your ongoing friendship to Ireland. Thank you once again for joining us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your...
We're no longer part of the system.
Thank you to our dearest friends in this room. A very happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. As we might say in Gaelic, go raibh míle maithagh agus banachtaí nó éile Audrey.
I didn't like him anyway.
Galera. Go raibh míle maithagh. Thank you very much indeed.
He wasn't right in the hat.
That's my best Irish sound clip right there. That's actually my only Irish sound clip, I think. Didn't like him anyway. Right in the head. It was the Irish dude from William Wallace movie, Braveheart. Expensive one though. What you could do after I banned somebody that you didn't like. Great part of the movie. I thought the Irish dude was actually out to get him, remember? And he saw the Irish dude throw his knife. He thought he was going to throw it at him. It probably didn't happen like that in real life, but it made for a good movie. He hit the dude behind him, gonna try to assassinate him. And he walked up to William Wallace, aka Mel Gibson. Said that. Mel Gibson was thinking that about him, though.
I didn't like him anyway.
For that moment.
He wasn't right in the hat.
It was such a good, like, it was like one of the best scenes in the movie. It's like, oh shit, yeah, fucking got the crazy Irish dude backing him too. Okay, because everybody was kind of thinking, man, is this guy gonna try to hurt him or something? Why is this Irish dude showing up out of nowhere like this, hanging out with the Scottish? Why is he gonna help them? You know, maybe he's gonna try to hurt him, and then pop. And that was like hilarious. It was like it was such a. The movie wasn't known for being funny. I mean, Braveheart isn't a fucking comedy. That part was one of the very small instances where there was something to laugh about. That also made it special. I remember I was so overtaken by like overwhelmed by how amazing that movie was. When we first saw it, we got it at Blockbuster, VHS. We just got done watching it. I went and got the W encyclopedia right then, dude. You know what I mean? I didn't write the movie. I don't even know if it was over yet. I'm like fact checking the fucking movie to see how historically accurate it is and shit. Finding out more about old William Wallace. You're lucky enough to have an encyclopedia. Like nowadays, you can just be like on the internet, or even like I think Amazon has this feature where it'll pop up random facts while you're watching the movie, even, and you can click on them and check out more information about it and whatnot. You know, back then, literally all you had was you could have an encyclopedia. If the movie was a true story, you look it up on the encyclopedia. That's it. That's it. Maybe there's a book about the guy you could go to the library and go get, or maybe the bookstore might have it if you had to special order it. Man, so much has changed so fast. Our ability to research, the colleges are obsolete, dude. Colleges are so obsolete. How do they keep kicking? How do they keep on keeping on? When it's quite obvious that colleges are overpriced, teachers are underpaid, and you can get all the information for free. For free. It's free. You don't need to buy an encyclopedia, man. Encyclopedias were expensive back in the day. Like, if you wanted an up-to-date one, I mean, you're spending thousands of dollars. Sure, you can get a used one for a few hundred, but that's still going to be like, it's going to be a little outdated. You're going to be a couple years old. Some of the pages might be stuck together for some reason. Some of them might have gotten wet. And you're still spending hundreds of dollars for that, having that much knowledge. We had a World Encyclopedia. That was the brand. And I used it so often, dude. It was such Kids that didn't have an encyclopedia in their house, I can't imagine doing like elementary school or middle school back in the day. You'd have to go to the freaking library all the time. My dad hooked it up with getting that used encyclopedia. Hooked it the fuck up, bro. Shout out to Pops for that one, dude. Actually, they weren't all perfect. Some of like I said, some of the pages were fucked up, and like I couldn't read everything. But I was probably the main user of that encyclopedia. Of that. Curious. I'm pretty sure the whole thing was in my room at one too. My shelf. They still have it. Like I said, they get outdated after a while. So it's like now there's information in there probably that's even been contradicted. And they're like, yeah, they don't believe that shit anymore. So that's why the internet and Wikipedia is so much better, because something happens, instantly gets added to Wikipedia. If there's a change in theory or thought on a certain science or medical or whatever, or law changes, boom, it gets changed instantly online. Right. So, like, the main reason college is so expensive is because of that. The textbooks, they change often, but change happens. Learn more. They put more in the book. They can still charge $100-something for it because it's supply and demand or whatever. We don't need any of that anymore, dude. We have the internet. How much longer could that possibly go on? Parents paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in a system that doesn't actually need to exist, all for the sake of keeping it the way they did it. The nostalgia. It's keeping colleges are staying alive for nostalgia right at this point. The whole educational system could be flipped around and changed up. Yeah, sure, we need to go into colleges. We need to have personal. We need to be around each other. Sure. Need to learn together to an extent. Maybe like half of what happens. Like for instance, we would need to go to the college for lab, but you don't really need to go to college for the book learning, like reading and shit. Being taught some shit. So lab. So each class could have some sort of like a lab where you come in. But dude, the amount of space that would be needed, the amount of time that you'd have to be so much. It'd be like how they did during COVID. We still need to have interaction, personal interactions with each other in person. And you know what's interesting? Looking at Trump, his personal interaction skills, I don't know, man. He was a much more well-spoken 30 years ago. It's crazy how well-spoken he was. If you look at footage of Trump talking to reporters 30 years ago, 40 years ago, he's quick. Like there's not a bunch of repetitive shit. He's not the same person. It's like he's smarter. See if I can find this. What I'm talking about. One.
This telegram from Rona Bureau.
This is it. I'm not going to show all this. This is him in 1980.
And it said, would you stop futzing around after 7.5 years? What do you think she meant by futzing?
That's very funny.
And Elton said, Leonard, Obviously, she
It's
couldn't tell you what she
wild
really meant
how
because the telegraph
personable
operator couldn't
and
write the real
receptive
word.
and-
Very funny.
And so Leonard said, "Listen, Elton, if you want to try her in Los Angeles, you be my guest."
I haven't seen this
That's
part of
how
it.
it
I
went
saw
to
a
broadcasting.
different area.
And I had been
where he's talking
pounding
about being
pavements
president.
for 10
but-
years. 10 years in Los Angeles trying to get them to put me on television. Because I believed that newspapers were dying and the place to go
So that you were right.
was to television.
So then Leonard really was very instrumental in that.
Leonard, I wrote it in my book and everything. I think
Tremendous.
I think Leonard is.
Well, he felt very badly you're leaving. You know, he personally, he told me he was very
Are you
disappointed.
kidding? He sent me the most stunning letter. I will always save it forever. He thought it was a great mistake and a great loss to ABC. I did too.
Right.
But I couldn't fight the powers that be.
Well, you're going to show those powers that may be.
Maybe.
You know,
Hopefully we'll show them
that
together,
may be.
Donald.
You
okay?
won't, maybe. That may be. So anyway, that's great, Rona.
Do you think it's possible? The great American dream has always been to become a millionaire. For the people who have nothing. Do you think that's a reality today? Excuse me. I can hear all of you over there, and I can't concentrate, so could all of you please disappear?
Holy shit. I think, dude, he took notes from this lady this day. Yeah. This is how he acts. Oh, he was like, I like her style. Is she on his, is she in his cabinet right now?
Thank you.
If she's not, why not? Where is she?
Do you think in the 1980s that anyone can grow up to become a millionaire? Is that a reality?
Well, I think nowadays, Rona, I think it's more and more of a reality with the lack of incentives that are being given to so many people. Many more people have a tendency maybe to give up. And I think the people that don't, I think they're actually finding the ways or maybe the paths are a little bit smoother than they were 5 and 10 and 15 years ago. It's a sad commentary, but nevertheless, it's possibly easier now than it was 10 years ago.
You think it is easier to become a millionaire?
I really do. I think many people have lost incentives. I think that, you know, with what's happening with even the country as a whole, it's a sad situation, and people sort of become a little depressed, and their own depression and the country's depression leads to that lack of incentive. And becoming wealthy or becoming successful or becoming whatever the word is when you say becoming anything, I think it largely has to do with incentive and drive and enthusiasm.
You're 34 years old. Your assets are considered to be over $1 billion. Where did you get the incentive? I mean, 34, it's so young, Donald.
Well, I don't look at, really in my case, necessarily incentive. I enjoy what I'm doing. I really enjoy what I'm doing. I look at it as being somewhat creative. We've done developments that people said could not be done, and maybe because of the timing, maybe it was inflation, maybe whatever the end result has turned out to be tremendous with the various hotels, etc. I think I just basically I thrive on what I do. I enjoy what I do. I like what I do, and it's not that I'm looking for anything. I just enjoy it. When I get up in the morning, I'm excited about the day.
Is work your love?
It really is. I enjoy so much my work, and I think that's probably the key to anybody's success.
Is there anything you can't have?
Well, I believe if you think that you can't have it, you probably won't have it. You have to go into everything with a positive attitude. You know, they say that, I was telling somebody a little bit before, they say that the human mind is only using 1% of its potential, and that if the human mind could use 3%, you could do literally anything. You could cure the major diseases. You could do anything. Just one mind in this world, if it could get up to 3% of its maximum potential. So let's say you don't get up to 3%, but if you can get a little bit more out of it than the 1%, I think you're going to be able to do pretty much whatever you want to do if you have the basic ingredients going in.
But in terms of specifics, I totally agree about positive thinking. But you, is there anything you can't have materialistically or emotionally? Is there something that your money cannot buy?
Well, it's a very nice question, Ron. I'm not sure that there's an answer to it. I mean, I'm quite happy with everything. I'm quite happy with the way everything's worked out for me at this point. Now, if this point hasn't been very far, in 10 years, if we sit down at the same situation, maybe I'll tell you, Rona, you know, I've made mistakes here and mistakes there, which today I don't think are mistakes. But at this moment, I would say, by the way, money is not the ingredient. Money has nothing to do with the ingredient. It's just whether I was an artist and just pushing my work and enjoying my work. Whatever it is, I think you just have to be happy in what you do. In my case, by the way, my art is my real estate and my buildings, and if the deals work out well, that makes me happy because that's sort of a sign of accomplishment. But that's pretty much the way I feel about it.
Do you think that the acquisition of wealth, though, is an absolute aphrodisiac?
No, not at all. In fact, I think in many cases it really creates problems that you normally wouldn't have.
Like what?
Well, many you're expected to be a certain kind of a person, and maybe you're not necessarily cut out to be that kind of a person. You know, you're cast very much as being in the movies. You're cast in a certain role, and maybe your role isn't that role after 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or whatever it is that you come back home from the office. There are things and pressures placed on you that normally you wouldn't have. And I've often said the happiest people and the most contented people that I've seen, and I know the very wealthy, I know the moderately wealthy, and I guess I know people a lot less than that, but the happiest people tend to be the people that are making a nice income, that really enjoy their life and their family life, and not the people of tremendous wealth that are constantly driven to achieve more and more success.
But when is enough enough? Obviously, there must have been a time, a point, when you knew that you would be secure for the rest of your life, your family, your relatives, whomever. Why do you go on?
Well, I go on really because I enjoy it. I really enjoy when I think about my business. I think about it literally 24 hours a day, and I really enjoy it. If I didn't, I will stop. There's no question in my mind that I'll stop, because I do understand it's all basically a game. We're all here to play the game, and we're all hopefully going to play it well, but some people obviously can't play it well, because if everyone played it well, you'd have a pretty unusual situation. But the game is being played now by me and by plenty of other people, and the people that enjoy it are the people that are going to win it, in my opinion.
When you win, is there sometimes a time when you also lose? Because in winning, there is also losing. Have you ever lost?
Well, I guess you can say, I would imagine everybody's lost at some point or another. If I had to, at this point in my life, look at any particular business transaction or anything, I could say that I have not lost in that regard. Personally, I have a wonderful wife and family, and we have, everyone has a nice relationship having to do with me, and so I really can say that thus far in life I've been quite lucky. But I also understand life, and life is a long-term investment. It's not a short-term investment. And relatively speaking, I guess I'm only mid-term or short-term, so I can't really tell you what's going to happen in the future, but I do feel very positively about the future, and I hope that all goes well, and I think that, again, my mind is made up that it will go well without consciously thinking and just saying, just so I can convince myself. I mean, I feel that things will go well. And if you feel that way, I believe they probably will go well.
Were you always so lucky from the time you were a little boy?
I guess the answer, and by the way, a very important word you just mentioned is luck. No matter how bright a person may be, there is always that element of luck. And yet, the interesting phenomena to me seems to be that the same people are always lucky. So maybe they create their own luck or they make their own luck. But I would say that I've certainly had my share of luck, yes.
Tell me about the early days of Donald Trump. I mean, were you born into wealth? Was your father, I know your father was successful, but when you came along, was he already successful?
Oh yes, my father was very successful, and my father built homes and apartment houses in various sections and did very well. And I was brought up in the construction business, so to speak, and I enjoyed it from day one. I went to the good colleges, and I went through all of the normal process.
I guess what I want to know, because I think lots of people out there might want to know, what was your life like? I mean, did you live in a house? Did you live in an apartment? Did you have brothers and sisters? I think you're one of 5.
That's correct.
I mean, what kind of a family life do you have? I mean, did you go outside and play ball, or did you have what we call a normal life, a normal upbringing, or were you constantly taught from day one, Donald, you must be a success and gear your head this way and travel down that road and never move to the left and never move to the right?
Well, Rona, I think I was probably brought up in a very normal fashion. We did have a house. I do have brothers and sisters. I have wonderful parents, wonderful family, really very wonderful family. I think we're very high.
Bone Spurs. He dodged a draft 4 times while in college. He was a 6'2" tall athlete. 22 years old. And then in the spring, he was set to graduate. He received a diagnosis for bone spurs. What? Joined his father in business instead. He said he never got surgery for the condition. Apparently, they just went away on their own. The diagnosis came 2 years after Trump had been declared available for service and passed a physical exam. On Wednesday, the Times reported that a Queens podiatrist who rented office space from Fred Trump, the president's father, might have given the president his diagnosis as a courtesy to his father. Many sons of influential families were able to afford college education or favorable medical diagnosis back in the day, though, so it wasn't uncommon for rich people to do it. So, pro, motherfucker, kinda, might have. Might have dodged the draft because his dad had money. That's kind of unfortunate because both my father and uncle were in during Vietnam. They didn't have to get drafted though. They joined the Navy. So like he could have like went into the military for as an officer for a little while and then come out and helped his father. Why didn't you do that? If you like, I don't know, he could have had the bone spurs. Here's the thing though, I went to boot camp with shin splints. Shin splints, is that what they're called? Hurt like hell, dude. It felt like when I would run my shins, it felt like they were shattering, kind of like the bones were splintering into my muscles. The more I ran, the worse it would hurt. And I had them the entire time I was in boot camp. And I feel like the spurs thing are probably around the same pain amount as these shin splints. Like they could have held me back for them. If I would have complained about them and like I can't run anymore, they would have held me back until I could run. So I took it. This shit brought tears to my eyes during battle stations, though. It hurt so much, and I wasn't like crying intentionally. There was so much pain in my leg that my eyes were watering. I've never experienced that since or before that. Just pain causing a reaction like that. I wasn't like I looked just like everybody else. Just my eyes were watering from pain. I was like, I'm finishing this fucking night, dude. Because after that night, I knew they wouldn't work us anymore like that. That was the last test. All night thing. Lots of running. With boots on.
Really motivated family. But again, I would never use the word ambition.
This guy didn't go at all. That's kind of disheartening. He didn't, like, he actually dodged out and he could even, with his affluence, probably like done the Navy, the officer in the Navy, and that wouldn't have been like putting him in that much of a danger as being like, you know, he didn't have to be an Army officer, Marine officer, Navy officer. I mean, hell, wait a minute, we need Navy too, man. And usually the Navy were known for being smarter. Show possible.
And because to me, ambition's a bad word. It's not ambitious. You know, when I see people saying I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm so ambitious and it really sickens me to listen to them talk. And I think it's just something that we were motivated and properly motivated. And I think we were motivated for the right things. We were also motivated toward family and toward good things.
He was probably just scared he was going to die in the army, though. Because if you're getting drafted, you have to go in before you get drafted. Like, once you're drafted, you're fucked. They get to tell you where to go, right? The army, now you're going to be frontline, you bitch. Get out there. But, I mean, they didn't put Elvis on the front line, did they? Elvis joined during Vietnam. Muhammad Ali joined. Like, they kept people like that safer, don't they? I think a lot of Vietnam vets didn't vote for that, probably. Especially seeing him in 1980 looking like a pretty boy billionaire now. All like, I mean, yeah, it's easier to be a millionaire now that the fucking war's over. You shit. That's probably what a lot of them were thinking. Jimi Hendrix. I said, Muhammad Ali, go. Or did he not go? That's the thing. He didn't go. Found a way not to, didn't he? yeah. That's what happened. Oh, and then the Supreme Court overturned arrest and conviction for not going. Why is that? Get away with. Conscientious objector exemption. Okay, anybody can just say they're a conscientious objector. Moral and ethical objection to war was as valid as religious objection, thus broadening the qualifications. So you could just say it's against my religion and not join? Why didn't Trump just do that? Clinton took off to Canada. All these people did. Well, they did Clinton, though. Clinton. Draft Dodger 2. Evacuation warning in effect for Palisades Fire Burn Scar area. Burn Scar area is gonna flood. No roots. No roots. No roots. Vegetation's gone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Eat vegetarian. What the fuck was Ukraine talking about earlier? Out of here, Ukraine. Nobody cares. We need more missiles. I'm waiting on my stuff to be ready to pick up. At the moment. They're gonna tell me 15 minutes. Oh.
A Russian captain is in police custody after his...
Whoa, dude, are you hearing this shit? Breaking news. Dude, it was a Russian captain the other day.
A Russian captain is in police custody after his cargo ship collided with a U.S.-flagged tanker off the English coast earlier this week, setting both vessels ablaze and spilling jet fuel into the North Sea. The 59-year-old was arrested on suspicion of manslaughter by gross negligence as investigators work to determine what led to the crash. The Portugal-flagged cargo ship So Long crashed into the anchored Stena Immaculate about 10 miles off the English coast. The tanker, part of a U.S. military supply fleet, was carrying 220,000 barrels of jet fuel when the impact sparked fires on both ships. One crew member from the So Long is missing and presumed dead, while the other 36 sailors from both vessels were rescued without serious injuries. Authorities have ruled out foul play, but are investigating whether the So Long's history of safety violations played a role. Inspection records show the ship failed multiple safety checks last year, including issues with emergency steering, fire doors, and survival craft. It was last flagged for deficiencies in Scotland in October, but was not detained. The crash triggered an environmental emergency as jet fuel poured into the North Sea. Environmentalists say the spill threatens marine life, including protected species of whales, dolphins, and seabirds. Oceana UK warns the spill could cause long-term damage to fragile ecosystems. The So Long, reportedly still on fire and drifting, is being closely monitored. British authorities, along with investigators from the U.S. and Portugal, are leading the probe into what went wrong. The Stena Immaculate is part of the U.S. government's Tanker Security Program, which supplies military fuel in times of need. Officials say the collision is not affecting military operations.
Yeah, but
The crash raised questions about whether the So Long's safety violations should have kept it out of service. British investigators are reviewing the ship's records, while maritime experts question how a modern vessel with sophisticated navigation technology failed to avoid a stationary tanker. For more of our unbiased straight facts reporting, download the Straight Arrow News app.
What the fuck? Get away with that? That was in all that fuel wasted now too. What the fuck? How much was that worth? How many gallons?
Are investigating multiple for deficiency and sea damage into what went wrong. Negligence, vessels ablaze, and the North Sea manslaughter. Investigators work to determine. The Portugal-flagged cargo ship So Long crashed into the anchored Stena Immaculate about 10 miles off the English coast. The tanker, part of a U.S. military supply fleet, was carrying 220,000 barrels of jet fuel.
220,000 barrels. $200,000. At cost. Full price. Wait, jet fuel monitor. Jet fuel price. Yeah, you just tell jet fuel $88 and barrel. That seems cheap. Oh, jet fuel is considered cheap compared to other fuels like gasoline, primarily due to economics of scale. I mean, it's produced and transported in large volumes, making the cost per gallon lower. Simple to manufacture and often transported through pipelines, reducing here we go. It can cost around $450,000 to fill a Boeing 747, which depending on the price of fuel at the model of the plane. 747 has maximum fuel capacity of 63,000 gallons. Okay, so 3,000 gallons to barrel. That's 1,500 barrels. So 1,500 barrels. We're talking about 4,000. So 220,000 divided by well, again 1,500. Then we're going to multiply this times 450,000. Is that right? Yeah. Boom. Okay. 146.6 eating. I 400,000. We got boom, $66 million worth of fuel, supposedly, possibly, at that rate that they're giving right there. For it's the same type of fuel that goes into a 747. It's roughly $66 million of the fuel that got wasted. Bummer. A lot of money. Now has to be made again. Has to be found again.
When the impact sparked
Bobar.
Recognized for 5 minutes for questioning.
Oh, this is yesterday?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's go on at it.
Mr. Humir? So we've seen under the Biden administration the failed open border policies that really fueled and exasperated the immigration crisis, the illegal immigration crisis in my home state of Colorado. And the previous administration released at least 11 million illegal aliens and at least 100 known terrorists, and estimates indicate 250,000 to 585,000 pounds of fentanyl fentanyl into our communities, Colorado being the #2 state in the nation for fentanyl overdoses, really fentanyl poisoning. Most of these folks aren't seeking after fentanyl, but they're being tricked into taking it. How do you believe that the Biden administration's policies empowered terrorists and these terrorist organizations like Tren de Aragua to commit violent crimes against American citizens, especially in places like Colorado and Aurora?
The Biden administration's immigration and border policies provided a magnet for all kinds of criminals and terrorists to basically say the border's open, we're going to move in, and that empowered the enemies and adversaries of the United States, including nation states, to then steer those migrants to be able to come into our country. Ms. Congressman, you mentioned the Tren de Aragua. The Tren de Aragua is uniquely a phenomenon of the Biden administration. It did not exist inside the United States prior to 2021. In fact, most of the Venezuelan migration that was leaving that country since 2014 fled south through South America. But because the Venezuelan government was able to establish both a land bridge through the Darien Gap, a once uncrossable border between Panama and Colombia, and an air bridge into Mexico, they timed that because they knew that President Biden was going to open the border. Now we have Tren de Aragua in 23 states, including your state of Colorado, and they've captured, killed, and raped all kinds of Americans throughout the country.
Thank you for highlighting that this is a new problem that we weren't encountering before with this gang presence in our country. And now, recent reports have been about leaks taking place within law enforcement, sensitive information detailing the ICE raids targeting illegal criminal aliens. How do these leaks affect law enforcement efforts to keep the country safe?
I'm familiar with the leak that happened in your state in Colorado. That was a major raid. That was more than 400 agents that were deployed to basically take down the Tren de Aragua and apartment complexes. That not only puts at risk the law enforcement officials that are engaged in that raid, but it puts at risk the entire community because it allows that gang to figure out the leaks, the vulnerabilities in our law enforcement system. What I'm very concerned about, the Tren de Aragua in particular, is very adept at co-opting government officials. They've done this throughout countries all throughout South America, because they use this later to be able to create media apparatuses, other kinds of propaganda to defend their interests, which is through illegal migration.
Yes, and a question that I did want to ask you, how does it help or hurt when members of Congress see this and engage in the leaks and prop them up and then even have special town hall-like events where they're telling illegal aliens how to remain in the country?
Well, they're either wittingly or unwittingly aligning themselves with that transnational criminal organization's strategic objectives.
Thank you. Ms. Doyle, in Aurora, Colorado, we've been talking about the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, and they were tied to incidents at multiple apartment complexes where violent gangs, they had events like home evasions, shootings, kidnappings, assaults, and extortion for rent payments. And just last year, 9 suspected TDA members were charged after a violent home invasion into an apartment complex and left 2 victims seriously injured. As a legal advisor under the Biden administration, did you ever advise anyone that we should be doing something to prevent this kind of gang activity in our communities?
I'm unable to discuss due to my ethical obligations to confidentiality any advice I give.
Are you not here as a principal legal advisor?
But I cannot break my confidentiality for any specific advice. I will tell you that we always focused on national security and public safety and supported the brave and hardworking law enforcement officers of Immigration Customs Enforcement and Homeland Security Investigation.
Did you ever advocate for coordination between federal law enforcement officers and local and state law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Well, we have in Denver and in Colorado 2 different multiple statutes that prevent that coordination. So were there conversations, and are you still advocating, if you were, to have those sanctuary policy laws removed so we can have that coordination?
Each community should be able to determine themselves what works for their community. As we mentioned, holding Boston up as the safest large city in the country.
Well, I think our federal laws would keep our communities the safest. Our federal laws are on the books and say that they should require state and local law enforcement officers to collaborate with federal immigration authorities.
I think
however, the Biden administration empowered sanctuary cities, and as a legal advisor, I would just assume that you were part of the empowering of places like Denver to pass these ordinances. Is that true?
Local mayors, cities, towns, and the states should be able to determine their own policies and their own approaches. And while we work for ICE, yes, we always encourage cooperation.
I believe federal law should be
possible
followed at all
within
costs. Thank you, ma'am. My time has expired.
The gentlelady yields.
Here with reaction, Trump's Deputy Chief for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor, Stephen Miller. I don't know, don't let the door hit you in the backside on the way out. That's my attitude.
Well, President Trump just keeps racking up the wins, huh, Sean? President Trump has gotten Rosie O'Donnell to self-deport from the United States of America. It wasn't explicitly one of our campaign promises, but it is a major first 100-day achievement, Sean. So you are welcome, America. Thanks to President Trump, Rosie O'Donnell has self-deported. You don't have to worry about that problem anymore. Now, the other clip you played.
She was high on my list,
yes.
right up there.
Yes, it was. Yes, it's something that I think all Americans can rejoice and enjoy. So again, just another example of President Trump delivering for the American people. Now, you played another clip that I think I need to comment on too. Congresswoman Elise Slotkin attacking and insulting American voters for choosing the path of change, choosing the path of greatness, choosing the path of overthrowing a failed bureaucracy and a failed ruling class, and instead voting for a safe border, for safe cities, a thriving economy, for an America First foreign policy. If the Democrat strategy is to attack, demean, ridicule, and insult voters, they'll be relegated to permanent minority status. President Trump celebrates voters. He honors Americans. He loves Americans. He sees his job as serving the American people above any other consideration every day. The Democrat message is American voters are dumb. Our message is American voters are dead right, and they will get the change they deserve. They will get the change they voted for.
It seems the Democrats and the media don't have any intellectual curiosity as to Donald Trump and how he operates, be it with Zelensky and Russia and Putin and his desire for a negotiated settlement, or with tariffs. You know him as well as anybody. When he says tariffs, he's negotiating. When he talks to Zelensky, Putin, he's negotiating. What part of this side of him do they not understand after 10 years?
Well, President Trump, as has now been well established, is the greatest negotiator, the greatest deal maker, the greatest diplomat, and the greatest peacemaker that we have ever seen in this country. And if you look at what President Trump had to endure and overcome and outmaneuver to be back here in the Oval Office, to take on and win against Comey, to take on and win against Weissman, to take on and win against Schiff, to take on and win against Jack Smith, the deep state, the corrupt intelligence community, against the corrupt Democrat Party. President Trump is a winner, and this is the man who's going to win for America, Sean.
You know what? We're still living under the Biden-Harris economy, and when he gets his economic policies in place and we become energy dominant and we get better, more free and fair trade deals, let's see what happens, because if what happened in his first term happens here, it'll be prosperity at a level we can all dream of. Stephen Miller, thank you.
Crash just got picked up. Yay! Go get the trash can in before it starts raining. Good for the camera also. I don't have to cover the trash can while I'm bringing it in. You're not gonna actually see me walking with the can. I just having to cover the fucking front of it every time. Want some? How's his? Probably. Meowing and trying to scratch my scent off of her, probably. Taking a while to get the. I got a bunch of stuff to pick up. Ready? Been over 2 hours. Mm-hmm. Hear her? Here you go. Okay. Oh, stop telling me. Heard a bunch of stuff for pickup from a pet store around here, and it over 2 hours ago, and it still isn't available. So I think I'm just gonna go up there. Back to back to back. All right. The sun's out right now. If it's not gonna rain. Oh, now we're at a 40 chance. It's a higher chance, but it's only for like 1 hour. It's not supposed to rain again until 9 p.m. 20%. Interesting. I don't know what's gonna happen. You want to be here? Storm Tracker. "24/7 Storm Tracker" versus Pet Condo. Oh. See? This is what Homie could have done with this stream. This has 88 people watching it. If he would have taken dude's advice in his shed and built something like this in his backyard that the cats could hang out in and not look cold. And here, Lexi, like you see inside of it. His excuse was he's an old man in his 60s. Dude, my dad in his 60s definitely built something like this. And he rode a Harley Davidson too. So, oh man. Oh, bro, no, but people were willing to help him with it, dude. So it's lazy. This would be epic in his backyard, dude. You still right? I don't know. Oh, my dad? No. It's how he met my mom, actually, too. If it weren't for that, he would have met her. He was his biker babe. They used to just go camping with nothing but the bike and some blankets. My mom was his was a biker that he met riding around. His wife's friend. Was his wife yet though? It might have just been girlfriend for a time. They ended up getting married though. Pretty sure my dad was married at the time to someone else too. How long though? Hard to read the temperature. It doesn't look very cold there though. 50s. That's her house. But it's negative 24. You're behind.
Do you remember during Joe Biden's totally real presidency when he kept using this weird set with the little desk?
We're ready. May God protect our troops.
President Biden. Alina Habba did an interview in the space, and she thinks she knows why Joe Biden used it so much. But first, let's take a look at the interview she did, because I think you'll probably find it of interest.
Pam Bondi seemed furious in her letter to Kash Patel about the FBI withholding evidence from her on Epstein. Apparently, according to her words, there's a truckload of new evidence. Any updates on that?
There is a very large amount of documents, I've been told. They are going through them. You have to be patient, because when you are wanting to prosecute and actually do something with the information that you have to make sure that you save the integrity of the investigation so that we can bring these people to justice, so that we can hold grand juries, so that we can do certain things. You have to be careful. The value for the American people to know immediately would undercut, we have to do it. We have to expose it. We're going to be transparent 100%. But we also have to make sure we're not putting any children in danger. Transparency is 100% coming.
So regardless if that excites you or frustrates you, let's hear her theory.
Look at the room that they put me in.
We're in Biden's fake Oval Office, everybody. And I've actually figured this out. I now know why. I now get it. Turn the camera around. There is a screen, teleprompter to the face. All I can say is the last administration was a disgrace.
While that's possible, that setup seems like it's probably on wheels and can be moved around easily. I think what's more likely is an administration obsessed with image turned this space into a TV set where they could control lighting and easily set up their perfect shot. In the process, by overusing it, they accidentally reinforced the idea that Joe Biden's entire presidency was a smoke and mirror illusion that managed to fool a majority of Americans until a debate threw the curtains back and revealed their dark secret.
I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Fuck, it was brutal. He probably did. I forgot already. I forget sometimes too.
Can't travel. I think that they looked for a man of good character, and they found my dad. Share the information with her.
Yeah. Fort Bragg is a place where ordinary people transform into heroes. Ordinary people like Private First Class Roland L. Bragg. John, too, had been wounded in the battle near PFC Bragg came from humble beginnings. His story embodies the greatest generation. Writing letters to surviving members of his...
Oh, they're honoring a different Bragg. They're naming it after a different person, supposedly, with the last name of Bragg. No longer going to be the Confederate soldier Bragg, supposedly. Now the story will be this other guy with the last name of Bragg. They're keeping it for Bragg, but a different Bragg. What in the actual fuck, dude? Still found a way to delete history. So that's what that's about. Even like there is a good. He says preparing whenever he still says processing. like that. Those. It just got ready for pickup. I refreshed it. Now it says ready for pickup. And the order says it's ready for pickup now. Sweet. Glad I didn't press enter on my Amazon order. I had minutes to go. Had 4 minutes and 59 seconds to go to be able to get by tomorrow. Now I have plenty. Few days. 3 days. As well as some, I got fancy piece beef, outside key. I like 12 cans of those right now. 8 big cans for her, 2 small cans, 16 in a pro for Simon, and 6 so silky smooth mixed in with the Arena Pro for Simon. $71.56. An order discount of $13.07. 20% off right now. Couldn't have it delivered, unfortunately, so I gotta go all the way out to a further location. Because apparently the closer location didn't have all 3 things, all 4 things. I don't have to walk around looking for it now, and it should already be paid for. I guess I should show them the email. Cool. Like puppy, I see. That was so like, yeah, it'll take me longer to drive out there, but I'll be out of this. Not a barcode. Wow, I guess that is. Oh, gotta have the app. I see. I have the app though. App. Show them something. It's just processing on here. Oh, what you arrive at the store, log into the app and tap I'm here. That's for curbside. Dude, it's just processing online. live in Argentina. Damn. Kind of crazy in Argentina right now. I don't know if they're shooting live rounds or not. These shotguns don't have like orange tips on them or anything. Our non-lethal shotguns are bright orange. I don't see any dead people. Yeah, this is crazy. Protesters in Argentina demand higher pensions. Live in life for 12 minutes. Buenos Aires. Hey, they're throwing big ass chunks of stone at them, dude. Oh shit. Damn, this is crazy. There's no way we're anywhere near this happening in America, dude. People think we're close to this. This is way over the top what Portland was doing. They're chunking fucking rocks that could kill somebody. Oh shit! Oh, you got to get wet, motherfuckers! They're all mad because they can't come to America anymore. Now they gotta fix their own country. That's awesome. Good for them. Fix it. Gotta be willing to get hurt to fix it. you going, yellow shirt? I thought you wanted to get shot. Oh, they got some smoke back there. They got some tear gas. That's fucking them up. Oh, he's doing the Joker outfit. Door pension money. Argentina. Why does it still say processing? Shit, meow, 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 meow. Shit, meow, 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 meow. Said meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Sweet Pea woke up during that song and then she went back to sleep. She was like, never mind. Started listening and then she put her head back down. I had something to say. Look, Simon just showed up too from it. I like my song. These cops are wasting ammo right now. They are definitely having fun. There's some projectiles. Just like then these motherfuckers shot my car all up. They were all so fucking happy. 3 different cops shot my car. Because they don't have a sports car. They want to fucking shoot my shit up. Bitches. These people definitely are having a good time because they're getting like rocks pelted at them and shit. I wasn't even doing anything and they wanted to shoot my shit up. Being outside. But I was out there stealing the brooms. Oh, you got the skeet, homie. You done fucked up. Go within skeet range. You old dummy. They got the bear spray too. She got range. Always call him a pussy. Oh, did he shoot him in the chest for that? He doesn't want no more of it though. Wait. Damn! You don't call them a puto. Motherfucker just unloaded on him. He's like, oh, no, stop shooting him. Can't do that shit in America. Call him a puto one more time. Get out there and do it again. I dare you. Come on, for the people. So I'm gonna tell the guys stop shooting them. They're too far away from us. Damn, what was that? Oh shit, he almost slipped on it. The guy on the bike, I had to tell the dude. No. They're getting each other wet. You can see where the water's landing right here in the middle. water's got anything in it. Concentrated cat piss. It's got a delayed fuse on it. You don't smell it till it dries. I didn't really know that until Simon pissed in his carrier once. I couldn't even tell he'd peed in it, dude, at first. He knew it was pee by smelling it. I couldn't smell hardly anything. And the next day or the day after, it was reeking. I could smell it in here all the way from the bathroom. It makes a biological change. Chemical change happens when it dries out. It's intentional, like it's supposed to do that so that it reeks. So you can mark your territory with it. I don't think humans do it. I don't think our piss does it nearly to the extent cat's piss does it. Head over? Oh no. Cat's piss got special stuff in it, man. I watched it and I had to get this enzyme. I had to get this shit off the internet to get the scent out. Soap would not do it. I soaked it so good, and then I dried it all out, and it still smelled like cat piss. It's wild how it just sticks. Was there blue water? They seem to be leaving. Why does it still say processing? Get ready to pick up on here on my phone. A little sus. What if I show up and they're like, oh, sorry, we didn't have it. You marked it as completed, but we don't have it. We refunded your money. that person do with the stick? These people are getting pelted with... That shit has to be hurting. Dude, that one's bigger than the other ones. Although that was a smoke launcher, probably. CS gas launcher. How much ammo do they have, though? Why aren't they getting these people wetter? Why isn't that water cannon just going in on them? Fucking smoke, dude. The CS gas is just, it's with the troops. What the fuck? Dude. Yo, their canisters are just gonna get ripped up from that. Like, the canister can only absorb so much before it stops working. If they have one. Like, that dude doesn't even have one. Dude, a lot of these guys don't have masks on. How did that? They must have kicked it back into them. Holy shit, they don't have masks on. Well, that's gonna piss them off, probably. They're gonna be aiming for the head, dude. They got all masks on now. I gotta go get their food soon. I'd like to see it ready on the app though before I go, but I got the email already. Processing on the app. Or do I get a text message? No text message. Email. Rain is talking about today, 40% chance at 2 p.m. So, but then it's supposed to be clear at 9. 20% at 9. Just a rain, like, I can wait it out. Won't. It'll go away. Tomorrow's gonna be sporadic, mostly in the morning until 8 o'clock, maybe 9. Friday's it's supposed to rain all day long. Or yeah, it starts at 8 a.m. It'll be raining all day long. I don't have any 100%, so 50% still actually gets here. Maybe not. I guess it's 70% tomorrow. Before daybreak, though. Ocean's gonna save us. We got 18-mile-an-hour winds right now. That helps. Feeling weather. Oh shit, the reporter got in with the people. Oh. Oh shit! He's getting sprayed, bro. You got up in it fast. It's crazy. How, like... They don't let our reporters do this like that. Just to switch sides and be up in it like this. And then switch and be back with the cops and shit. Damn! Hurt, huh? Oh. Looks like this guy has chosen a side. Wait, oh, is he going back? Speed is this? Okay. Associated Press. You got people everywhere, man. Fucking dope. See that he's right now right back in the mix with the cops like that fast. I don't think that our police force lets our journalists flip-flop so quickly, so much. I don't like on a whim like that. I'm gonna run over here now. I'm gonna run back with you guys. Interesting, isn't it? Shit hits the fan here, they silence the media more than let them have free reign. We gotta get back. We got some police area. Get back 30 feet. Put the police tape up. Isn't Argentina known for them not having as many rights as us? For some reason the journalists have more rights. I was gonna be able to just squeeze past them again? This is crazy, dude. I'm just gonna inch past you. Excuse me there. Shot here. Good, looking good. Y'all looking good over there. Hey, you guys, good job over here on throwing those rocks and stuff. Keep it up. Keep it up, making for some very good cinema. Hey, guys. Hello. About this. I wonder how long it's going to go on. It could be one of those things. Like, I remember Chile. Chile was going off, like, they would go off for days sometimes. That thing, they took that statue down, actually, at that traffic circle. One day we were watching them. It was such a trip. We were watching, and all of a sudden, few bikes showed up. We were just watching the circle randomly, dude, because I would watch it just because, like, stuff would pop off there. And all of a sudden, there was a shit ton of bikes on it, and there was some sort of, like, bike protest where they filled the traffic circle completely with bicycles. And no cars could get on. It was wild, too, man. A very interesting protest. I've never seen other country do that. Especially a country where they're not afraid to get out the water cannons in Chile. Knocking all them bicycles off. They did it for so long, though. They ended up taking that statue down so that they would stop protesting there. For a while, they had guards around it 24 hours a day. This could turn into something crazy like Chile had going on. This is the first day of it, from what I know. They called it like 14 minutes in to this guy going live. I think Fox is covering it now too. Fox Now Live. So it's becoming like international news. It is international news at this point if they're covering it. I would not trust my fellow countrymen to not accidentally hit me with one of those rocks, homie. How crazy out here. I would need a helmet. This reporter's definitely got a helmet on. He might even have a bulletproof, one of them bulletproof vests that they have in Gaza on. Thing made of plastic? What is happening? Why is it so flammable? It looks like a trash bin. It should be made of metal. It looks like it's melting. Interesting. I don't know of any states here that have plastic. I mean, we have the smaller plastic trash bins, I guess, so, okay, they just have bigger ones. Interesting. Much lighter, probably. Easy to push around. I never really had an urge to go to South America. Simon's hesitating to jump off. He needs the fish oil, doesn't he? Are they attacking that cop car, dude? Looks like she bumped my cable last night. I stopped charging. It happens. It knocks a bunch of shit off the desk in the middle of the night. And then she unplugs the charger of the headset. Thing's already dead. of people. Man, still a lot of people there. Y'all drinking. Oh, got him. Let's show them. Focus rock. Need a, you know what I'm saying? You need one of those to sling the rock. Dude, you could probably do that hard enough to bust through their shield, actually. A ball bearing or something. I wonder if that would be an extra charge, though. Like, if that would be a higher charge if you actually broke one of their shields or something. They'd probably come after you then. That's why, like, the kids in Gaza were so, like people were giving shit about the slingshotters in Gaza. They would be they're getting shit because, like, those kids are getting sniped. If you get hit in the head with one of those, it can actually kill you. And you can get very accurate with that practice. Special rock slinging technique that they're doing down there. Y'all remember? Fox is using the same beat. Read that before. We're not even making his rocks go far enough. Far away. Why don't they just run at them? If they all ran at them, then what? Then they could just keep running. Freedom! I don't ever see any of the projectiles. Wait, is that one? The white thing on the ground there? I wish she would show them. There was all projectiles right there. Oh shit. Oh my god, the cars! You're just ramming into people's cars, you fucking dick. Man, RP to that dude. Doing with this thing. Get it out of there. Save the trash bin. They just exploded. Oh yeah. Ah. Was that what you thought when it happened? Is that what went through your mind when it happened? Brody? Just like that? You were like... exploded your... You said thank you. Who are you thinking, Brody? The chicken? God? Somebody cook it for you? Is it juicy? It burnt you? Oh, it wasn't juicy enough then. The juices are for. Yeah, that's probably it actually. He does live in Canada, y'all, so he could be buying the fake eggs. Yeah, that egg was probably actually made out of tree bark. Found a way, man. Take dirt and tree bark and sand and turn it into an egg-like substance. Yep, that's one of the things. I heard something about they pop in your mouth like that. With the emulsion of the 3 ingredients. Only if you overheat them. Well, the instructions are so specific. Fahrenheit. You gotta cook them in Fahrenheit. How precise. Prophecy has been forspoken. I really want to see these projectiles that should be all over the fucking ground. They're just shooting blanks at these people. This isn't even real, dude. They're just shooting air at them. People are throwing styrofoam chunks. Oh shit, they're coming in. Only use Fahrenheit? That's not very Canadian of you. I have a bag full of medication. Motorcycle just chilling. They're gonna. Oh, there they go. Oh shit! They got a dude on the back to hit people with. Oh, she's for weather. And I got that car upside down. I gotta go, bro. How was that person holding the horn button for so long? David Blaine, that's why. It must be David Blaine. Didn't do anything. Hot or cold. Man, oh man, oh man, I don't feel like going to the store. Things first, I gotta get Simon up. I don't have to get him up and out yet. Box on. Okay, Simon, I'm at to go. That ended. True. Alright, later.
Hi, Abby. How are you, girlfriend? How are you, Mama? Hello. Hello. How's motherhood? Yeah? How is motherhood, sweetie? Are you enjoying your kittens? Yeah? Are they good babies? Yeah? Are they easy to keep clean? I'm gonna guess you probably don't like the potty in them too much. But I'll tell you a secret, that's not the best part of motherhood at all. Now, we potty our babies very differently. We just change diapers, but it's still not a lot of fun. I'm gonna get you some more food, Miss Abby. I'm gonna get you some more food, love. How's it going, miss? How is it going, miss? Are you having a lovely day? Are you having a lovely day? You're so pretty, Abby. You really are. You're such a good girl. Miss Abigail. Here, Mama. Here's your food, Mama. Gonna go get your num-nums? Are you gonna go get your num-nums, Mama? Are you gonna get your num-nums, Mama? Are you gonna let me weigh your babies? Are you gonna let me weigh your babies, Mama? All right, I'm gonna go get you some fresh water. I will be right back, Abby, okay? I'll be right back, Mama. Go check on your babies. Go make sure your babies are okay. Are you a good mama? Hey Joe, I see you in chat. You ready to weigh some babies? Kelly, I don't know if I should take offense to that or not. They can smell me. I took a shower this morning. I even put deodorant on. Oh, Panther was hissing at me already. I wasn't even near him. Hey, Courtney. Hey, G. Hi, LB. Right, Tracy? Like, they smell me. Mama, are you gonna let me weigh your babies? Is that gonna be okay with you? Hi, Janice. Hi, CH. Hey, Kim.
Hey, man. I swear that Porsche was following me around the neighborhood. And he got lost in the neighborhood too. I just bought it. You want a car friend? Car guy friend. And that's sweet. Brought it up here with her.
You gonna let me weigh your babies? Huh? Can I weigh your babies, Abby? You gonna let me do that? You trust me, right? trust me, right? Come let me weigh your babies. You trust me, right, princess? Excuse me, Mama. All right, here we go. Let's weigh some babies. Let's see if Panther hisses at me. My guess is he will. Who's first? Is this Calico? Come here, baby. Say hi. Little Miss Calico weighs 6.9 ounces. $6.9 for our little Miss Calico. Oh my goodness, baby. There you go. Back with your siblings. Come here, Tuxie. Here's Tuxie. I know, honey. Tuxie is 7.3 ounces. Yes, sweetheart. I'll put you right back. Yes.
It's really interesting how they
Right
grow
back
at
with your
different
siblings.
rates.
Right back with your siblings. Yes, Mama.
A pretty big difference, almost
I'm
an
just weighing
ounce.
them. I know, Tuxie was a little vocal.
Or grew an ounce. Oh,
I'm just weighing them, Mama, to make sure they're gaining weight. Yeah. Make sure they're getting all that good milky. All right, Panther. Come here, bub. Come here. Say hi, everybody. Panther is 6.3 ounces.
Oh, they're about the same.
There you go. Back with your siblings. Thank you, Joe and LB. They're such sweet little babies.
You know, it's interesting how the media is like giving Trump all kinds of shit over Tesla.
All right, Mama.
But Tesla's probably like the most bought
I'm done, Mama.
American
I weighed your
vehicle,
babies.
like worldwide.
It looks like they all gained weight, Mama. You're doing a good job. Yes, you are.
Media doesn't want American business
Good
to
job,
succeed,
Mama.
it seems. They're okay with bailing out banks by giving them all kinds of money, but not bailing out a car dealer by showcasing
They're
them
adorable.
on the White House lawn. That's not okay.
But peepers are about 10 days,
Bail out all the banks.
and they're what, 5 days? So we're halfway to peepers.
Bail out all the student loan debts.
All right, Miss Abby. Because you were a good girl and let me weigh your babies. You ready for your treat? Yeah? I have your treat. I have your treat, Mama.
Win what? Want them to win. I mean,
Have your treat,
I don't
Mama.
want him to succeed at his
You
mission.
have good babies. Do you know
Yes.
that? Do you know you have good babies, Mama? Except that panther, Mama. You might want to teach him some manners.
Already?
He's got little baby hissies going on.
Finish all your...
Yeah. It's cute now, but, you know, he needs to trust. Yeah, nobody here's gonna hurt him, Mama. You know that. You trust us. Gotta teach him to trust us too, okay? Can you do that? Can you let him know it's all right? Can you let him know it's all right, Mama? Yeah, you gotta let him know. He's gonna take all his cues from you, Mama. He's gonna learn everything from you. Yeah. He's gonna learn everything from you. You have to teach him. Yeah. They're such a sweet little cuddle puddle. So you're having a good day, Miss Abby? Oh, I know you're probably feeling a little sad that you don't have as many snugglers as you used to. And we don't stay as long, but that's just temporary, Mama. Just to give you time to get used to being a mama, give you some time with your babies. Yeah. It won't be long until you're back to 3 snugglers a day. And then it won't be too long after that until we're here an hour at a time again. I promise. I promise. This only 2 for 30 minutes each won't last long. Yeah. That's just to give you time to adjust to motherhood. Yeah. Here you go. I'll go on. Oh, go on, sweetheart. Oh, go on. What are you going to do, Mama? She really is, Janice. She is such a good mom, keeping them fed. They seem like happy little campers. Oh, Annie, that's awesome. I love that she's being such a good mama. Oh, Gabriella, no. No, provolone does not belong in a Philly cheesesteak. Cheese Whiz or American. Come here, girlfriend. You gonna come see me? You gonna come see me? She's sitting next to me washing her face. Fuzzy potatoes. Grievous, I think you're talking about Pat's and Gino's in South Philly. They are literally right across the street from each other, and people are either diehard Gino's is the best or diehard Pat's is the best. But they both are always busy. There's always a line at both. Gee, next time you are here, I will personally take you for a cheesesteak. I didn't realize you'd never had one, or I would have made sure you and Mrs. G got one when you were here in, what was it, October, September? Chatters, I have to tell you, I'm going to be real and honest. One of the hardest things I have ever had to do as a snuggler is sit here and not touch the babies. That is hard. I didn't even give them kisses when I weighed them. Grievous, I grew up here in this area. I spent most of my life right here in South Jersey. I spent a few years in the foothills of the Poconos in Pennsylvania, which is about 2 hours from Philadelphia. So always in the Philadelphia area. And I went and got a Pat's and a Gino's so I could taste test both at the same time. It's not an uncommon thing to do. Right, Marcia? You just want to kiss them. They're so tiny and so cute. Oh my goodness, Rosie. I'm a cheese. I feel like I'm part mouse. Oh, of course, CH. I do whatever I can for Jen and the KKP and these feline friends. Jen called me from Hawaii and asked me to come do the heating pad. I was here. The babies needed me. Really, Kim? Okay, if I'm gonna be honest, the last time I had a cheesesteak in Philadelphia, it was at Tony Luke's, and I liked Tony Luke's better than either Pat's or Gino's. Right, Ashley? Look at those big, oh, look at that big yawn. Look at that big yawn. Babies are so sweet. Well, Kelly, you may not consider them real cheeses, but they're the two that are most common on a Philly cheesesteak. Oh, Elmer, it'll be soon that we'll come in and the directions will say, pick the babies up, get them used to being held. That's usually at about 2 weeks old, so it's coming.
Oh. Good time.
We are also following breaking news, a water main break causing a sinkhole in Encino.
Gil Avis is at Sky 5 above with the details. Gil?
Glenn and Lou, and that sinkhole continues to grow at this hour. It was reported, this water main break was reported just before 2:30 this afternoon. You can see LA City Fire on scene here. They have Burbank Boulevard completely shut down. This is in the 17,100 block of Burbank Boulevard at Wish Avenue. As I zoom in here, here's a look at that water main. It's really tearing up the road there along the curbside. That has prompted the complete closure of Burbank Boulevard between Balboa and Louise. Let me show you the flooding that's going on here on the street. Fortunately, the water has not gotten up beyond the sidewalk, but has flooded out some of those cars that are parked along the street. It's quite a mess here. The traffic is jammed on Balboa and at Louise. At this point, you can see Balboa here as I zoom back in. You can see the flooding happening there, but again, LAPD has that shut down, and they're waiting for LA DWP to arrive to get this water main shut down. That's the latest overhead up in Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
You have 5 minutes, love. Right, CH? I love how she calls all the kittens boo-boos. She's in...
It's America's favorite seafood, shrimp. We eat 1.3 billion pounds of them a year, but how much of that is really fresh, caught from the Gulf?
Fucking in a
we
farm.
ordered shrimp dishes we were told were from the Gulf at 6 popular seafood restaurants, and what we found might surprise you. Lise Guerrero investigates.
Shrimp, it's the most popular seafood in America, but experts say more than 90% of the shrimp we eat is actually farm-raised overseas. And you may not know it by the way some restaurants advertise their seafood. So what about the shrimp you've ordered? Where does it really come from? We put some well-known seafood restaurants to the test and found something fishy going on.
We've got shrimp.
At Bubba Gump Shrimp Company, a nationwide chain based on the movie Forrest Gump,
Bubba Gump Shrimp's what they got.
You may think they'd catch their shrimp fresh from the Gulf, just like in the film. We went to their Times Square location in New York and ordered this delicious-looking shrimp dish.
Are those shrimp from the Gulf? Not 100% sure where they're from.
But after he says he checked with the chef, the waiter came back to our table.
These are definitely Gulf shrimp.
But are they really? We sent our samples for analysis to 2 independent labs, and both agreed.
Definitely not Gulf shrimp.
So where are they from?
It's the most commonly farm-raised shrimp in the world. They're frequently farmed in Asia, South America, India, China.
So not the Gulf. We also tested the shrimp at Filet Gumbo Bar in New York City.
People rave that you have the best gumbo in New York City.
Absolutely.
Chef Eric McCree touts Louisiana culture and cuisine on his menu.
Are the Louisiana barbecue shrimp from the Gulf? Yes, they're from the Gulf.
But our labs say they're from the Pacific.
They told us that it was actually imported and not from the Gulf at all. Don't you think that's sort of misleading to customers?
I'm the wrong person you're asking that question.
So what's the big deal? Does it really make any difference?
It's the best bite of seafood you could ever have.
At Parkway Bakery and Tavern, a New Orleans staple renowned for its crispy shrimp po' boys, head chef Justin Kennedy says they only ever serve local Gulf shrimp for a reason.
These people come from all over the world to try some of the best seafood that we have to offer in this city, and you're going to give them something from another country when you got the best shrimp in your backyard?
He says not only is the taste of Gulf shrimp superior, restaurants pay much more to serve their customers the real deal.
I think it's very important to buy locally and buy fresh Gulf shrimp. The industry has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. If you're using foreign and selling it as domestic, that is a mortal sin in the restaurant industry in South Louisiana.
So surely we'd find real Gulf shrimp on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Louisiana is, after all, on the Gulf. Here at Old Nola Cookery, the sign reads authentic New Orleans cuisine. So we asked.
From the Gulf? That's Gulf shrimp, yes. It's so cool that you get it from like local fishermen. Like that's like everything's local.
But the labs say that's simply not the case. We tried to speak to a manager.
Actually, we just had ordered some shrimp here recently, and we're told that it was authentic Gulf shrimp, but we had it tested by 2 different labs, and it was imported. Can you explain that? Are you misleading your customers?
The good news? We sampled dishes at 2 other New Orleans restaurants, Cornet and Commander's Palace. And the labs say they served us shrimp fresh from the Gulf.
The consumer wants to know that they're eating a good Gulf shrimp when in fact they're not.
For decades, third-generation Louisiana shrimp boat captain Lance Nacio has supported his family running their small business, Anna Marie Shrimp.
Here in South Louisiana, we're blessed with all these natural resources, and you can make a decent living living off of the land.
He says he believes some restaurants' advertising may be misleading to customers.
The consumer is being duped. They're using pictures of fishermen, pictures of fishing boats in their restaurants, and they give the perception that they're serving domestic shrimp when in fact they're not.
How is this affecting your industry?
Every shrimp that is sold that's passed off as domestic is taking sales, is taking food from fishing families. They're doing everything that's right and working hard, but if the fishermen can't afford to stay in business and maintain their boats, we're going to lose an industry.
Seed Consulting founder David Williams says his team's work in conjunction with a Florida State University lab found the majority of the shrimp they tested from hundreds of restaurants around the country were imported shrimp, even when the restaurants say they're from the Gulf.
And all we need is for people to actually sell Gulf product when they say they're selling Gulf product, and the price will go up and the coastal communities can survive.
Old Nola Cookery says they proudly serve Gulf shrimp and just had a delivery before our visit, but did not provide us documentation. Filet Gumbo Bar tells us the title of their entree, Louisiana BBQ Shrimp, refers to how the shrimp is prepared, not the origin. Finally, Bubba Gump says their server made a simple mistake and apologized for the inaccurate information given about the source of their shrimp, saying they would never intentionally mislead anyone.
That's crazy, dude. So many companies are lying about it when...
It's about 45 minutes north of Tampa. I can give you 5 minutes, Mama. That's it. You gonna come sit on my lap? Abby? Psst. Come on, Mama. 5 minutes, honey. Give you 5 minutes, sweet girl. Okay? And then I have to go so you can take care of your babies.
Paradise.
All right? Yeah. You're a good mama. Yes, you are. You're a good mama, Abby. I hear you purring. You're a good mama, sweetheart. Yes. You're such a good mama. Do you love your babies? Do you love your babies? I've seen you hugging them. Yes, I have. You hug them tight, don't you? Yeah. Yes, you do. You're protective of them, but not overly protective. Yeah, you know that we're here to help you and you let us. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Does this lady really think that the cat knows English
Thank you
or
for
what?
trusting me with your babies. Thank you for trusting me with them. Yeah, you're such a good girl, Mama. You're such a good girl, Mama. Yeah.
I feel crazy.
You're a good girl. Oh, you don't want any more scratches? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah.
God.
Das ist okay.
Wir brauchen weniger Handelshürden und nicht mehr. Deshalb halte ich die Zollbeschlüsse der USA für falsch. Und wir werden darauf angemessen und schnell reagieren. Die Vorschläge der Kommission werden wir jetzt prüfen. Dazu stehen wir in engem Kontakt mit der Kommission und den anderen Mitgliedstaaten. Die Kommission hat zudem deutlich gemacht, dass sie für Verhandlungen mit den USA bereitsteht. Das begrüße ich natürlich ausdrücklich.
The world is looking at Europe as a reliable and predictable partner. We must seize this opportunity. We need more trade agreements, not more tariffs. Tariffs, in fact, are taxes for companies and citizens. Tariffs only increase inflation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the question of tariffs, obviously, like everybody else, I'm disappointed to see global tariffs in relation to steel and aluminium. But we will take a pragmatic approach. We are, as he knows, negotiating an economic deal which covers and will include tariffs if we succeed. But we will keep all options on the table.
Cette guerre commerciale perdure et si elle se met en place, évidemment, ça aura des impacts aussi pour les consommateurs européens. C'est la raison pour laquelle, malgré les annonces tonitruantes, nous continuons à négocier avec l'administration américaine. L'Union européenne est dans une phase de négociation et nous ne souhaitons pas de surenchère non plus sur la politique commerciale. Je pense que les effets à court terme aux États-Unis seront suffisamment impactants pour le président Trump et pour son administration pour qu'il y ait de la place pour la négociation. C'est en tout cas la piste la privilégiée par l'Union européenne.
We better get the negotiating, bitch. Hands on.
A hurricane recovery plan is being rejected by the federal government because officials say it conflicts with an executive order to end DEI initiatives. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development rejected Asheville, North Carolina's plan. HUD Secretary Scott Turner saying in a statement it was because the draft plan incorporated DEI criteria to prioritize some impacted residents over others, which was unacceptable. Turner said after notifying Asheville of the rejection, the city assured us that it was updating its draft action plan to be compliant. Asheville introduced its 125-page draft plan last week with $225 million in proposed HUD funds, $130 million of which would be spent on infrastructure. HUD took issue with a portion on page 76, which read, within the Small Business Support Program, the city will prioritize assistance for minority and woman-owned business within the scoring criteria criteria outlined within the policies and procedures. Turner writing, "Let me be clear, DEI is dead at HUD. We will not provide funding to any program or grantee that does not comply with President Trump's executive orders." Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office seeking to end DEI programs in federal government, which he calls discriminatory. North Carolina reportedly sustained nearly $60 billion in damage from Hurricane Helene, and the Asheville area suffered some of the worst devastation, including deadly mudslides and flooding. For more on this story, download the Straight Arrow News app or visit san.com.
News break. Breaking fucking news, bitches. Talk about regulating kratom.
I'll never forget, those words.
I have a friend that takes this every day. Jennifer, she's been here before. She swears by it. She used to be on opiates and stuff, but she takes this every day now instead. She even does live streams talking about it, like weekly or something with other people. I didn't like my waterlogged food.
Nearly 2 years ago, Trish Bissone's son, CJ Holowak, collapsed at work and died at just 33.
I'm confident that it was Kratom that killed him.
Sold readily at smoke shops, convenience stores, and gas stations, Kratom is derived from a plant from Southeast Asia and often marketed as a supplement to boost energy, manage pain, and even possibly help kick addictions. It can be bought in liquid, tablet, or powder form. Small doses, the DEA says, provide a stimulant effect. High doses, a sedative effect. And it's big business, forecast to be a nearly $16 billion industry by 2032. Bissone says CJ was taking a concentrated liquid form for pain after breaking his arm in 2021.
Did he say it was helping, or what were your thoughts?
He did say it was helping. He wrote in that text, it's helping.
An autopsy found CJ died from cardiac arrest due to mixed drug intoxication, including kratom. The other substances in his system, Bissone says, were doctor-prescribed medications he'd been taking for years.
We found, I would say, hundreds of empty bottles of kratom.
She's now.
He should look more into it. There was probably a interaction with it.
Suing the maker of the kratom her son took and pushing for a bill that would prohibit.
How are you gonna sue the creator of the specific brand he was taking? Fuck out of here, lady. You're fucking stupid right now. It's bitches like this that cause there to be like regulations. The government has to tell us what to do because he was a fucking moron. He took the shit with another medication that he shouldn't have taken it with. But you don't trust. You don't trust kratom? Why?
Prohibit the sale of kratom in New Jersey, like in these 6 states and Washington, D.C.
Take it off the shelves. It's as simple as that.
But down in Houston,
take the weed off the shelves.
Kratom.
Take the weed. Take it off the shelves. It's killing people.
With saving her life, she turned to kratom to deal with chronic back pain after stopping prescription opioids.
I have degenerative disc disease in both my neck and back. Taking high-powered opioids, my pain level.
Oh, this is the lady that Jennifer does live streams with. Crazy. Wow, man. Crazy. She's like the main one of them. Called the Kratom Gals. Look at this shit. I'll show you. That's her right there. There's Jennifer on the thumbnail. She's on the multiple thumbnails. That's that chick they're talking to right now. Trippy, man. I wonder if she knows about this. She's gotta know about this.
On a good day would be a 6, but when I was using kratom and first got started with it, my pain level
She was all tatted up like
I wouldn't
that.
want my kid going into a gas station, picking up a concentrated extract and chugging the whole thing.
Professor Chris McCurdy of the College of Pharmacy at the University of Florida has studied kratom for years. He says in low doses, it's about as addictive as...
I went to middle... Like, Jennifer was my best friend for a long time. We kind of lost contact, but... Still buddies. Should I take some food out for this guy? Should I take one out for it? I'll take a thing out for it.
Coffee.
That food's
but there
bad.
isn't enough research on these new higher dose products. CDC data from 2023 shows 37 states and Washington, D.C. had 1,151 overdose deaths in which kratom was detected. But kratom's contribution to these deaths is unclear. The FDA doesn't regulate it, but warns the public against the use of kratom for medical treatment.
The products are on the market because they are treated at this time as a food or a dietary ingredient.
The American Kratom Association accuses the FDA of a relentless campaign to keep kratom off the market rather than ensuring consumer safety. The FDA did not respond to our request for comment.
Having her share her experience with kratom. I met her on TikTok.
Scalar, who hosts a podcast about kratom, says she's far from the only success story. But even she agrees more laws are needed. For Trish Basone,
my son died and he shouldn't have died.
It's just not worth the risk.
Really fascinating reporting. You mentioned there that the FDA, they declined to comment, but where does this substance stand with federal regulators?
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is so many people we talk to on both sides of the issue want more federal regulation for this. They're asking for the FDA to step in here. We did reach out to the FDA. They were working on a response, but the pause for health agencies to communicate with the public has put the brakes on that, so we did not actually get a response from the FDA. The DEA, though, about a decade ago, was considering putting kratom as a Schedule I substance on their list, putting it with heroin and ecstasy and those types of drugs. But they backed off of it because they received so much backlash. People we talked to, including the experts, say there is a potential for some medical benefits here, but more research is needed and more regulation as well.
Stephen Romo, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Hey. Wow, so that person made it cash in. That's a probably already know about it, but mama.
A Houston woman facing charges tonight, accused of brutally mutilating a corpse. Fox 26 was the only station in the courtroom after she surrendered to investigators.
And let me warn you, the
she cut its penis off.
We're talking about in the newsroom here, they are quite disturbing. Fox 26's Jonathan Mejia is live for us in Bel Air with the details. Jonathan.
Very disturbing. In fact, law enforcement says this is a bizarre case. Now, this woman, she was working as an embalmer at this
I gave away the
mortuary
punchline,
service
didn't I?
right behind me. That's when investigators say she cut off the genitals of a deceased man, then placed it in
I was
his
playing,
mouth.
didn't you?
And everybody deserves to go out of this world and into the next you know, without this kind of trauma, without this kind of.
He was a sex offender, though.
So it was a very, very odd case.
This is 34-year-old Amber Laudermilk. She is
Give away
facing
more.
felony charges for abuse to a corpse. Now, the victim, according to court documents, was 58-year-old Charles Rodriguez. The documents say
Why
that
did he
Laudermilk
say it like
cut
that?
his penis, then put it in.
Why the fuck did he have to go Rodriguez? Motherfucker, wait, you know Spanish or something? What is this? We're in America. You don't have to say Rodriguez. You can say Rodriguez. I mean, you can do that, you fucking fucktard. Where are we at? Houston, go figure.
In his mouth. Rodriguez's family says he was a registered sex offender. Investigators say Laudermilk did this in front of apprentices at the mortuary services where she was working. How did this all come to light?
Oh my god, look at that shit. The D-Livers did not like that. We had some Rodriguez's in the house. Fucking idiots.
Service Commission, there were people present. This
Rodriguez is allowed. Get the fuck out.
On embalming, and was teaching a class and
like
did
Rodriguez
this in front of the class. She threatened them not to obviously.
That's not even racist.
Anything.
There are white Rodriguez's out there too, you know.
That's what makes it more bizarre. She didn't do it in private. She did it in front of other people.
Do we know if she has done this before?
Not that we're aware of that she's done this before, and I really don't know a whole lot about her past. There may be something there in her past that led to her acting out in this behavior. I don't know, but it's a very bizarre case.
Was it really a big deal? Who was going to be looking at
Did she know this deceased person?
She did not know this decedent. She. You know, I'm not 100% sure. She may have had some kind of issue in her past relative to a sexual assault. I don't know. I don't know what was in her mind. All I know is that
let her cut some penis off if it makes her feel better.
Use a corpse.
Laudermilk faces up to 2 years in prison if convicted and is currently under a $5,000 bond.
All I know is that you cannot abuse a corpse. Once someone's deceased, you can't mutilate this corpse the way that she did it.
I don't know. It's different when like you murder somebody and you mutilate it. Then you're like trying to hide your crime by cutting up the body. That's I can see why that's an extra. I can see why that's an extra charge because they don't want people trying to cover up their crimes, right? You get caught cutting a body up. That's an extra charge off the rip. So, like, people think, well, man, I could get the death penalty if I cut it up, but if I don't cut it up, I won't, because there's that extra thing there. You know, that's why that's there, right? But, I mean, they're really going to give her 2 years in prison cutting a dead person? Oh, she's already dead. Oh, who's going to see it? Who's going to be pulling the fucking things, the dude's pants down before he gets buried and looking at it? It's like, why did she have to do it in front of people? She could have just cut it off in private. No one would have known. That was stupid. She shouldn't have done it in front of people, but she probably thought that they would like go along with it because she thought they were like her friends or whatever, like they were on the same page. Maybe. Or but they said it was a class. She did it in front of like teaching. So interesting, man. Just gave up everything. That whole thing. I doubt that she'll have a license to that more, whatever it is. And it's not as if people are just signing up left and right to do that shitty job. You know, I mean, damn. I know I don't want to do it. Who the hell wants to look at dead people all day? Pump them full of fluids and take their blood out of them and shit. My God. What movie was that where somebody did that about the comedy of Bernie with Jack Black? Was that the one? maybe 11. There was a comedy that amount.
Can I tell you, I am not fond of cremations. I just don't like the idea of someone spending eternity in something the size of a motel ice bucket.
He was the nicest guy in town.
He was about the most popular man in Carthage. Real people person. Just made you feel real good about yourself.
It's like he had cast a spell over the entire area.
Room service.
And she was just a mean, old widow.
She used to tear up my toys. She pulled the heads off my dolls.
Well, there's some goodness in there, too.
Who says opposites don't attract?
She doesn't have anyone. She's a very lonely person. She needs someone. You sure about that?
From the director of School of Rock and Dazed and Confused.
It was widely assumed that Bernie was accompanying her places.
Oh, yeah. Bernie took her everywhere.
They went to Russia, Acapulco, New York City. They went to Europe, always first class. He bought jet skis, 9 cars.
This spring.
Somewhere along the way, it was just Bernie. He was her servant.
She was demanding,
You should have been here hours ago.
condescending,
All I want is for you to be a man for once in your life.
even conniving.
I know you hate me!
No.
Like everybody else!
I don't know how the guy stood it.
A woman like that with a bad heart, he should have just shoved the pillow right over her face.
There are people in town, honey, that would have shot her for $5.
Everybody's describing Bernie to you as an angel.
The nicest fella I've ever met.
He didn't do it. He's an angel, all right. An angel of death.
That dog don't hunt.
Jack Black, Shirley MacLaine, Matthew McConaughey.
Wheel of misfortune. If your number comes up, Danny Buck's coming to get you first.
Bernie.
In the freezer?
Yeah.
All one piece or chopped up?
One piece.
Frozen like a popsicle.
Room service. Hi, just dropping by again, Mrs. Nugent. Pay my respects. Brought you some soaps and a little bubble bath to soothe you in the tub, and some chocolate cupcakes for a late night snack. Come in. Oh, it would be my pleasure.
Was that the movie? Oh, the dead man. Oh, look, Seattle's freaking out about the homeless.
Against the plan for a housing facility for the chronically homeless. Thanks for joining us here at 11. I'm Preston Phillips. A former hotel is being converted into permanent supportive housing on North of Way, which will eventually house more than 100 people. Couple Jackie Kent was at that tense community meeting tonight. She joins us live with what happened and what comes next. Jackie?
And Preston, this was a chance for people to learn about the low barrier housing and ask questions. I can tell you it got very heated very quickly. Many said they are frustrated, also feel like King County and Kirkland city leaders are not being transparent or communicative about what they can expect in their neighborhood. This former La Quinta Inn in Kirkland is just months from opening as permanent supportive housing for the homeless.
People choose to move into permanent supportive housing, which means they want to be housed.
After a presentation about the program, emotions ran high at a Houghton Neighborhood Association meeting.
What does that mean? They don't like being in the rain and cold, like doing their drugs to their head. That's sweet and all.
Be there. You got kids all over that place. If one of my female staff people get hurt, raped, or robbed, I will sue your.
Roger Boland from Kirkland says although he operates the largest business closest to the incoming facility, he's never been approached by the city of Kirkland about the plan. Others were quick to make it known while they support the mission to set up those in need with caseworkers and other services. They don't want it in their neighborhood.
Do you hear the hearts of parents?
What is going on with the word?
Do you hear the hearts of people? It's not that you're doing a bad thing, you're doing a very honorable thing. It's just the location.
No, he said rape.
And nobody seems to want to stick to that issue.
Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez explains the city has drafted a code of conduct, including a no weapons rule. Additionally, tenant interviews could lead to criminal background checks, and sex offenders will not be allowed to live here as it's
they
near
say
school.
grape
But many in
instead,
this
like
crowded
that's a
room
big
say
difference.
that's not enough when this King County funded Health Through Housing initiative will
don't
cost
get it.
about $27,000 per unit.
You can't
per year.
say murder. You can't say killed. You can't say unalive. What are we doing, man?
Plymouth
What
Housing
stupid
is the
shit is
facility
this?
operator. External
Stop
Affairs
with the
Manager
nonsense.
Sarah Dickmeyer explained tenants will have to follow lease terms or face
Huh.
eviction as staff maintain a compassionate approach to help people looking to overcome addiction.
No country or government in the world has figured out how to eliminate addiction, but we do firmly believe that by creating community ties, by building trust,
Bro, she looks very
we get closer
untrustworthy.
to it.
I don't fucking know about your eyes are too big.
An officer with Kirkland Police was at that meeting. He says he understands people's concerns, but so far he is happy with Plymouth Housing's safety plan that includes security fencing, a buzzing system to let people in the building, among other things like security cameras. For now, live in Seattle, Jackie Kent, Come On News.
They're just going to incentivize people to come to this hotel. You know? So they get kicked out for something, and next drug addict moves in till they get out. Unless there's some kind of program that they're doing there that's rehabilitating the people somehow, like if it's just a place where they get to live. Oh, Chicago breweries are bracing for the tariffs, by the way. Okay.
Everything that's used in brewing beer involves steel or aluminum, from
Beer's
the
not
cans to
needed.
the barrels
How about
to all of the equipment, which means everything will be more expensive. The conveyor belt brings each aluminum can of beer down the line to get a label, then join 23 others in a case bound for a retail location. Starting today, those cans are costing about 25% more, though, because of tariffs on steel and aluminum. The owners of Workforce Brewing anticipated the tariffs, however, and ordered 160,000 cans, about an 8-month supply, last month.
Every day we wake up reading the news, kind of trying to repivot our business. It's like COVID all over again.
From the large stainless steel barrels to the kegs, there is steel and aluminum almost everywhere in the brewery, and brewers say they would like to use American-made material if they could.
The big question everybody says is, why don't you just buy American-made aluminum? Like, that would be great. There's not enough.
At Hop District Brew Pub, they also use malted barley, which they get from Canada, which is also going to be subject to tariffs, adding even more to the cost of production.
You don't need
and that's
beer.
on top of the cost
That's
of
the thing,
64-ounce
though, buddy.
aluminum crowlers, which cost about 60 cents yesterday, but 25% more today. Brewers say they are reluctant to pass the costs on to consumers, but they have no choice.
Everything in here could be affected potentially.
Jim Koblish is in the process of building a new production facility in Brookfield for his Hop District Brewing.
Interesting.
And he says because of the tariffs
Did you see that shit? The way to have tap beer, a take-home tap beer in a can. That was amazing. Why didn't they just do a whole story about this thing? He fills a can up at the tap and puts the lid on with that other machine.
64-ounce aluminum crowlers.
He's not talking about it right now. That's not a 64-ounce crowler. That's like a 24-ounce maybe, 16-ounce maybe. They should be talking about this awesome. I bet he's wondering why they did.
Cost about 60 cents yesterday, but 25% more today. Brewers say they are reluctant to pass the costs on to consumers, but they have no choice.
Everything in here could be affected potentially.
Jim Koblish is in the process of building a new production facility in Brookfield for his Hop District Brewing, and he says because of the tariffs increasing the cost of aluminum, he's considering going to glass bottles.
It could be such a large increase.
You must have to drink that really fast, though, because it's contaminated. You have to drink that night, pretty much. Like that's not, you can't just put that in the fridge and let it sit. Now, it's hit air, contaminated air. Interesting though. It could probably last like 5 days or something. It starts going off. Probably at the same time, you can keep you can't keep a growler indefinitely, but you can get like a 12-pack of beer and let it sit in your fridge for a couple months, and it'll still stay pretty much the same. I'm not really sure, dude. Because at the brewery, they're filled up, open air environment. It's not hot when they're filled up. It's already cold. I don't know, man. How long do you think that would last? I need to talk to this guy.
On our input costs that we're actually considering changing our entire production model.
It's a tough time for many smaller breweries. They employ about 16,000 workers in the state and provide an economic impact of about $3 billion. But the tariffs will be a burden.
If you throw a 25% tariff on that, we're talking about millions of dollars that are going to be passed on to consumers.
Aside from the increase in costs right now, brewers say one of the most difficult issues they're facing is the uncertainty, knowing just how long these tariffs will last.
Watch breaking news on YouTube.
You have a yeast infection. Glass bottles, that too. We have abundance of demand here. I mean, it's just its shipping cost is so much more. So heavy in comparison. Probably weighs 4 times as much. That's 4 times as much fuel cost. I think that's why Costco doesn't have the glass Pellegrino anymore. It costs too much to ship it. Maybe if fuel prices go down dramatically, they'll have it again, but they only have plastic bottled. All of the water now is in plastic bottles, actually. Athletes been off for fucking 9 minutes. All right, Kennedy.
What I want to talk about is
what did you talk about today, buddy? Minutes almost. This guy went off about trannies. What's he gonna talk about?
Is less pleasant.
a whole lot of training.
But I don't mean it to be divisive. I don't. There is a lady by the name of Laurel Libby. Laurel Libby. She happens to be from Maine. I love Maine. Beautiful, beautiful state.
Never been.
She's in the state legislature.
That goes all the time.
And by all accounts, Ms. Libby is a very talented, accomplished legislator. She has beliefs, as we all do. And one of her beliefs is that it is unfair to allow transgender women to play women's sports. In other words, Ms. Libby, I don't speak for her, but I've read her interviews. She believes it's unfair, fundamentally unfair, that it will destroy women's sports if transgender women, biological males who identify as transgender women, are allowed to play women's sports. And she has said so. In fact, she put up a Facebook post. And the Facebook post highlighted a transgender athlete who one year placed 5th, I think, in the pole vault, and then transitioned into, he placed 5th as a male athlete, but then transgendered or transformed into, or transitioned is what I'm trying to say, into a transgender woman and competed at the state level and came in first. She came in first. So when this individual was a biological male in competing, the biological male came in 5th in the state competition. The biological male transitioned into a transgender female and was allowed to participate by the officials in Maine in the pole vault in women's sports and came in first. Well, Ms. Libby thought that was really unfair, and so she posted a picture of the athlete, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, and currently when she has now become a transgender woman. She posted the picture. She didn't put any name, any phone numbers, any addresses, or any of that. She posted the picture of the athlete side by side before transitioning after. And here's what she said. We've learned that just 1 year ago, John, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, 5th place in boy Katie, transgender woman, championship. Yeah. So do I, frankly. And her colleagues, Democrats, who are entitled to their opinion as much as Ms. Libby, who is a Republican, is entitled to hers, they got very angry. They wanted to throw her out. They wanted to throw Ms. Libby out of the Maine legislature. They wanted to expel her, but they couldn't do it because that takes a 2/3 vote. So they said, we're not going to expel her. We're going to censor her. That only takes a majority vote. But in censoring her, which they only needed Democratic votes to do, they added conditions that Ms. Libby could no longer vote and could no longer participate in any legislative committees. I guess she just has to sit there. Well, that disenfranchises the constituents that Ms. Libby represents.
How's that allowed?
And frankly, they kind of went through the back door when they should have gone through the front door in a transparent way. I'm not here to try to meddle in the Maine state legislature. Let me say it again. I love Maine. I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. And the way they handle their local politics is none of my business. That's not why I'm here. But I am here to say what Ms. Libby did. Let me put it another way. Ms. Libby's belief about the fairness of transgender women participating in women's sports is based on science. It is. You may disagree.
Dude, I've done.
With the science, and you may disagree with her, and if you do, you're entitled to do that. But Ms. Libby didn't just pluck this point of view out of thin air. A lot of Americans agree with her. I think most Americans think that, you know, when you're 18 years of age, you're an adult, you can, this is America, you can do anything you want to do, as long as it's not illegal or doesn't hurt somebody else. You can be whomever you want to be. You can dress however you want to dress. You can't run around naked, but in terms of your dress, you can express yourself however you want if you're 18. And I think most Americans don't have a problem with that. So long as it's perfectly legal, I don't. But when you're under 18,
get a point here.
You're a minor.
Jeez.
Adults get to make decisions because you're a minor, duh. I also think that the American people have worked very hard through their elected representatives to try to lift up women's sports in America. We've worked very hard and spent a lot of y'all's money lifting up women's sports so that women can be treated equally with men. And I also think, through no one's fault, I started to say only through God's fault, but I'm not going to criticize God's decisions. Through nobody's fault. If you believe in God, it was a decision by God. If you just believe in nature, it was a decision by nature. Men and women are different. And men have a physical advantage over women. And if you allow a male, no matter how the male identifies, to compete with a woman in women's sports, particularly when you're under 18, the male's going to win every single time. That's not just speculation. That's not just common sense. That's science. The ACLU, which believes that transgender women, biological males who transition into transgender women, they say it's a fact that trans girls are girls. And the ACLU and other activists have also said that it's a myth. They call it a myth that transgender female athletes, like Katie, formerly John, they say it's a myth that transgender female athletes have a physical advantage over girls. They're wrong. They're just wrong. You don't need a graduate degree in anatomy to know that. I mean, those claims are specious. Medical science and athletic data both demonstrate that the difference is obvious and that males, no matter how they identify, have a significant advantage over females in girls' sports. Even before birth, when the baby is in a mother's womb, this is a scientific fact, baby boys begin developing different hormones and skeletal structures than baby girls that help them outperform girls when they're older. That's just a fact. We can say we wish it weren't. I'm fine with it. Some people say, well, that's bad. Well, take it up with nature. Take it up with God. But it's a natural fact. When that baby's in the womb, testosterone exposure for that baby boy alters his brain development. That improves that baby boy's motor skills and increases that baby boy's aggression vis-a-vis a baby girl. Both motor skills and aggression give that baby boy, when that baby boy grows up, an advantage over a girl in women's sports. Boys, the science also shows, they go through what's called a mini puberty. Still a baby boy in the mother's womb. The baby boy experiences a mini puberty, is what the scientists call it, right before birth, that helps a baby boy, once that baby boy is born, to gain weight faster than if he were a baby girl. And that ultimately is why boys tend to be taller than girls once they're born, on average, later in life. Now, the differences between boys and girls.
We're losing all the trannies on D-Live.
This is a law of nature, or a law of God.
There are a lot of trannies on there, if you can imagine.
The differences between boys and girls explode during puberty. I mean, I've got a single child. He's a grown man now, but I remember puberty. I learned during puberty that reasoning, there's nothing wrong with teenagers, that reasoning with them will not aggravate. That's just also a law of nature, I think. But boys and girls, the differences between them explode during puberty. Boys develop 14% larger hearts when they go through puberty, and 12% larger lungs. So boy versus girl, the boy's heart is going to be 14% bigger and the lungs 12% larger. An obvious advantage in sports. That helps boys take in oxygen and pump blood more efficiently than girls can. That's just a fact. And that gives them a clear edge in endurance sports: running, cycling, rowing, basketball. Girls also, during puberty and afterwards, develop a wider pelvis. This decreases the amount of force their legs exert when they're lifting, or when a girl is kicking, or a girl is pedaling, which also puts a girl, as an act of nature, at a relative disadvantage when you compare female athletes to male athletes. Boys, during puberty and after puberty, on the other hand, they develop broader shoulders than girls. I think we know that. When they develop those broader shoulders, that makes space for upper body muscle mass. It is hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle to fat ratio, and boys have a higher muscle to fat ratio. It is just a scientific fact. It's hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle to fat ratio is not helpful.
Sumo wrestling.
The average boy will also grow, again, scientific fact, 5 inches taller than the average girl. And even when men and women are the same height, men have higher levels of bone density, which helps them move more forcefully and escape more injuries. And that, I mean,
we need more women sumo wrestlers. Think about it.
Boys just have a physical advantage over girls.
What's
and we
that,
see
huh?
it in everyday life.
The titties be popping out all the time.
Top ranked, well, let me put it another way. In 2016, there was an American sprinter. She was a great athlete, is a great athlete. Her name is Allison Felix. She won an Olympic gold medal in the women's 400-meter race. Ran a hell of a race. She came in first. A year later, 285 teenage boys in America beat her time. She was the best in her class in the world as a female, but 285 guys in high school beat her time. Don't take my word for it. That's a study that was done by Duke University. The year she won the gold medal, there were 4,300 male athletes in America who clocked faster times in the 400 meters than she did. I don't want to belabor this, but I think you can see why Ms. Libby feels that it is unfair to women to allow biological males who have transitioned into a woman to compete in men's sports. It's not only unfair, it's dangerous. And again, I don't speak for Ms. Libby, but this is what I think she had on her mind when she exercised her First Amendment rights. I'll give you some examples. In May, a couple of years ago, a high school volleyball player in North Carolina, she's a female, she sued her state's high school athletics association. Why? Because they allowed a transgender player to play against her, and the transgender female, biological male, transgender female, spiked the ball in her face, gave her a concussion, long-term physical injuries, long-term mental injuries. Last October, a high school senior in California suffered a season-ending concussion after a transgender volleyball player spiked the ball, hit her in the face during the game, and it ended her final season of high school volleyball. Now, last February, a girls' basketball team in Massachusetts, they forfeited a game after a transgender athlete injured 3 female players in a single game.
What?
The biological male who had transitioned into a transgender woman was allowed to play in the basketball game and took 3 of the female players out. And so the rest of the team said no mas. And the coach said, nope, I'm not going to let my players get hurt. They forfeited the game.
Basketball, they be calling fouls over some silly shit. You're trying to get fouls called.
I raised this, Madam President, not to denigrate anyone. I'm going to say it again. When you're an adult, you can, in America, you can be whomever you want to be. And, you know, about 90% of my personal philosophy is don't hurt someone unless you have to defend yourself. Don't take other people's stuff, and leave me alone, because that's my right as an American. And I sort of feel that way about everybody. But we're not talking about freedom here. We're talking about nature. And we're talking about fairness in women's sports. And we're talking about women getting hurt. And that's why I think Ms. Libby is right. It's fundamentally unfair, because if for no other reason, acts of God or nature or whatever you want to call it, boys are different from girls when it comes to athletics. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing I want to do about it, but some people do. Ms. Libby has sued in Maine and said that her constitutional rights are being violated. I think she's right. I'm not going to try to advise her judge how to rule. But I don't, so I can't say whether her constitutional rights are being violated or not. But I can tell you this: common sense and the laws of nature, or the laws of God, if you please, are certainly being violated, because female young women are fundamentally different from male young boys. And that's just a natural fact. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Alsterbrooks.
I suspect the absence of the quorum. Does that mean nobody's listening? Measles on the rise in U.S. infections reported in 15 states. 15 states.
March Madness is less than a week away, and if it's anything like last year, Americans will place more than $2.5 billion in bets on the tournament. That's why members of Congress introduced a bill to regulate online sports betting, which they hope will save vulnerable Americans from addiction and financial turmoil.
It's important to balance public health with competing economic interests. Trust me, I understand that. But when every single solitary moment of every sporting event across the globe has become a betting opportunity in the palm of your hand, government must put its duty to protect its citizens from harm first.
The Safe Bet Act would require states offering sports betting to ensure betting operators meet federal standards in 3 different categories: marketing, affordability, and artificial intelligence. It would prohibit sports books from running ads during live sporting events, prohibit operators from accepting more than 5 deposits from a customer in a 24-hour period, and require operators to conduct affordability checks, and also prohibit deposits via credit card. It prohibits the use of AI to track gambling habits and offer individualized promotions. It bans prop bets on college and amateur sports and creates a national self-exclusion list. The bill's sponsors say this is necessary because the amount of money Americans lose gambling increases every year. The sports betting industry made $14 billion in revenue in 2024.
But the reality is that $14 billion in revenue for the gambling industry is $14 billion extracted from the pockets of everyday Americans. And the even greater concern and the even greater reality is that most of that revenue is made off of the suffering of a disproportionately small number of gamblers.
Gambling is considered an addictive product. According to the Mayo Clinic, gambling can stimulate the brain's reward system much like drugs or alcohol can, leading to addiction. An estimated 7 million people in the U.S. have a gambling problem or disorder. Andrew Douglas is one of them. He started betting in college. His father described the bets as small and innocent until he spiraled and hit rock bottom.
May 27th, 2024 was a day that I attempted to end my own life. Gambling addiction had a hold of me and had taken me to the darkest hole that I could ever imagine. For years and years, constantly being targeted and no way to escape the advertising, the offers, the predatory and targeted business practices.
Although he's now in recovery, Andrew's addiction is still a source of pain for his family.
This addiction was hidden from us because it can be done on a telephone at any hour of the day and night. There's virtually no way to reach a safe time or place away from the possibilities of making a bet.
The lawmakers say they don't want to end sports betting. They're accusing the sports betting industry of purposefully exploiting addiction and driving people further into gambling abuse disorder.
It's a science. The algorithms, the artificial intelligence are all tools to drive pitches and promotions at the losers, the most vulnerable, the people who are most susceptible to this addiction.
The bill was introduced last year, but it wasn't passed before the congressional term ended. They're now starting the process all over again and have until January 2026 to get it approved. I'm Ray Bogan for Straight Arrow News. For more reporting, download the SAN app.
Took him away downtown.
To the vehicle. It also provides support and brings the vehicle vertical for launch. And just about 4.5, 5 minutes before T0 is when we open up those clamp arms, move the TE just a couple degrees away from the vehicle to prepare for liftoff. And then at T0, the TE moves even further away to clear the way for the vehicle as it lifts off. And And so, unfortunately, we had an issue with the clamp arm. It wouldn't have been potentially able to open up fully. So the teams are working through whatever that issue, that root cause of that issue is, to make sure that when we do go for launch, those clamp arms will fully open and will clear the way for the TE to be able to recline appropriately for liftoff.
And there you're getting a great 360 view of the launch pad. You can see some of the other launch complexes in the background as well. Again, it's a very active launch area down in Florida. Launches are constantly happening. This one was scheduled to take place from Launch Complex 39A there on your screen. And you can see Falcon 9 standing tall with Dragon atop, with Crew 10 currently inside.
Scrubbed.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested one of the organizers of the pro-Hamas encampments at Columbia University last week. What does this mean? A lot of left-wing critics are saying that this is a violation of First Amendment rights, since not only was he in the United States, but he was also a legal permanent resident, and so this is an attack on his free speech. However, those critics are wrong, for the simple reason that the law upheld by the Supreme Court allows the executive branch to ideologically screen migrants in this country. And this is absolutely essential to maintain any Western society. We cannot have a civilized society if we welcome people who hate us, right? And that's the argument that Ilya Shapiro and I make in our New York Post op-ed, that not only is this legal, but it is a good thing. It is legal because the Immigration and Nationality Act has, for now well over a century, had ideological restrictions on immigration. Communists, anarchists, people who hate the country, and now, as the President Trump is applying it, Islamists should not be welcomed into the United States. Now, of course, these provisions are ripe for abuse, because who is any of these definitions? And we certainly understand that that's a concern, but it is not a concern as of how it is being applied today. And that is what we need to take into account and judge so far. This individual clearly hates Western civilization. Many more of them are in our college campuses, and it would be suicidal for any nation to welcome people who hate that nation in the name of free speech, right? That's how free speech is abolished eventually. We are living in a college campus culture that has for decades censored conservatives. And now when there is any attempt to enforce the law on people who illegally occupy private property, that is censorship? I don't think so.
For more stories just like these, be sure to subscribe to the New York Post right here on YouTube.
Canadian tourist angered by tariffs cancels American
The region called the Thousand
plans.
Islands straddles the U.S.-Canada border where the St. Lawrence River runs between the two countries. It draws sightseers from both sides who ride riverboats between the picturesque and castle-like island mansions. But U.S. President Donald Trump's sharp trade measures and hostile words toward Canada are starting to sour Canadian tourists on American destinations.
What we've noticed is a lot of our potential visitors, particularly on the Canadian side, they're quite angry. They're quite angry. They're quite hurt by what they see as policy and rhetoric that is attacking.
Corey Fram is the director of the Thousand Islands International Tourism Council and says the change in tone is taking a toll.
From what I'm hearing, and I've talked to travel professionals from the Canadian side, from the Atlantic to the Pacific this week, what they're hearing from their audiences, whether those are readers or whether those are bus tour passengers, is that some of their folks are telling them they're going to vote with their dollars and they're not going to come visit the United States.
Canada and the U.S. have long shared the world's longest peaceful border between any two countries. The two flags could fly side by side. But now Fram says he has had to adjust his marketing.
So what we have done is kind of pivoted to New York landmarks being shown to New York audiences, Canadian landmarks being shown to Canadian target audiences.
Some Canadians say they've canceled planned trips to the U.S., preferring other destinations instead.
I was planning a trip to LA to see a friend. However, we decided to go to Mexico instead.
Zena Oakhill from Calgary spoke to Reuters from Cancun, Mexico. She flew south with her husband after canceling a road trip to Los Angeles.
The constant jokes about annexing Canada, Canada being the 51st state, and that coming from the mouth of very high-level political leaders, just put a very sour taste in my mouth.
Travelers seem to be responding with their wallets. Flight data tracking firm Forward Keys reported new bookings to the United States from Canada have declined about 20% since February 1st, compared with the year-ago period.
In hotels in states that are closest to the border, we've seen a decline in room demand basically since the inauguration.
Jan Freitag is with the data analytics firm CoStar and says Saturday night hotel bookings in border towns such as Niagara Falls and Bellingham, Washington have dropped. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby said on Tuesday the company has adjusted its capacity due to a drop in incoming traffic from Canada.
We have not seen a significant drop in business yet, only because it's hard to quantify.
Fram told Reuters his tourist season doesn't begin in earnest until the spring.
But with our core season really picking up around Victoria Day weekend in May, that's when we might start to actually see cancellations.
Couples with us right now that came from Canada, but a lot of people are canceling their vacations to the United States.
The winter travel season in Las Vegas traditionally attracts
Canadian
snowbirds, travelers who are now putting their trip for warmer weather on ice. Thank you for joining us at 4. I'm Kirsten Joyce.
I'm David Charles, the Canadian government encouraging its citizens not to come here. It is our reporter James Schaefer live on the strip near Harmon, unpacking the impact this U.S.-Canadian tariff war is having on tourism, James.
Yeah, bad news travels fast. Projections showed losses in tourism dollars in the billions. Canadians coming to Las Vegas tell me they are now facing a fork in the road.
The Canadian government has rightly retaliated and is rightly retaliating with our own tariffs that will have maximum impact in the United States.
The U.S.-Canadian tariff war is showing no signs of slowing following substantial tariff increases by the Trump administration. Meanwhile, in Las Vegas,
our Prime Minister came out and said, don't travel to the U.S. right now, stay home, spend your money in Canada. But as I said, we already had the trip planned.
Mark Anderson, a Canadian social media influencer with tens of thousands of followers, said he typically makes the trip from his hometown in London, Ontario to Las Vegas 6 times a year.
For $10, it's a hell of a deal.
His account, Pennies for Vegas, featuring the best bang for your buck on and off the Strip. We asked if it's just the tariffs turning away travelers.
Canadian dollar 69 cents, and with all the Trump tariffs and everything like that, that's a factor.
The Canadian boycott projecting a $4 billion loss for the U.S. So what would it take for Canadians like Anderson to continue his near-monthly flight to Vegas?
Definitely an improved dollar would be massive, but also that our government comes out and says it's okay to travel to the U.S.
Now, Anderson's trip has gone pretty well. He got a free upgrade to a $650 suite over at the Planet Hollywood, currently only paying $16. As for his return, well, he said he'll be watching for some good news. Reporting live from the Las Vegas Strip, James Schaefer, 8 News Now.
How did he get that
Thank you, James. This all coming off a good year, according to the LVCVA. Per-trip spending had increased significantly for hotels, food, and shopping. 1 in 8 visitors coming from abroad.
Him a new room because he was on the news, or
How are you? Hey,
good. How are you?
Day.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't the sunshine feel so good? A couple of things I want to point out. Great economic news this morning, despite all of the naysayers in the media and also all of the so-called experts. The CPI index report came out this morning and inflation is down. In fact, core inflation is down to the lowest level it has been in 4 years. This is just in 52 days of President Trump taking office. We saw airline fares fell. We saw the cost of gasoline is down as well. We also saw a $1 billion investment this morning from GE Aerospace. We saw Asahi, the Japanese beer company, announce that they're going to move manufacturing and investments to the great state of Wisconsin in response to President Trump's 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum, which you all know went into effect last night. So this is all good news for the American people, and it also shows that you can effectively utilize tariffs to bolster your industries here at home while driving down the cost of living for the American public through deregulation and through energy. And we know President Trump is intent on passing his big tax cuts later this year. We're calling on Congress to do it. We also had a big win on Capitol Hill last night. As I talked to you all in the briefing yesterday, the president strongly supported the continuing resolution. He continues to support the continuing resolution. Now the ball is in Senate Democrats' court. Do they want to shut down the government, or do they want to keep it open and funded for the American people who need this government to continue moving, to continue building on the momentum President Trump has created? It's up to them. We'll see what they do. We hope that everybody on the Senate side will help to pass this bill so we can continue doing the business of the American people. I'll take a couple questions.
Caroline, is it a sense that the market and business leaders are not understanding what the president is trying to do, or that they don't like what the president is doing? How do you explain the stock market?
Well, I think I talked about this yesterday, and I think the president, the president has also addressed the stock market yesterday. It's a snapshot of a moment in time, and we expect there will be good days and there will be bad days, but ultimately Wall Street and Main Street are going to benefit from this president's policies as they did in his first term.
Any reaction on Canada's Department of Education with layoffs of 50%? Can you confirm that critical services won't be cut? For instance, reassuring American families with kids with disabilities that their programs will not be cut?
Yes. The Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, who's doing a tremendous job, by the way, has assured the American people of that. And these cuts are a promise made and a promise kept. There is no reason that we should be spending more than most developed countries in the world, and our education system is failing. If you look at our nation's report card, 8th graders are not reading at the rate that they should. 4th graders are not learning math at the rate that they should. And so we have a problem with our education system. Nobody disagrees with that, but a lot of people seem to disagree with actually doing something about it and changing the status quo. So the president wants to return education back to the states, empower those closest to the people to make these very important decisions for our children's lives, and this is a first step in that process.
Thank
invasion? It seems that President Trump has put the onus on Russia to engage in the ceasefire. If that ceasefire is broken, is there any type of enforcement mechanism in place that President Trump would enforce on Russia if they break that ceasefire?
Well, that's obviously a grand hypothetical question that I won't comment on because we're not there yet. The current state of play is that the Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire. The Ukrainians have agreed to the peace plan that was put on the table yesterday in Saudi Arabia by the Secretary of State and our National Security Advisor, whom I just spoke with before coming out here, and he informed me that he has had a call today with his Russian counterpart, and the president's team continues to be engaged. As you all know, Mr. Witkoff is traveling to Moscow later this week, and we urge the Russians to sign on to this plan. This is the closest we have been to peace in this war. We are at the 10th yard line, and the president is expecting the Russians to help us run this into the end zone.
Would President Trump call President Putin and encourage him to engage in the ceasefire?
I don't have a readout on the president's calls, but as the president always does, if that call happens, he will let you guys know.
Caroline, on the CHIPS Act, the president has called for a full repeal on it, but it appears that the Senate GOP is looking for more reform on that. Is this going to be an all or nothing as far as the president is concerned?
I think the president's made his position on that quite clear.
The NATO Secretary General will be here tomorrow.
Yes.
What is the president hoping to get out of that meeting? What are his asks of the new Secretary General?
Yes, he will be here tomorrow, and I suspect the president will provide guidance on that meeting after it takes place. But I'm quite confident, as he always does when it comes to NATO, he will urge the NATO secretary the president's belief that NATO countries need to pay their fair share for their own defense. We have been spending billions and billions of dollars on NATO, which the president agrees with, so long as other countries are paying their fair share.
Is 5% still his commitment, like what he expects from the European countries, 5% of GDP for defense?
Last time I spoke with him, that was his commitment.
Thank you. Does the president have any response to the ICC arrest of Rodrigo Duterte, the former Philippine president?
I have not spoken to him about that, but I can and get back to you.
Well, separate question then. Sure. There's this March 13th deadline for departments to submit their agency reduction plans. Can you give us an update on that? Is there any foot dragging from any places within the federal government? And when do you expect these cuts to go into place?
Everybody is working together as one team. This is a goal that every cabinet secretary across the board agrees with. We have to reduce our workforce. We have to make our bureaucracy more efficient. And then when the March 13th deadline hits, we can talk about that.
On the economy, you mentioned yesterday that this is a transition period. How does the White House measure this in terms of when can you not blame it on former President Biden, and when does it fully become President Trump's responsibility?
Well, we've only been here for 52 days, but certainly the president is working hard every day to, again, bring down the cost of living, which we see is already happening. You see the cost of eggs is going down, cost of gasoline is going down because of the massive deregulatory efforts of this president, and also the fact that we are delivering on his promise to drill, baby, drill already. You saw this past weekend, the National Economic Advisory put out a report that because of the regulations we've already slashed in just 52 days, we've saved American taxpayers $180 billion. That comes out to about $2,000 per American household. That's in 52 days. So the president is working diligently, and he's working hard on this every single day. And we need Congress to also help. We need Congress to pass tax cuts, which the president campaigned on and the vast majority of the American people support. And as you all know, the president met with business leaders last night at the Business Roundtable, and he said to them in the room, you know, some of you may be Democrats, but that's fine, but we need to get Senate Democrats and House Democrats on board with this tax bill, because America, working America, supports tax cuts. The American people, CEOs, small business owners, and workers all want more money in their pockets, and we expect all people on Capitol Hill, Republican or Democrat, to get on board with that, because it's a wildly popular.
Caroline,
thanks, guys. I'll see you later.
Response to the EU tariffs. Can you say when?
When?
You went so high pitched you can barely hear it. Jumping around. Yeah, I heard they scrubbed it. Got scrubbed, baby, scrub it. Scrub all over my body, make me clean again. Make me clean again. Yeah. You can use that for your next play if you would like. Your Canadian play? Voluntary evacuation.
Orange County's canyon communities are under a voluntary evacuation warning because of all the forecasted rain. NBC4's Hetty Chang covers the OC for us. She's here to show us how some neighborhoods are now preparing. Hetty.
Yeah, Michael, we know from talking with people who live in the canyon communities through the years that most of them don't evacuate anytime it rains, but some people do, especially those who live near creeks like this one. This is Santiago Creek, and you can tell by this fence that's kind of bent over here just how high the water got last time around, right next to these homes.
It's very nice. We like it like this. Actually, I like it with a little bit lower.
This is Todd Morgan's little piece of paradise. Santiago Creek runs just behind his house in Majeska Canyon. But when it rains,
you hear lots of rocks banging, and it's very unsettling.
The creek rises and roars.
Wow.
First thing was we need to get the animals out, and second thing was I need a sandbag because I hadn't thought about sandbagging.
The sandbags from last month's storms will stay, and just like last month.
So we have Bessie Sue, who's our mini cow.
His cow, horse, and goats will go to a neighbor's house on higher ground.
Yeah, that sucks.
Morgan's neighborhood and neighboring Trabuco, Hot Springs, Bell, and Long Canyons are almost always under evacuation warnings when it rains.
We're always prepared over here anymore because of all the times that we've had to evacuate due to rains, so we're almost always ready.
The concern, they sit just below the airport fire burn scar area, which unleashed heavy debris and mud flow during last month's storms. Orange County Public Works crews this afternoon clearing out storm drains ahead of the storm.
So it's not about only lives and property, but also public access along our roadway. So we want to work to make sure those remain open during heavy rain tonight. So if conditions do worsen, we do advise residents to get out while they can. So we saw from one of the last rainstorms in February, we saw a good debris flow come from the airport fire burn area. We're expecting even higher rainfall rates tonight. So we could likely see another debris flow, more impacts to the public roadway in Trabuco Canyon. So we're ready for it.
The debris flow expert.
The voluntary warnings are in place till tomorrow at 6 p.m., but if conditions change, those could be upgraded to mandatory. We're live from Majeska Canyon, Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
Evacuation orders are in effect for some residents in Sierra Madre. The order impacts those living near the Eaton Fire burn area. City leaders are warning everyone to pay attention to the alerts in order to avoid dangerous situations like last month's the mud flow when we saw stranded cars and people trapped in their homes.
If there's an active mud flow, if there's something coming down, they will not respond during an active mud flow. There won't be any police, there won't be any ambulances, there won't be any search and rescue during that active flow. We might even find that the road becomes impassable after the flow. So that's one of the main reasons it's very important that our residents actually get out.
You need a helicopter.
Another
just
reminder
in case,
here,
you know?
no street parking in the evacuation zones, and do not place bins at the curb. They may be swept away. For the latest information on the evacuations, you can check our website, nbcla.com. We also want to remind you, now is a really good time to download the
Everybody had a helicopter. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. Must answer. Get those people helicopters. Yep. Out of here. Overhanging. Easy. Later.
Another one.